السلام عليكم. He is muted. You muted.
Yeah, we can unmute him.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله دكتورة.
يا هلا فيك، شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟ طمني عليك.
الحمد لله بخير ونعمة، الله يسلمك.
نتشرف في وجودك معنا.
الله يحفظك دكتورة، لنا الشرف، الله يسلمك.
اوكي.
We can unmute him.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله دكتورة.
يا هلا فيك، شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟ طمني عليك. Why it's repeating?
بخير ونعمة، الله يسلمك.
نتشرف في وجودك. Yes, close it.
الله يحفظك.
Now you can continue to the Zoom.
Yes. Come please. اوكي. سموحة منك.
ولا يهمك دكتورة.
شرفتنا اليوم، بس عشان مع الدعم الفني قاعد يرتب كل الامور معانا.
ما في مشكلة، بالعكس الله يعطيك العافية.
انت عمرك طويل. موجودين احنا، تقدر تسوي ميوت وتاخذ راحتك.
ما في مشكلة، شكرا دكتورة.
عفوا.
الو دكتوره هنادي.
نعم نعم.
بس دشت علي رساله المترجمه نهى عبيد،
إيه.
تبيني اضيفها كمتحدث، ما عرفت شلون.
اي دشت عليك انت. يلا نهى.
Yes.
She is a translator.
Yes.
She want to add as a translator.
Okay. She should be at. She can do the translation.
اه
And you know her?
اوكي.
يا هلا دكتور محمد، يا هلا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد
شلونك؟
الله
شلون صحتك؟
ظهيرتك أختي دكتورة هنادي،
يا هلا
وموفقين
فيك.
إن شاء الله أنت والمؤسسة بالمؤتمر إن شاء الله.
ما قصرت، كلك خير وبركة، انت شرف في وجودك معنا.
الله يحفظكم، موفقين إن شاء الله. مغلق الصوت عندك دكتورة هنادي كان الظاهر.
اي نعم. نهى تقدرين تدخلين على قناة الترجمة، اوريدي اسمك مضاف على قناة الترجمة. أحمد أبو سمير هذا كذلك المترجم، صح؟
صحيح
إيه
دكتورة.
خلاص، أنتم تم إضافتكم على قناة الترجمة، تأكدوا أن أنتم موجودين على قناة الترجمة.
دكتورة مش مفعل. مرحبا.
هلا
معك
فيك.
مش مفعلة القناة الترجمة اللي هو إنجلش وعربي.
You should make it from English to Arabic, Arabic to Arabic to English.
English to Arabic. for all of us.
Yes, but also Arabic to English.
Arabic to English.
Yes. And also يلا أوكي.
Yes. See how it's done.
نهى يقول التكنيكال سبورت اوريدي عندكم شو اسمه، عندكم التحكم في القناة، الترجمة موجودة من انجليزي لما عربي. الو
هلا لا مش موجودة. خليني أسكرن وأبعث لحضرتك، أسكرن الشاشة وأبعث لحضرتك.
Can I see my screen?
السلام عليكم جميعا، شرفتونا.
You want to see your screen?
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
الله يحفظك الله يحفظك، تشرفنا فيك شيخ ثاني آل ثاني من قطر.
الله يحفظك ويسلمك، الله يحفظك.
الله يحفظك.
عليكم السلام دكتورة هنادي.
يا هلا يا هلا يا هلا دكتورة سميرة، شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟
الله خير الحمد لله مشكورة.
الله يحفظك الله يحفظك. دكتورة حياتك شلونك؟ Can you put virtual شيخ سالم؟ شيخ سالم
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام يا هلا.
مساكم الله بالخير.
يا هلا فيك يا هلا، الله يحفظك. شلونك شيخ سالم؟ شلون صحتك؟
أنا دكتورة هلا.
الله يحفظك شرفتنا. افتح
الله
الكاميرا
يسلمك.
حيشوفونك.
إن شاء الله. توقعتها فاتحة لحظة شوي.
يلا
يا
دقايق.
هلا.
يا هلا يا هلا فيك، طمني عنك وعن الأهل.
طيب
الوالد إن شاء الله بخير.
الله
شرفنا
يحييك.
فيك بوجودك معنا اليوم.
شرف لي طال عمرك، الشرف لي. الله يسلمك.
الله يحفظك الله يحفظك. علي الدكتور طارق. يا هلا
دكتورة هنادي،
يا
أهلا
هلا فيك.
وسهلا.
يا هلا معالي
أهلا
الدكتور،
وسهلا
شلونك؟
فيك.
شلون صحتك؟
الله يسلمك.
الله
أهلا
يحفظك
وسهلا.
شرفتنا اليوم في هذا
الله
المؤتمر
يخليك،
الهام، في
وأهلا
المرحلة
وسهلا
الهامة اللي يمر فيها العالم
بالدكتور.
يعني. الله يحفظك الله يحفظك. رحب فيهم
صحيح.
أحمد.
حياكم الله.
افتح
اليوم
المايك
اليوم
المايك
طبعاً
المايك
اليوم
المايك.
نفتتح.
لا بعد بقى 4 دقائق بس تسلم عليهم. بس انت تنتظر بعد عندنا 4 دقائق.
السلام عليكم، يعطيكم العافية وحياكم الله.
يا مرحبا.
أنا راح أكون عريف الحفل إن شاء الله،
يحييك يا مرحبا.
أو عريف المؤتمر إن شاء الله.
السلام عليكم.
أنتم
يا
مستمعين؟
هلا. اي 12 بالليل. السلام عليكم. يا هلا ابو مهند.
حياك ربي دكتورة، اهلا وسهلا.
ماكو صوت يا ابو مهند.
طيب دقيقة طال عمرك نشوف ايش الوضع.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
يا هلا ابو مهند، شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟
بخير.
ابو مهند من المملكة، من الأمانة العامة لمجلس التعاون الخليجي، رئيس مكتب براءات الاختراع. تشرف فيك.
الله يحفظك دكتورة. الصوت واضح الآن؟
اي صوت واضح الحمد لله.
زين الحمد لله.
يا هلا دكتور زيد شرفنا.
السلام عليكم.
يلا تبدأ
يا هلا فيك دكتور.
الله يحفظك دكتور زيد، شلونك؟ طمني عليك. يلا راح نبتدئ ان شاء الله، راح نبتدئ فعاليات المؤتمر.
مساكم الله بالخير وحياكم الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تحت رعاية سعادة الأستاذة أسيل المنيفي وكيلة وزارة المالية، نبدأ اليوم الأول لفعاليات المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الثالث لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال. أصحاب السمو والشيوخ والوزراء والشخصيات القيادية والخبراء الأفاضل، أهلا وسهلا بكم وأسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير. يعتبر هذا المؤتمر أحد المبادرات الخليجية للدكتورة هنادي مبارك المباركي، رئيس المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، والتي تسعى من خلال مبادرتها إلى التنويع الاقتصادي ورفع المؤشرات القياسية للدول الخليجية، وكذلك لنقل أفضل الرؤى المستقبلية والتطبيقات العالمية الناجحة في مجال الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا في المجتمعات الخليجية. وطبعا ما شاء الله يعني مبادرة جيدة من الدكتورة هنادي مبارك المباركي، ونقول نتمنى لها التوفيق إن شاء الله في هذا المؤتمر، ونتمنى لكم كذلك التوفيق. ونستهل حفل الافتتاح اليوم بكلمة سعادة الأستاذة أسيل المنيفي وكيل وزارة المالية، وينوب عنها سعادة الأستاذ سعد العلاطي، فليتفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا لك أخوي وأشكر الحضور جميعا. نبتدئ الكلمة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. إنه من دواعي سروري أن أرحب بكم جميعا في افتتاح فعاليات المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الثالث لدعم منظومة الابتكار والإبداع والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال، والذي نفتخر دوما بانطلاقته من دولة الكويت الحبيبة، ويعتبر المؤتمر امتداد لتلك الفعاليات الهادفة التي تنهض فيها المجتمعات الخليجية والمحلية والعالمية نحو النمو الاقتصادي والاجتماعي والتكنولوجي. أيها الحضور الكريم، لقد كانت دولة الكويت سباقة في الاستثمار التكنولوجي والتقنيات المتطورة والخدمات الافتراضية والابتكارية نحو التنوع الاقتصادي القائم على برامج الابتكار وبرامج ريادة الأعمال، وتماشيا مع رؤية دولة الكويت التنموية لسنة 2035 التي ترتكز على النمو الذكي المستدام والتحول الرقمي، لتصبح دولة الكويت مركزا مالي وتجاري جاذب للاستثمار على المستوى الإقليمي والعالمي، ومواءمتها مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة ل 2030. يعتبر الاقتصاد الرقمي استثمار طويل الأجل ارتكزت عليه الدول العالمية نحو التحول الرقمي، ويدخل الاقتصاد الرقمي في جميع مجالات الحياة الاقتصادية والتكنولوجية والمالية والأكاديمية والاجتماعية. ضيوفنا الكرام، نحن نعلم جميعا أن الدول لديها تحديات كثيرة في منظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا، ولكن في الدول الخليجية تختفي التحديات من خلال الانضمام إلى برامج مسرعات الأعمال وحاضنات الأعمال ومراكز الابتكار وريادة الأعمال، والحصول على الدعم المباشر اللوجستي مثل التمويل والاستشارات والتدريب. لذا تأتي أهمية هذه المؤتمرات العالمية عن طريق تبادل التجارب والخبرات العالمية الناجحة، وخلق شراكات استراتيجية في مجال الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا، وتوليد الأفكار والأدوات الاستراتيجيات الابتكارية للتطبيقات المستقبلية. أخيرا وليس آخرا، أتمنى لكم جميعا النجاح والتوفيق في أعمال هذا المؤتمر الذي نرجو أن تصبو قراراته وتوصياته إلى حجم المسؤولية الكبيرة الملقاة على عاتقنا جميعا من أجل توفير حياة كريمة مملوءة بالرخاء والازدهار لشعوبنا. وفقنا الله وإياكم إلى ما نحبه ونرضاه، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا للجميع.
شكرا للأستاذ سعد العلاطي. طبعا الذي أناب عن الأستاذ أرسيل المنيفي وكيل وزارة المالية. شكرا لك. والآن نرحب بسعادة الدكتورة هنادي مبارك المباركي رئيس المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Distinguished practitioners worldwide, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very much delighted to be here today to see more than 321 practitioners from 36 countries in this international virtual conference celebrating Entrepreneurship Week in conjunction with our event to leveraging the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. It is our honor for me to deliver this speech at this very important conference. First of all, I would like to thank all the distinguished excellencies. Developed and developing countries have significantly agreed that innovation is the strategic engine of digital economy and support the growth and expansion of modern economy. Institutions based on innovation and technology toward the growth and activate high efficiency accelerator programs, which have organization to adopt innovation strategy, accelerate the process of establishing a startup, and promote smart economy growth, and promoting innovation which significantly improved product, services, process, and a new organizational method in business practices. Smart programs are a long-term investment and vital tool for economic diversifications based on successful best practices that lead matrix of outcomes such as high rate of successful partnership and relationship, technology transfer and commercialization, as well as helping speed up funding and successful strategic planning, fostering the climate of entrepreneurship and innovation in smart cities. In addition, it's marketing R&D, technovation, and supporting technological entrepreneurship, which lead high rate of job creations, high productivity, high inventions with high survival rate around 90% and high rate of startup in the market. Thank you so much, and looking forward to meeting you in next year conference on November 13 to 15, 2023. خلصت.
شكرا للدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيس المؤتمر على هذه الكلمة. والآن نرحب من المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيق في صاحبة السمو الأميرة دعاء بنت محمد رائدة العمل الاجتماعي ومؤسسة شركة المهرة للتعليم، فلتتفضل مشكورة لتلقي كلمتها.
أهلا وسهلا في الجميع. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. أصحاب السمو والمعالي، دكتورة هنادي مبارك الفاضلة رئيسة المؤتمر ومؤسسة شركة إيكو سيستم، الأخوة والأخوات المشاركين معنا بالمؤتمر، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أوجه شكري أولا لكم جميعا على جهودكم الفاعلة لجمع رواد الأعمال وصناع القرار والأكاديميين لبحث ونقاش طرق دعم الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي. فإن للدراسات الجامعية والعليا مهمتان أساسيتان، الأولى والأساسية تقوم على الأبحاث والتعليم، والثانية تقوم على الابتكار والتأثير. وبذلك فإن التعليم الجامعي هو نقطة الانطلاق لدعم الابتكار، يساندها في ذلك الصناديق التمويلية بالتأكيد. إن مساهمة المشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة في الاقتصاد في بعض العالم المملكة والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية تصل عادة إلى 70%، مما يبرز أهمية تطور ونمو المشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة. وتطلع المشاريع الناشئة ومنها المشاريع الجامعية بدور كبير في تحقيق هذه المهمة. إن تكاتف الوزارات والمؤسسات وأصحاب القرار لتسريع وتيرة المشاريع الناشئة يعمل على إنشاء وتطوير مجتمع من المبتكرين والمبدعين، ولا تقتصر عملية بناء عقلية الابتكار على المشاريع الناشئة فحسب، إذ أن كافة القطاعات والأعمال قادرة على الابتكار عندما تتاح لها المعرفة الصحيحة والمعونة الفنية. فالابتكار هو المحرك الأساسي للتقدم الاقتصادي الذي يفيد المستهلكين والشركات والاقتصاد ككل. ولنشر ثقافة الإبداع والابتكار والقيادة لدى الطلاب والطالبات، تعكف وزارة التعليم على مواصلة تنفيذ البرامج والمبادرات والأنشطة التي تعزز مكانة البيئة التعليمية كبيئة جاذبة لريادة الأعمال. ووفقاً للإحصائيات الحديثة، بلغ عدد مراكز الابتكار وريادة الأعمال في الجامعات السعودية نحو 47 مركزاً. وتعمل الوزارة على دعم وتنمية منظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال في مختلف المجالات كأحد مستهدفات رؤية 2030 بهدف تعزيز مكانة المملكة التي تعد بيئة جاذبة للرواد والمبتكرين والمبدعين، وذلك من خلال تقديم قرارات ريادية للأعمال كمادة تعليمية في أكثر من 80% من الجامعات السعودية. وقد تم تنفيذ العديد من المبادرات التي تصب في دعم الابتكار وتعزيز مرونة ممارسة ريادة الأعمال، منها مبادرة تمكين الأستاذ الريادي ودراسة واقع الابتكار وريادة الأعمال، وتحدي الابتكار الجامعي للتنمية المستدامة، وكذلك مبادرة التحول نحو الجامعة الريادية وهاكاثون وزارة التعليم بالتعاون مع إكساغون، ومبادرة تنمية القدرات الريادية لطرح مقررات نوعية متخصصة في ريادة الأعمال ضمن التعليم الجامعي، إضافة إلى تنظيم عديد من ورش العمل المتخصصة لقيادة مراكز الابتكار وريادة الأعمال. وقد حققت المملكة تميزاً عالمياً في ريادة الأعمال وفق مؤشرات المرصد العالمي لريادة الأعمال 2021 و22، حيث جاءت في المرتبة الأولى من بين دول ال20 الG20 في مؤشري استجابة رواد الأعمال لجائحة كورونا والاستجابة الحكومية للتعامل مع الجائحة من بين 45 دولة، وكذلك المرتبة الثانية في عدد الشركات الناشئة، والمركز الثالث في نشاط ريادة الأعمال عند الشباب للعام الحالي. وأخيراً، فإن رؤية المملكة 2030 ما زالت تؤتي ثمارها على أرض الواقع، سواء في مجالي التعليم أو ريادة الأعمال، حيث تعمل على توفير تكافؤ بين الخريجين ومتطلبات أسواق العمل، خاصة مع وصول 5 جامعات سعوديات إلى القائمة التي تضم أفضل 200 جامعة على مستوى العالم. وخليجياً، فإن دولنا في وتيرة عمل متسارعة لضمان التمتع باقتصاد متقدم من أجل رفع نسبة الإنتاج المحلي ونسبة الاستثمارات، وذلك بتهيئة بيئة ومناخ اقتصادي داعم للابتكار وريادة الأعمال. ويعتبر الاقتصاد الناشئ في حد ذاته بيئة خصبة ومليئة بالفرص لريادة الأعمال، وعلى رواد الأعمال تفهم طبيعة التحديات الاقتصادية ومحاولة التغلب عليها بأفكار ابتكارية غير تقليدية. وبالتالي فالابتكار في الفكرة ومضمونها ومحاولة تطويعها لمواجهة التحديات، بالإضافة للقدرة على تسويق الأفكار الريادية بشكل ابتكاري وإقناع الآخرين بها، والسعي لتحقيق الربحية في أسرع وقت ممكن، من أهم متطلبات ريادة الأعمال. وختاماً، أشكركم جميعاً وأشكر استماعكم لنا، وأتمنى للجميع النجاح والتوفيق. وفقنا الله وإياكم لخدمة أوطاننا ومجتمعاتنا، وشكرا لكم.
شكرا لسمو الأميرة دعاء بنت محمد على هذه الكلمة، شكرا لك. ونرحب الآن في سمو الشيخ سالم القاسمي رئيس دائرة الطيران المدني وبرأس الخيمة طبعا، فليتفضل ليلقي كلمته.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Thank you for the warm introduction, for this opportunity to speak here today. A Chinese proverb says, when the winds of change blow, some people build walls and others build windmills. Innovation is simply a new idea or improving and enhancing the process of an existing one. At the Department of Civil Aviation in Ras Al Khaimah, our focus will always be upon more efficient services for the customers, and a safer and secure environment for all. That's the reason why we have instilled innovation and creativity as part of our culture values, to provide our employees with confidence and competence to tackle challenges in an everyday scenario. I value commitment to strategize innovatively with my team in the realm of customer orientation, technological integration, and efficiency of systems in place. When you are passionate about what you do, the business goes beyond current and future customer expectations. As a leader of my team, I also stress on the significance of keeping up with the rapid changes happening now and in the future. As Stewart Brand said, once a new technology rolls over you, if you are not part of the steamroller, you are part of the road. This is the vision of great countries that invest in ideas and motivate their nationals and residents to create concepts that help flourish the dynamic growth of nations. Innovation skills with integrated technologies will be the next most sought after talent by organizations that want to grow into a vibrant future. Department of Civil Aviation must innovate in order to identify best methods to win-win solutions. As contributors to the vision of the UAE government regarding celebrating Innovation Month every year, we decide to involve young, fresh minds from colleges and universities around Ras Al Khaimah. We gave them a stage to express their ideas, and with a monetary incentive in place, they came up with some great ideas. Bolton University Engineering Department came up with the winning idea for weighing scale trolleys that can check your excess baggage before you get to the ticket counter. This way, you could remove excess baggage and return it to your car. That then end up paying for excess and systems and necessary items as premium. Also, part of our corporate social responsibility, my team is creating awareness regarding the importance of social innovation through online and offline interactions with government departments, colleges, universities, and all other internal and external stakeholders. Albert Hubbard said, once machine we can do work of 50 ordinary men, no machine can do the work of one extraordinary man. Thinking outside the box to create value is one of our core principles. We have started to adopt artificial intelligence in many ways to streamline business and improve customer experience. Virtual assistant like chatbots and all our services through our web portal for better reach and communications. However, it's important that we move cautiously through the gamut of innovation, technology, and artificial intelligence, especially in aviation. We want to make sure that the projects we undertake are beneficial, efficient, safe, and secure. As Jill Stern put it, both optimists and pessimists can contribute to our society. The optimist invents the airplane, and the pessimist invents the parachute. I want to share with you the Department of Civil Aviation Ras Al Khaimah milestone in innovation. In 2018, we conducted the first innovation competition. In 2019, we formed the innovation committee, and we followed by launching a 24 e-service for approvals and permits, company registrations, visas, and more. A year after, we obtained an international accreditation of the standards for innovation management system ISO 56002 in 2019. Then later, we partnered with Ras Al Khaimah Municipality for the Innovators Challenge initiative held on the 24th February 2021. And after that, we launched all e-services online with the help of an assistant of a chatbot, and obtained also an ISO certification ISO 50001 energy management system. We would like to invite all aviation enthusiasts to access our services and begin their aviation journey. We look forward to welcoming you to this simplest platform. Thank you very much.
شكرا لسعادة طبعا الشيخ سالم القاسمي على هذه الكلمة. شكرا. ما زال مؤتمرنا قائم. نرحب الآن من دولة قطر في سعادة الشيخ الدكتور ثاني بن علي آل ثاني، عضو مجلس الإدارة للعلاقات الدولية بمركز قطر الدولي للتوفيق والتحكيم، فليتفضل مشكورا لإلقاء الكلمة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية أنا أحب أتقدم بجزيل الشكر للقائمين على المؤتمر الثالث لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال، وعلى رأس يعني القائمين على هذا المؤتمر سعادة الدكتورة هنادي المبارك، وعلى جميع الحضور المشاركين في هذا المؤتمر. بداية مصطلح الذكاء الاصطناعي ينطبق على الأنظمة التي تتمتع بالعمليات الفكرية، فيعمل على محاكاة الذكاء البشري، وذلك من خلال القدرة على التعلم والإدراك، ومن ثم استقلاليته في إحداث آثار ملموسة بعيدة عن إرادة المستخدم. فلقد جاء التطور السريع للذكاء الاصطناعي لتقوم الآلة التي يستخدمها الإنسان بتأدية الأعمال التي كانت قاصرة على عمله وحده، والتي نعدها أعمالا ذكية كفهم نص لغوي منطوق أو مكتوب، أو الألعاب كألعاب الشطرنج، أو إدارة المنشآت الصناعية، أو التدخل في العمليات والتشخيص الطبي، وغير ذلك من الأمور التي تستوجب التفكير والمعرفة والإدراك. وأثار هذا التطور السريع إشكالية المسؤولية القانونية لما قد يترتب من نتائج على ما يحدثه الذكاء الاصطناعي من آثار قانونية معينة قد تنتهي بأضرار بأشخاص آخرين. فهل معنى قدرة الذكاء الاصطناعي على التعلم والإدارة وإنجاز بعض الأعمال وإحداث آثار أنه يتحمل المسؤولية عن ذلك؟ وإن كان ذلك، فهل تلك المسؤولية تكون على الذكاء الاصطناعي أم على المستخدم؟ الحضور الكريم، أن تحديد المسؤولية القانونية عن آثار ما يحدثه الذكاء الاصطناعي يثير الجدل القانوني من عدة نواحي، وهو ما زال في أول الطريق لتحديد الطبيعة القانونية للذكاء الاصطناعي، وما إذا كان يعامل على الأساس استقلالية باعتباره ذا قدرة على التفكير والإدراك، أم أنه مجرد تابع للمستخدم، بما يجعله في هذه الحالة تنطبق عليه مسؤولية حارس الأشياء. والملاحظ أن الاتفاقيات الدولية والقانون النموذجي للتجارة الإلكترونية لم يتحدث بصورة مباشرة عن الذكاء الاصطناعي، وإنما أشار إلى رسائل البيانات التي يتم إنشاؤها إلكترونياً عبر أجهزة الكمبيوتر، كما تطرقت اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة بخصوص استخدام الخطابات الإلكترونية في العقود الدولية إلى الأفعال التي تقوم بها نظم المعلومات، أي الوكلاء الإلكترونيين. أما في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، فلقد اعترفت القوانين المنظمة للمعاملات الإلكترونية بالوكلاء الإلكترونيين وبصفة العقود التي يبرمها، وكذلك عرفت الوكيل الإلكتروني في القانون الموحد للمعاملات المتعلقة بصفقات الحاسوب. والجدير بالذكر أن أغلب دول الخليج لديها ودول الوطن العربي لديها قوانين خاصة بالمعاملات التجارية الإلكترونية، وكذلك لديها قوانين خاصة بحماية البيانات الشخصية لما يترتب على هذه البيانات والاطلاع عليها من مسؤوليات وقد اختراقات للخصوصية. وكانت النقلة القانونية النوعية التي حدثت بخصوص الاعتراف بالذكاء الاصطناعي هو قرار البرلمان الأوروبي في سنة 2017 حول قواعد القانون المدني بشأن الروبوتات بأن نتجه إلى ضرورة تطوير قواعد جديدة للمسؤولية تأخذ بعين الاعتبار مدى تطور الروبوتات وسيطرة العنصر البشري عليها. ونظرا لأن المسؤولية القانونية إنما هي نتيجة لما تتجه إليه إرادة الشخص في إحداث آثار قانونية معينة، ولكون الذكاء الاصطناعي لا تتوفر له الإرادة المعتبرة، فبالتالي لا يجوز إقرار تحميله المسؤولية. والأقرب من وجهة النظر التي تتوافق مع ما وصل إليه الذكاء الاصطناعي في المراحل الحالية هو الأخذ بأحكام مسؤولية حارس الأشياء. فالشخصية القانونية في الفقه الدولي هي الحق والأهلية في اكتساب الحقوق والقدرة على التصرف، وهي ميزة مقررة للإنسان أي الشخص الطبيعي بواسطة مجموعة من الاتفاقيات الدولية والإقليمية لحقوق الإنسان تتيح له القدرة على اكتساب الحقوق وتحمل الالتزامات. بينما الذكاء الاصطناعي يعتمد في أصله على الخوارزميات التي لها مدخلات ومخرجات لا يمكن أن تتم إلا بمجموعة من الوسائل المادية الملموسة. ولا شك أنه مع تطور قدرات الذكاء الاصطناعي سيكون من المهم والمناسب وضع نظام قانوني خاص به يقصد به تجنيب مصممي ومالكي ومستعملي الذكاء الاصطناعي من تحمل المسؤوليات القانونية عن قرارات وأفعال هذه التكنولوجيا، بحكم أنها قد أصبحت تقوم بمهامه بعيدا تماما عن سيطرتهم وباستقلالية تامة عنهم. وأنا أشيد بالمنظومة التي قامت بها الأمانة العامة بمجلس التعاون ومجالس الوزراء في دول الخليج بإنشاء إدارات أو جهات متخصصة في لجان متخصصة في الأمن السيبراني وكذلك حماية البيانات الشخصية. وإن شاء الله يصدر هناك قوانين خاصة بالإثبات في المعاملات الإلكترونية وليس فقط في المعاملات الإلكترونية التجارية. إن شاء الله أكون وفقت في كلمتي، وإن شاء الله نستمتع جميعا بكأس العالم بعد 5 أيام في دولة قطر، وتكون نسخة نموذجية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا لسمو الشيخ الدكتور ثاني بن علي آل ثاني على هذه الكلمة، ونتمنى التوفيق لأشقائنا طبعا في دولة قطر على تنظيمهم لبطولة كأس العالم. نتمنى لكم التوفيق إن شاء الله. نرحب الآن حضورنا الكريم في سعادة الأستاذ عبد الله صالح المزروع، مدير عام مكتب براءات الاختراع في الأمانات أو في الأمانة العامة عفوا لمجلس التعاون الخليجي، فليتفضل لإلقاء الكلمة.
شكرا جزيلا. بداية كل التمنيات بنجاح إن شاء الله متوقع لهذا المونديال المميز بإذن الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين أصحاب السعادة، سعادة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني باديا أن أنقل لكم تحيات معالي الأمين العام مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية الدكتور نايف بن فلاح مبارك الحجرف، وتمنياتي لهذا المؤتمر بالنجاح والتوفيق. أصحاب السعادة، ينظر لمنظومة الملكية الفكرية بمختلف فئاتها والحقوق المترتبة عليها على أنها الحاضنة المحفزة للابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال، بما يقود إلى امتلاك أصول نوعية تدفع بالاقتصاد المعرفي للدول إلى الاستدامة المنشودة. ويأتي اهتمام مجلس التعاون بالابتكار وما يرتبط به من ذكاء اصطناعي وريادة أعمال، وتقديم الدعم لهما والتحفيز والتشجيع عليهما انطلاقا من المادة 20 من الاتفاقية الاقتصادية بين دول مجلس التعاون لعام 2001. وفي هذا الإطار وبالنظر إلى المعطيات الإيجابية لمنظومة السوق الخليجية المشتركة التي أطلقتها دول مجلس التعاون في العام 2007، حققت دول مجلس التعاون الكثير من التطوير النوعي للبيئة التشريعية والتنظيمية والإجرائية لمنظومة الابتكار والملكية الفكرية وإنفاذ الحقوق المرتبطة بها، وما يقود إليه ذلك من تعزيز لمخرجات الابتكار والملكية الفكرية وريادة الأعمال وتطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي في دول مجلس التعاون، وتعظيم المحتوى المعرفي المستدام لهما، وهو الأمر الذي يساهم في تعزيز تصنيف دول مجلس التعاون في المؤشرات الدولية ذات العلاقة، ومنها مؤشر الابتكار العالمي GII. كما قامت دول مجلس التعاون بتعزيز حضورها الدولي من خلال انضمامها للمزيد من الاتفاقيات والمعاهدات الدولية ذات العلاقة، بما يساهم في توفير البيئة التشريعية التي تكفل للمبتكرين والموهوبين ورواد الأعمال في دول مجلس التعاون حصولهم على الحماية القانونية لابتكاراتهم واختراعاتهم على المستوى الدولي. من جانبها قامت الأمانة العامة مجلس التعاون بالعديد من المبادرات والأنشطة المشتركة الهادفة إلى دعم المخترعين والتشجيع على الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والتحفيز عليهما، ومن ذلك تبني الجوائز المالية وإقامة ورش العمل المتخصصة واستضافتها لمخترعين المخترعات من مواطنين دول مجلس التعاون للمشاركة في معارض الاختراعات الإقليمية والدولية لعرض اختراعاتهم وتبادل الخبرات مع المخترعين من مختلف دول العالم. أصحاب السعادة، قاد الحراك الحاصل في السنوات الأخيرة في منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال على مستوى العالم إلى عدد من التحولات والمستجدات، منها تنامي الاتجاه نحو التعاون البحثي والابتكار المفتوح، والذي يعتمد بشكل أكبر على البحث والتطوير المشترك بين معاهد ومراكز الأبحاث والذي يعتمد بشكل أكبر على البحث والتطوير المشترك بين معاهد ومراكز الأبحاث على مستوى العالم، وما يقود إليه ذلك من أصول ملكية فكرية عابرة للحدود. ومثل هذه التحولات المستجدات تصاحبها في كثير من الأحيان العديد من التحديات والمعوقات، منها التكلفة العالية للأبحاث والابتكار في استخدامات الذكاء الاصطناعي وغيره من المجالات، مثل مجال التقنية الحيوية واللقاحات والمستحضرات الدوائية وتوفير الحماية الفكرية لها. أصحاب السعادة، أختم بالتأكيد على أهمية دعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال من خلال الاستغلال الأمثل للطاقات الابتكارية والقدرات الإبداعية للموهوبين ورواد الأعمال، وتشجيع الاستثمار فيهما، وتوفير الأدوات والمناخ الأمثل والتحفيز الأكفأ، بما يقود إلى مخزون علمي راسخ وأصول ملكية فكرية نوعية يمكنان من المنافسة في الأسواق العالمية. معبراً عن وافر الشكر والامتنان لسعادة رئيسة المؤتمر الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على جهودها البناءة في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الدولي الهام، متمنيا لأعماله ومخرجاته كل النجاح والتوفيق، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لسعادة الأستاذ عبد الله المزروع على هذه الكلمة، ونتمنى لكم التوفيق إن شاء الله. والآن نرحب بسعادة الأستاذ أنس ميرزا، الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة الشركة الوطنية لمشاريع التكنولوجيا، فليتفضل لإلقاء الكلمة.
شكرا جزيلا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحضور الكريم، يسعدنا أن نشارك في هذا المؤتمر الطيب، ونشكر الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على دعوتها الكريمة للمشاركة في هذا المؤتمر. وحقيقة هو من المؤتمرات اللي احنا فعلا يعني نثمن طبعا جهود الدكتورة وفريق عملها، ونثمن المشاركين ومشاركتهم في مؤتمر فعلا يعني بحاجة إلى أن يستمر وبشكل دوري نظرا لأهميته في تطوير الاقتصاد الوطني وتطوير الاقتصاد المعرفي، سواء في دولة الكويت أو في دول المنطقة، واللي يبرز طبعا الحاجة الأكيدة إلى تضافر الجهود سواء المحلية أو الإقليمية أو العالمية للوصول إلى ما نصبو إليه على الأقل في دولة الكويت، اللي هو مسألة الابتكار ودعم منظومة الابتكار ودعم المبادرين وأفكارهم التي تتضمنها هذه الابتكارات اللي موجودة طبعا في الكويت مو من اليوم، من زمان، وشاهدناها في كثير من التجارب اللي مرت علينا خلال وجودنا وعملنا في الشركة الوطنية لمشاريع التكنولوجيا. طبعا احنا نؤمن ان من اهم عوامل دعم منظومة الابتكار وتطويرها هو خلق بيئة داعمة تضمن تحفيزها واحتوائها في جميع مراحلها، وذلك لضمان استمراريتها في حالات غياب الدعم المؤسساتي لها. وهذه البيئة ليست بالضرورة مرتبطة بزمان أو مكان، ولكن إيه هي المراحل الأولية دائما تكون مرتبطة بالأفكار وطريقة التعامل مع ظروف الحياة اليومية والقدرة على اتخاذ القرار ووجود الحرية في التنفيذ. وهي تبدأ في سن مبكرة جدا، لأن التربية المبنية على تحفيز الإبداع والتساؤل والتفكير والجرأة سوف تخلق لنا جيلا شغوفا بطبعه وفضولي في استكشاف العالم من حوله وغير متردد في طرح ومناقشة أفكاره. أضف إلى ذلك أهم شيء إحنا نرى في نظرنا يعني كشركة وطنية ومنظومة تدعم الابتكار في التكنولوجيا والاستثمار في التكنولوجيا، لازم يكون عندنا تواجد مجموعة من التشريعات الجديدة ودعم حاضنات الابتكار وبناء القدرات الوطنية المتخصصة، ومجموعة من محفزات للقطاع الخاص وبناء الشراكات العالمية البحثية، وتغيير منظومة العمل الحكومي نحو مزيد من الابتكار وتحفيز الابتكار في كافة القطاعات الوطنية الرئيسية مثل الطاقة والطاقة البديلة والنقل والصحة والتعليم والتكنولوجيا وغيرها طبعا. وهذا يجب أن يندرج ضمن استراتيجية وطنية للابتكار يجب تطويرها وتنفيذها بالتعاون بين القطاع الخاص والحكومي. لا يمكن أن يعمل القطاع الحكومي والخاص بمعزل عن بعضهم البعض، لأن القطاع الخاص دائما هو أساس الابتكار اللي تشوفه في دول العالم كلها، ولكن تجد في كثير من دول العالم أن هذه البيئة موجودة بحكم أن القوانين والتشريعات الحكومية تدعم الابتكار الذي ينتج عن القطاع الخاص. فهذا الشيء يجب أن احنا نشتغل فيه إن شاء الله ونتعاون مع أصحاب الخبرة في هذا المجال حول العالم. فبإذن الله تعالى يعني احنا من خلال هذا المؤتمر اعتقد النتورك اللي موجودة وأصحاب المعالي والشخصيات الهامة والبارزة في هذا المجال نتطلع إلى أن يكون في تعاون بينهم وبين المؤسسات العلمية والبحثية والقطاع الخاص يدعمون التوجه في تطوير استراتيجية وطنية لدعم الابتكار ودعم أصحاب الابتكارات ودعم المؤسسات البحثية التي تعمل في نطاق الابتكار. طبعا شيء وايد مهم احنا سويناه في الشركة الوطنية أن أسسنا ذراع متخصص بالتعليم والتدريب اللي هو سميناها الشركة الوطنية التعليمية، الشركة الوطنية لخدمات التعليم والتدريب. ونهدف من خلال هذه الشركة بالحقيقة إلى أن نطور فكر الابتكار ونحفز المبتكرين من خلال ربطهم بأصحاب خبرة عالميين وتعليمهم وتدريبهم على الأسس التي ينطلق منها الابتكار، ثم من الابتكار يصبح منتج ومن المنتج يصبح سكسس. فهذا الشيء احنا جدا يعني درسناه بعمق ووجدنا أن مسألة الابتكار في الوطن العربي ككل وبالعالم يمكن حتى تنطلق فكرة الابتكار ودعم الابتكار ودعم ريادة الأعمال من سن مبكرة. يعني لازم تبتدي بالمدرسة، ومن المدرسة تنتقل إلى الجامعة، ومن الجامعة تنتقل إلى سوق العمل. هي حلقة ما تقدر تقول أنا أبتدي لما يتخرج من الثانوية ولا لما يتخرج من الجامعة. هي لازم تكون هذه بلتن بالبرسوناليتي مال شبابنا وأطفالنا من سن مبكرة. عشان كذي ركزنا في شركة نست إن إحنا قاعدين نطور الحين مدرسة، وقاعدين نطور جامعة، وقاعدين نطور برامج تدريبية في آخر ما توصلت إليه التكنولوجيا والابتكارات اللي تحفز أصحاب الابتكارات أن يستخدمونها كبلاتفورم يبني عليها. إذا هو ما كان بالمدرسة أو بالجامعة أو بسوق العمل دخل في مجال فكر الابتكار، على الأقل it's not too late. في ناس للحين موجودة أعمارها كبيرة متخرجة جامعة بس عندهم فكر ابتكاري، بس هو يبي الإيكو سيستم. الإيكو سيستم عبارة عن either بلاتفورم، شيء يتطور من خلال البرامج التدريبية والتطويرية، منهج دراسي سواء في الجامعة أو في المدارس يدعم الفكر الابتكاري عشان نقدر نوصل إلى مجتمع يقدر يبتكر ويقدر يدعم المبادرين ويقدر يدعم هذا التحول التكنولوجي اللي قاعد نمر فيه كلنا. بالختام ما بأطول عليكم، ولكن أكيد أن العالم اليوم يمر في مواجهة تحديات وقوى متنوعة كالعولمة والتكنولوجيا وغيرها، وبالتالي وبسبب هذه المتغيرات يتحتم على المنظمات والمؤسسات أن تتجاوب بسرعة وتتفاعل مع هذه التغيرات السريعة من خلال إيجاد وتطوير السبل والحلول المبتكرة والتطور والنمو من خلال تضافر الجهود محليا وإقليميا وعالميا. وفي الختام نسأل المولى عز وجل أن تكلل جهودنا وجهود كل المشاركين بالنجاح بإذن الله تعالى، ونشكر القائمين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر، وكلنا أمل بأن هذا المؤتمر إن شاء الله تعالى يعني يؤدي إلى استمرارية التعاون بين كل المشاركين للوصول اللي تكلمت فيه في البداية، اللي هو استراتيجية وطنية لدعم منظومة الابتكار ودعم المبتكرين والمبادرين للنهوض في الاقتصاد الوطني والاقتصاد المعرفي في دولة الكويت. شكرا جزيلا ويحفظكم الله، وكل عام وانتم بخير إن شاء الله، ونشوفكم إن شاء الله على خير.
إن شاء الله. شكرا لسعادة الأستاذ أنس ميرزا على هذه الكلمة، نتمنى لكم التوفيق إن شاء الله. شكرا لك. نرحب الآن في سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور يوسف الرومي مدير جامعة الكويت السابق طبعا على هذه الكلمة، وينوب عنا سعادة الدكتور زيد دشتي، فليتفضل لإلقاء الكلمة للدكتور زيد دشتي عن جامعة الكويت.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على نبينا الهادي الأمين محمد وآله وصحبه أجمعين. الدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيس المؤتمر الافتراضي الثالث لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي لتكنولوجيا المعلومات وريادة الأعمال. السادة والسيدات الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية يسعدني أن أتقدم باسم جامعة الكويت بالشكر والامتنان لدعوتنا لإلقاء كلمة افتتاح المؤتمر الافتراضي الثالث لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال، الذي يعد عبر السنوات الماضية علما بارزا لتعزيز أوجه التعاون المشترك بين مختلف الجهات المحلية والخارجية في المجالات التي تعنى التنمية المستدامة ومتطلباتها، لا سيما فيما يتعلق بدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال. إننا في جامعة الكويت نسعى لتحقيق الرؤى وخلق الاستراتيجيات التي تعنى بتعزيز وسائل التكنولوجيا الحديثة في مختلف مراكز العمل الجامعية وكلياتها، إذ نعمد على خلق منظومة إدارية ومالية ونظم ذات جودة عالية داعمة لعملية التطوير تهدف إلى تحسين الأداء الإداري والمالي والخدمي من خلال استخدام تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي لتحقيق معايير الجودة ورضا المستفيدين ودعم البنية التحتية للأنظمة المعلوماتية وتطوير المنظومة الإلكترونية وجعلها واقعاً ملموسا. الحضور الكريم، يشكل التحول الرقمي ركيزة أساسية تستند إليها رؤية الكويت 2035. لذلك تسعى جامعة الكويت إلى اعتماد تقنيات ذكية ورقمية للارتقاء بخدماتها وتحسين جودتها، فضلاً عن تعزيز الكفاءة التشغيلية ودعم أداء القطاعات الرئيسية بالجامعة. كما تهدف جامعة الكويت إلى تعزيز إمكانيات المستفادين من خدماتنا وتلبية احتياجاتهم ومتطلباتهم التي تتوافق مع الثورة الصناعية الرابعة والتكنولوجيا الرقمية التي آمست تشكل خارطة الطريق للعالم وتطوره. ومن هذا المنطلق عمدنا إلى استخدام تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في المجالات الإدارية والأكاديمية والبحثية في الجامعة، والتي تمثلت باستخدام أنظمة المراقبة الآلية في الاختبارات الأكاديمية، وتفعيل أنظمة التعليم الإلكتروني بنوعية المتزامن وغير المتزامن خلال جائحة كورونا. واستكملت بتفعيل التوصيات الواردة في وثيقة الأمم المتحدة لأخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي، تلك التي جرى اعتمادها مؤخرا بالمؤتمر العام للمجلس التنفيذي التابع لليونسكو، والتي أيضا بإقامة الورش التدريبية المتعلقة بشرح. كما عمدنا إلى تفعيل رقمنة الخدمات الجامعية من خلال منصة سهل الموحدة للخدمات الإلكترونية، وذلك لتحقيق غايتنا المتمثلة بجعل جامعة الكويت جامعة ذكية متميزة بالتحول الرقمي. وأننا في الختام نتوجه بالشكر والعرفان لإدارة شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية لعقدها المؤتمر، ولكافة القائمين على تنظيمه من أفراد وجهات ساهمت في تعزيز نجاحه وحضوره لما بذلوه من مجهودات مثمرة. وأننا لنتطلع لإثراء الساحة المحلية بما يعزز أوجه التعاون بين مختلف الجهات المشاركة بالحضور. هذا ونتطلع لما سيخلص إليه المؤتمر من توصيات في مجالات الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي، التكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال، ليحقق محاور الخطة الاستراتيجية ورؤية دولتنا العزيزة الكويت وستضيفها. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا للدكتور زيد دشتي الذي أناب عن الدكتور يوسف الرومي مدير جامعة الكويت السابق. شكرا للدكتور زيد. الآن حضورنا الكريم كلمة لسمو الشيخ محمد الصباح رئيس شركة مايكروسوفت، فليتفضل ليلقي كلمته.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. في البداية أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لحضور ورعاة هذا المؤتمر الدولي العريق، وخص بالشكر الدكتور هنادي المبارك التي دعتنا لحضور هذا المؤتمر الذي يعنى مع رواد وأصحاب الاختصاص والعلماء في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي. السادة الكرام، اسمحوا لي أن أتحدث عن رؤية الكويت الجديدة 2035 التي تعمل على تبني وتطوير استراتيجيات التقنية المختلفة، وذلك لخدمة كافة المجتمع وخصوصا في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي. وكما كان لهذه الرؤية أهمية وأثر كبير في تغيير طبيعة عملي واستثماري في هذا المجال، فمن مستثمر في شركة ذكاء اصطناعي تتبنى خوارزميات ذكية تهدف لخدمة قطاعات محددة. والآن نحن بصدد العمل على إشهار الجمعية الكويتية للذكاء الاصطناعي والبرمجة الآمنة، والتي نهدف من خلالها لخدمة كافة القطاعات داخل وخارج الكويت تماشيا مع الرؤية. ونسعى بأن تكون الجمعية واحدة من أفضل المنظمات القادرة على قيادة التحول الرقمي، فنحن نحرص على تبني إطار عمل متكامل على مستوى الدولة مبني على أسس علمية مجربة لضمان تمكين جميع الجهات المعنية ورفع قدراتهم على إنجاز برامج ذكية ليتسنى لهم التغلب على كل العقبات التي تواجههم خلال تصميمها. وكما هو معلوم لكل مختص، فإن الخطوة الأولى في التمكين هي رفع قدرات المختصين وتجهيزهم. لذلك فإن أحد أهم أهداف الجمعية هو العمل على تقديم التدريب اللازم للعاملين على تطوير البرامج الذكية، وللمؤسسات المستفيدة من هذه البرامج القدرة خلق نقاط تفاهم وآليات تواصل بين الجهات من أجل ضمان نجاح تطوير وتبني هذه البرامج. وهنا أود التأكيد على أهمية دورنا في هذا المجال من خلال تبني واحد من أفضل دورات البرمجة لتجهيز مبرمجين قادرين على بناء تطبيقات متكاملة وآمنة باستخدام أحدث التكنولوجيا المتوفرة. ونحن كجمعية للذكاء الاصطناعي نولي البرمجة كل هذه الأهمية، لأنه كما يعلم الجميع هي حجر الأساس لنجاح أي تطبيق أو برنامج أو مشروع مهما كان نوعه أو طبيعته. طبعا وكما هو معلوم جميع مجالات الذكاء الاصطناعي متعددة، وعلى الأغلب كل باحث أو شركة في هذا المجال يختص في مجال معين ويركز عليه، ولكن رؤيتنا كجمعية تهدف لمساعدة جميع القطاعات، مما يحتم علينا عمل شراكات متنوعة لكي نتمكن كل هذه المجالات، ولكي نضمن بناء أنظمة تلبي احتياجات الجميع وتواكب التطورات والتحديات التي نراها في عصرنا الحالي. لذا نتبنى فلسفة الدمج أو التوافق ما بين القطاعات والتخصصات المختلفة، ذلك لأن أغلب التطبيقات أو حتى الأبحاث المتميزة تعتمد على عمل تكافلي بين مختصي المجالات المختلفة. ونحن بإذن الله في طور إنشاء أول مجمع بحثي مختص في الذكاء الاصطناعي، ومن أحد مشاريعنا الحالية هو إنشاء AI Toolbox لكي تمكن الباحثين والشركات من تطبيق الخوارزميات المختلفة من دون الحاجة إلى معرفة البرمجة وكتابة أي كود، بهدف البرمجة وتسريع عملية بناء الكود ولخلق بيئة خصبة لمجال البحث العلمي في شتى المجالات. وفي الأعمال أحد مشاريعنا الحالية لخدمة القطاع التجاري هو إنشاء منصة ذكية تأخذ عاتقها رقمنة سوق الجملة ولاحقا سوق التجزئة، ومن ثم استخدام البزنس انتليجنس للمزج بين الذكاء الاصطناعي لأخذ البيانات الخاصة في هذه السوق، حتى يصبح للذكاء الاصطناعي فيه دور كبير في اتخاذ القرارات وتحديد السياسات التسويقية والقاعدة في فتح أسواق جديدة بأقل جهد وتكلفة، بالإضافة لأنه يخدم الحكومة لقراءة السوق حتى يتسنى لها أخذ خطوات استباقية لقطاعات معينة. وهناك العديد من الأهداف والرؤى لهذه الجمعية لا يسعفني الوقت أن أذكرها، وفي الختام لا يسعني أن أشكركم على حسن استماعكم.
شكرا لسعادة الشيخ محمد الصباح رئيس المجلس، طبعا عفوا رئيس شركة مايكروسوفت، على هذه الكلمة. والآن طبعا تعتذر الدكتورة كوثر الجوعان رئيس معهد المرأة للتنمية والسلام على حضورها اليوم في هذا المؤتمر وعلى حضورها معنا في الأونلاين لدواعي طبعا صحية نتمنى لها السلامة إن شاء الله. والآن نرحب حضورنا الكريم في سعادة الدكتور طلال أبو غزالة المؤسس والرئيس لمجموعة طلال أبو غزالة الدولية، فليتفضل مشكورا لإلقاء الكلمة.
تأمرني أتكلم عربي ولا إنجليزي؟ لا شوي بعرف لغة إنجليزي، عندي شوية.
يفضل لغتنا الأم العربي. أنا
العربي. أنا تحت أمرك
مع احترامي لحضورنا الكريم. شكرا لك.
وسأحترم الوقت المقرر كما أمر. أنا عندي 5 دقائق بالضبط. أوكي. أنا أول درس كمبيوتر أخذته بحياتي كان سنة 65، وكان وقتها الجهاز اسمه داتا بروسيسور، ما كانش اسمه كمبيوتر. عقلي قال لي يومها أن هذا هو بداية لشيء عظيم ومش هو النهاية، لأن كان هذا الجهاز طوله أمتار وعرضه أمتار. فقررت أن أتابع هذه الثورة المعرفية الجديدة، ولذلك كتلميذ، أنا اليوم تلميذ وبكرة تلميذ وكل حياتي أتعلم، أنا كتلميذ قررت أن أصبح تلميذ متخصص بهذا المجال، وأدخلت أول أجهزة كمبيوتر إلى المنطقة وأنشأت عدة أشياء. ولكن ليش أريد أحكي القصة؟ ليس لأتكلم عن نفسي، إنما أقول كيف أن عملية التعليم لا تنتهي، وأن مشكلتنا في هذا العصر إنه نحن لم ندرك بعد أهمية هذه الثورة. أنا ترأست فريق الأمم المتحدة للتقنية المعلومات والاتصالات UNICT تاسك فورس سنة 2001، ووضعنا سياسة التحول بموجب الفريق اللي شكلته في الأمم المتحدة، التحول الرقمي. في الثمانينات، هذا بداية عم نحكي عن ثورة المعرفة، واللي هي الثورة الأهم من الزراعية والأهم من الصناعية، لأن الزراعية تتناول الزراعة فقط، الصناعية تتناول الصناعة فقط، المعرفية تتناول كل شيء، تتناول جسمنا أول نحن وعقلنا وقدرتنا الفكرية وقدرتنا الذاكرة وحياتنا ومدى عمرنا إلى آخره. ليس فينا شيء في جسمنا إلا سيكون موضع تطور بفضل هذه الثورة. لذلك أنا أقول أنها، وطبعا في الزراعة وفي كل شيء في الدنيا. وسأختم بموضوع بكثير بهمني اللي هو موضوع المناخ ودور هذه الثورة في المناخ. فإذا نحن نتكلم عن شيء ما زال العالم يعتبر أنه لكجري، إنه هو متعة أو شيء إضافي أو شيء حلو. هو المستقبل وهو البناء لكل شيء في الدنيا. لذلك إحنا دائما ننصح الشركات والعملاء، وبدأنا بأنفسنا في وقت أزمة كورونا الدنيا كلها تأثرت. إحنا أحسن فترة في حياتنا كانت فترة كورونا، لأننا كنا تحولنا رقميا وصرنا مؤسسة رقمية. ما بهمني وين جالس الموظف ولا شو عمل، لأني أنا أشتغل بالفضاء الرقمي. فهذا مثال على ما تعلمته. بعد ذلك إحنا أصبحنا يا سيدي في مرحلة الآن هي المستقبل. مستقبل الثورة كان لي شرف إنك بلقاءاتي، أحد لقاءاتي بالثمانينات مع بيل جيتس، أن سألته بكلمتين أو 3 أعطيني وصفك لهذا القرن، مش العقد، يعني لنهاية الألفية. ماذا تسمي هذه الألفية؟ قال الذكاء الاصطناعي. الذكاء الاصطناعي هو المرحلة المتطورة الجديدة والتي يجب أن تدرس في الابتدائي بالصفوف الابتدائية، مش بس بالمتخصصين في التقنية، وتدرس في كل الصفوف، لأن كل شيء في الدنيا سيتغير بالذكاء الاصطناعي. وعلينا أن، ولذلك كمان أقول إحنا طبعا نفخر بأننا أنشأنا أول مصنع لأدوات التكنولوجيا، من كمبيوتر وموبايل سمارت فون في كل المنطقة. أول مصانع 4 صاروا. وأيضا أنشأنا كلية الأولى في الدنيا، وما بنخجل إحنا نقول بدنا نسابق العالم، مش نلحق بالركب العالمي. أنشأنا أول كلية في الدنيا لا تخرج بحفظ امتحان، تخرج باختراع، والطالب الذي لا يخترع لا يتخرج. هذا نموذج جديد من التعليم. في دقيقة أختم وأقول المستقبل هو للإبداع والابتكار والاختراع الرقمي، ليس أي شيء آخر. هو ما سيجعل وجعل أكبر شركات الدنيا هي الشركات الرقمية، وهو ما سيحقق النمو للدولة. ليس للدولة خيار في بناء اقتصادها ومستقبلها وحمايتها لنفسها وأمنها سوى التحول الرقمي. شكرا جزيلا. 5 دقائق بالضبط.
شكرا لك دكتور، شكرا على هذه الكلمة الارتجالية، ونتمنى لك التوفيق صراحة. شكرا لك يا دكتور.
شكرا لتكريمي بأن أكون معكم.
حياك الله. طبعا نرحب الآن في سعادة الدكتور طارق الشيخ، ممثل الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، فليتفضل مشكورا.
شكرا أخي الكريم، والسلام عليكم جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أكون معكم اليوم في المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الثالث لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال. وأود في البداية أتقدم بالشكر لكل المشاركين وللدكتورة هنادي المباركي على تنظيمها لهذا المؤتمر الهام، ولحكومة دولة الكويت ولكافة الحكومات الممثلة في هذا المحفل الهام، والذي يتوافق مع أولويات التي سطرتها الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة في أجندتنا المشتركة للتحول الرقمي وما بعد الجائحة. لابد أن أذكر بعد ما أيضا سمعته من كافة المشاركين قبلي والكوكبة المرموقة التي تحدثت قبلي، وخاصة سعادة الدكتور والأستاذ الكبير طلال أبو غزالة وكافة المشاركين، نرى أن الأهمية للاستخدام الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وغير ذلك لخدمة المواطنين وخدمة سكان هذا الكوكب. وأكبر مكان والمكان الفضاء الذي نتعاون ونعمل فيه هي المدن. المدن هي التي تقوم من خلالها بتوفير كافة الاحتياجات الحياتية. ونظرا لأن أكثر من نصف سكان العالم اليوم يعيشون في المدن، وبحلول 2050 سيعيش حوالي 7 من 10 أشخاص في المدن، وتمثل المدن أكثر من 70% من انبعاثات الكربون في العالم و60% من استهلاك الطاقة. وقد أدى التحضر السريع إلى تحديات إضافية مثل الفوارق الاجتماعية وازدحام المرور وتلوث المياه وما يرتبط بها من قضايا صحية وتعليمية تزيد من الفروقات. وحيث أننا نسعى لكي يكون العمل المناخي من أساسيات في إدارة حياتنا، فإنه يمكن للحكومات والبلديات أن تستخدم تكنولوجيا المعلومات والذكاء الاصطناعي والاتصالات بالاقتران مع الطاقة المتجددة وغيرها من تكنولوجيات البناء لبناء مدن أكثر ذكاء وأكثر استدامة لمواطنيها. لن يجدي أن نتحدث عن الذكاء والابتكار إذا لم ننزل إلى المناطق التي تصل للمجتمع وتلمس الإنسان واحتياجاته لتسهيل حياته وتوفير الرفاه والمساواة، وجعل العمليات والخدمات الحضارية أكثر كفاءة وتعزيز قدراتها التنافسية، مع ضمان تلبيتها لاحتياجات الأجيال الحالية والقادمة، أيضا فيما يتعلق بالجوانب الاقتصادية الاجتماعية والبيئية والثقافية. وعلى الرغم من أن المدن التي يتم توصيل جميع النظم والخدمات الحضرية فيها غير موجودة حتى الآن، فإن العديد من المدن التي في طرقها إلى أن تصبح مدنا مستدامة ذكية، وهي تعتمد على تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات والذكاء الاصطناعي وغيرها، لتعزيز كفاءة استهلاك الطاقة، إدارة المخلفات، تحسين الإسكان والرعاية الصحية، وتحسن تدفق حركة المرور والسلامة، والكشف عن جودة الهواء، وتنبيه الشرطة إلى الجرائم التي تحدث في الشوارع، وتحسين شبكات المياه والصرف الصحي، والتعرف على الأعطاب بصورة أكثر ذكاء. وأيضا جعل المجتمعات الريفية أكثر ذكاء واستدامة، يمكن أن يحسن نوعية حياة سكان الريف ويساعد في تحقيق الأهداف التنمية المستدامة. تعتمد التنمية على البنية التحتية للاتصالات المستقرة والآمنة والموثوقة والقابلة للتشغيل البيني لدعم حجم هائل من التطبيقات والخدمات القائمة على تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات. فضاء الخدمات البلدية هو فضاء متشعب ومتشابك، ويحتاج إلى نظم وتقنيات أكثر قدرة واستخداما للمعلومات. ولذلك فإن التطورات الأخيرة فيما يخص إنترنت الأشياء Internet of Things والذكاء الاصطناعي والتوائم الرقمي والروبوتس والشبكات الذكية والعدادات الذكية كلها تقود وتدعم تطوير مدن وحياة ودول أكثر ذكاء وسهولة لتوصيل الخدمات للمواطنين والمقيمين. الإنترنت الأشياء في إشارة إلى شبكة من أجهزة الحوسبة المتنامية ولن أشير إليها، ولكن لدينا أيضا الذكاء الاصطناعي على سبيل المثال يسمح بتحليل مجموعات كبيرة للغاية من البيانات بشكل حسابي للكشف عن الأنماط التي تستخدم لإثراء عملية صنع القرار في البلديات وتعزيزها. مثلا الشبكات الذكية في إشارة إلى شبكات الإمداد بالكهرباء التي تستخدم تكنولوجيا الاتصالات الرقمية للكشف عن المتغيرات المحلية في الاستخدام والتفاعل معها، تساعد على تحسين استخدام الطاقة على الوجه الأمثل في المدن. ويمكن العدادات الذكية وأجهزة الاستشعار الذكية المزودة بعناوين بروتوكول الإنترنت أن تنقل معلومات عن استخدام الطاقة من جانب المستخدمين النهائيين إلى مورد الطاقة، مما يتيح المستخدمين النهائيين مزيدا من التحكم في استهلاكه. وأيضا التوائم الرقمي يساعد في عناصر أخرى، والروبوتكس تنطوي على استخدام الروبوتات والمركبات الجوية بدون طيار في المدن، المساعدة في دعم تقديم الخدمات المختلفة. إننا في إطار الاتحاد الدولي للاتصالات ولجنة الأمم المتحدة لأوروبا وموئل الأمم المتحدة أنشأنا المنصة العالمية بشأن مبادرة متحدون من أجل مدن ذكية لدعم السياسات العامة وتشجيع استخدام تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصال لتسهيل وتيسير الانتقال إلى مدن ذكية مستدامة. ويدعم المنصة 14 هيئة أخرى تابعة للأمم المتحدة. وقد وضعت مبادرة متحدون من أجل مدن ذكية مستدامة مجموعة من مؤشرات الأداء الرئيسية للمدن المستدامة، مما يتيح للمدن تحديد جميع الأهداف والتحول إلى ذلك. إن دمج التكنولوجيا الناشئة لدعم التحولات في المدن الذكية أمر حيوي، وتستكشف مبادرة متحدون من أجل مدن ذكية مستدامة اعتماد مختلف التكنولوجيات المتقدمة بما فيها سلسلة الكتل والتعلم الآلي والتوائم الرقمي والذكاء الاصطناعي. وقد أطلقنا مجموعة من التقارير بشأن هذا المواضيع، وتقوم أيضا مبادرتنا متحدون من أجل مدن ذكية مستدامة من خلال مجموعاتها الموضوعية بإعداد مجموعة من التقارير ومبادئ توجيهية بشأن مجموعة متنوعة من المواضيع والخمس حلول منصات المدن الذكية المتكاملة، الحلول المبتكرة للمدن ومبادئ تنفيذ الذكاء الاصطناعي في المدن، إلى جانب المبادئ التوجيهية للمشتريات لإنشاء المدن الذكية. وإدراكا لتأثير وأخيرا إدراكا لتأثير جائحة كوفيد على عمليات الانتقال إلى المدن الذكية، ندرس مبادرات أخرى من حيث أيضا حالات الاستعمالات المتعلقة بإنعاش الاقتصاد لتعزيز القدرة على الصمود في المناطق الحضرية. إننا نسعى ونؤكد أن الأمم المتحدة بكافة مؤسساتها ومنظماتها قادرة ومستعدة للتعاون مع كافة الشركاء لتأسيس وترسيخ دور الذكاء الاصطناعي ودور الابتكار فيما يخص التحول الرقمي نحو حياة أفضل لكافة المجتمعات وفي كل دول العالم. أشكركم شكرا جزيلا على الدعوة وعلى مشاركتنا في هذا المؤتمر الهام ومع هذه الكوكبة اللامعة في هذا المجال. شكرا جزيلا لكم وشكرا مرة أخرى لقائد هذه أو مدير هذه الجلسة وأيضا للدكتورة هنادي المباركي على تنظيمها هذا المؤتمر. شكرا جزيلا لكم.
شكرا لسعادة الدكتور طارق الشيخ ممثل طبعا الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة على هذه الكلمة. شكرا لك. حضورنا الكريم، كل شكر لسعادة الشيوخ والوزراء والشخصيات القيادية والخبراء على تشريفهم لنا في المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الثالث لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال. وطبعا كل شكر للدكتورة هنادي المباركي على تنظيمها لمثل هذا المؤتمر ومدى الاستفادة من هذا المؤتمر. والآن نبتدئ مع أولى فعاليات المؤتمر وهو المحور الأول للمؤتمر، أفضل الممارسات لمنظومة الابتكار. وتتفضل الدكتورة هدى الخزيمي أستاذة الأبحاث بقسم الهندسة بجامعة نيويورك بأبو ظبي ومديرة مركز جامعة نيويورك بأبو ظبي للأمن الإلكتروني لإدارة الجلسة، فلتتفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا أستاذ محمد. سنكون مع
كيف فقدنا الدكتورة؟ فقدنا الاتصال مع الدكتورة هدى الخزيمي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شو أخباركم؟ يعطيكم العافية. سموح منكم. أتوقع الاثنين تسمعوني صح؟ أستاذ أحمد؟ أوكي. اليوم احنا بنتكلم بشكل سريع لمدة 10 دقائق فقط حتى نفتتح الجلسة الحوارية الحالية عن كيف ممكن إن احنا نعمل driving economic efficiency through building communities and practices. ما أعرف إذا تقدرون تشوفون الشير سلايدز مالي. بسم الله عليكم. لأن الحين أنا فقدتكم شوي. بس أعطوني دقيقة. أوكي. أوكي، أتمنى أنكم تشوفوني. نتكلم اليوم عن كيف أن إحنا نعمل economic efficiencies أو نحفز المسرعات الاقتصادية من خلال الابتكار. وكيف أن الابتكار يعتبر من العوامل المحفزة للموضوع. شكرا أستاذ أحمد على التعريف. أنا بمشي بطريقة سريعة على أساس نتكلم أن كيف الابتكار كان من العوامل التي عملت تحولات اقتصادية مهمة حول العالم. لما نشوف المحفز الأساسي الاقتصاد العالمي هو يتمحور حول ما نسميه بالجي دي بي، الجروس دومستيك برودكت. بس بالنسبة للاقتصادات العالمية اللي هي تعتبر من أكثر نسميها الستيبل ايكونوميز، فإنها ما تعتمد بشكل أساسي على الجي دي بي. ونحتاج إن إحنا ننظر بأسلوب أكثر دقة لما يحفز النشاط الاقتصادي في هذه الدول. ما يحفز النشاط الاقتصادي ما نسميه total factor of productivity أو العوامل المتكاملة للإنتاجية. والعوامل المتكاملة للإنتاجية في دول مختلفة نفس ما أنتم شايفين هنا معانا تعتمد على الفيزيكال كابيتال، تعتمد على الهيومن كابيتال، تعتمد على الانوفيشن. فبالتالي احنا اساسا نحفز اقتصاد متسارع يحتاج منا ان نركز على التكنولوجيا والابتكار بشكل محوري واساسي. من أجل تحفيز الأسواق والاقتصاد، مستويات الاقتصاد المختلفة في البلد، ومن أجل أن نبني نوع من الثقافة والمجتمعات حول هذا الاقتصاد. لما نشوف الدول المتقدمة اقتصاديا عالميا من منظور الGDP، نشوف أن الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والصين في تقدم مستمر، ولكن إذا شفنا من هذه الدول اللي هم يصرفون بشكل أساسي ومتسارع وكبير في قطاعات ريسيرش والديفلوبمنت، البحث والتطوير، نشوف أن هذا موجود في دول مثل ساوث كوريا، إسرائيل، اليابان، فنلندا، السويد والدنمارك. هذه الدول تعتبر الملكية الفكرية هي الملكية الفكرية أو الملكية الإنتاجية في الاختراعات وفي الابتكار هي من أهم المؤسسات المحورية لهم. فإحنا عندنا نوع من المسكونسبشن أن الابتكار يأتي بلو ريتيرن اوف انفستمنت، انه يجي بس من الجامعات، انه يكون restricted للبزنس، وهذا غير صحيح. innovation ecosystems مهم ان احنا نبنيها، مهم انه يكون فيها flow of capital او يعني نوع من تسويق لرؤوس الاموال، ونوع من طريقه تملك الملكيه الفكريه بشكل عام. الدول التي قامت من نكبه كوفيد اللي شفناها كانت دول ذات عالية التوتال فاكتور اوف برودكتيفيتي والR&D، واحنا بهالاسلوب نعمل انلوك للايكونوميك ريزيلينس. فاحنا ما بكلمكم الحين بشكل كبير لان ما عندنا وقت، وما حابه اني اخذ من وقت السيشن للناس اللي بعدي. ما حابه اتكلم باسلوب كبير عن بقيه التوك. نتكلم عن الفاينل اجندا اليوم. نتكلم بشكل كبير عن I would like to give the floor to Jeffrey F. Fennikel, President and CEO of International Economic Development Council, to talk about the next session. Jeremy, please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Mr. Finkel, دكتورة هدى.
I am here.
دكتورة هدى.
I am here.
Yes, Mr. Finkel, how are you? But let me see. How are you? How is Paris with you?
Paris is wonderful. It was nice talking to you this morning.
Yes, yes. How are you, Jeffrey? Sorry for this. I thought you are going to be automatically on the next loop. So Jeffrey is the president and
دكتورة هدى، إذا تكرمتي حضرتك تديرين التراك، بس لو تقدمينهم ورا بعض لأن بعد فيه بعدين مستر كراشنا.
أوكي، أقدمهم كلهم مع بعض؟
لا الحين تقدمين مستر جيف وبعده يكون كراشنا.
Yes, so Jeffrey Fennikel he is the president and CEO of the International Economic Development Council from the USA. Is going to be with us today on 2 consecutive sessions. Jeffrey, the floor is yours. Please go ahead. I don't want to keep you more because it's your time is critical.
Great, thank you very much. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Loud and clear, it's very visible. Thank you so much.
All right, great. So I'm pleased to be with you all again today. I believe this is the 3rd conference that I've participated in, and I've enjoyed each of them. The first thing I do want to point out is I am no longer the president and CEO of the International Economic Development Council. I was in that role for 36 years and stepped down in February. But I am currently, as was just noted, living in Paris, and I am a consultant for the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, otherwise known as the OECD. What I am going to talk about, and I loved the presentation before me because they were full of facts, they were full of statistics, and one could understand exactly what was going on in R&D spending, and that was very impressive. I'm going to talk about what's going on in the implementation of innovation, or what's going on in our local economies to the best that we can discern. And I'm going to talk about two issues during this presentation. The first one is the basic tenets of economic development and the challenges for economic development. And when I say economic development, I'm basically talking about what are those things that we achieve at a subnational level, and the issues that we are faced with in terms of implementing job growth, income growth, and capital investment, oftentimes done through government programs or public-private partnerships. And that would be our definition of economic development is the creation, retention, expansion of jobs, development of local tax base, and the enhancement of wealth. So our basic tenets, one of the things that we are trying to achieve through economic development is creating a policy environment that allows us to achieve those economic goals that I was just talking about. You know, how do we improve the quality of life within a community? How do we create wealth? And when I say create wealth, I'm not necessarily saying how do rich people become richer, but rather how do we spread wealth among all of our citizens, even the poorest of the poor. They too have a goal of wealth in their lives. The economic development efforts that I work with, those issues focus on talent. And by the way, in most all OECD countries, and in particular in the United States, of which I am most aware, issue of talent is of extraordinary importance. Where do we get the workforce of the future? Where is the workforce of the present? The United States in specific is almost at an all-time low in unemployment. If you're willing to walk into an employer and show up on a regular basis, you're almost guaranteed a job. And the question that many companies are asking themselves right now is, where do we find employees that will stay? Where do we find employees that will grow with us? And that is a real pressing issue, particularly in this rather hot economy. Now, that doesn't mean the economy doesn't have some faults right now. Clearly, inflation is creating issues, and employee turnover is creating issues, but employers are moving production very quickly, or they're moving sales very quickly, and they need employees to do that. Second, the issues of economic development include how do we increase investment so that we are in a competitive place? How do we increase our tax base? The U.S. has a different tax climate than many other countries in that local governments keep a fair amount of their taxes to pay for local services. A place like Great Britain, for instance, is more likely to collect taxes at the national level and distribute it to subnational governments. So local communities are trying to enhance their tax generation. In the previous presentation, you saw a discussion of tourism and tourism trade. Many communities are trying to do that. And we're also trying to increase the quality of place. Place-based strategies, how do you keep employees, how do you keep citizens, and how do you have a tourism strategy that is based on revitalization? And then many communities are focused on their public-private partnerships. So why is sound economic development policy so important? Well, the first thing we've noticed is that many countries are focused on globalization and how do they keep a larger amount of their production, or how do they bring more production to their local economies? And we saw during the pandemic, not that we're completely out of the pandemic yet, but our supply chains were significantly attacked, not by any external forces, but frankly by the pandemic itself. Many products were not capable of being moved because of the issues of illness, the issues of lack of employees being able to show up at work and continue production. And that created some real supply chains. And what we learned from that was our supply chains were so elongated that we need to think about how to shorten them. And in some cases, that will lead to more protectionism. The second thing we know about our economic development policy is that we have had a lot of natural and man-made disasters, and they're disrupting local economies. And we need to figure out how to prevent some of these disasters. That doesn't mean we're going to be able to stop a hurricane, but we can stop a hurricane from doing as much damage as they've done by thinking about infrastructure resiliency. How do we keep our electric lines up? How do we keep our telecommunication system working? How do we build better seawalls so those seawalls aren't breached and causing massive damage? And then we have man-made disasters. What's going on in Ukraine right now is the rebuilding efforts that is going to take billions of dollars and years of work to deal with the disaster in Ukraine. And then we have the issues of social exclusion, or people at the bottom of the ladder, and how do we work in economic development to solve some of those issues. We have found, and I'm going to focus on the states again, that our changing demographics and our lack of higher wage jobs has increased disparities in the US, the skills gap that is making it harder for people to advance. I'm old enough to remember that you used to be able to walk out of drop out of high school, walk out of high school and go get a middle-class job and live very happily. That is not the case anymore. You need advanced skills in order to be successful in our economy of today and the economy of the future. Now, my last point is that economic blight, which is pervasive in many countries, it does discourage investment. So we need to focus on place-based strategies as well. So in the 21st century, we've also are analyzing what does it take for companies to make locational decisions. And they're looking for places where they're going to get their highest return on investment. And so many communities are trying to figure out, how do they improve their economic performance? How do you quantify that economic performance? And how do you retain quality jobs? Do you bring the cost of business down? Do you subsidize businesses, which we've seen some states and some countries do in order to make that effective? It is a difficult question that many countries, subnational governments are dealing with. So what are the challenges to economic development today? Well, the unemployment rate, which is what I talked about further. How do you help companies deal with their return on investment? How does a company show up in a community where the economy is already booming and they have to hire employees at the highest wages they've ever considered in the past? Those are some of the challenges that economic development organizations are dealing with. Now, I talked about incentives a couple of minutes ago. Some communities, some states, some governments are trying to figure out, how do you bring down the cost of doing business in communities? Some places are figuring out how to train employees, taking that burden off of companies, taking that burden off of the public in terms of the public education system, so that they have a good cross-section of qualified people to help companies. So the last point that I'm going to make is, and then how do you sell the value of economic development internally, externally? We've discovered that economic development organizations have to sell and tell their story better so that companies understand what they can get and how they will be served if they come to a particular place. We need to engage and educate citizens, stockholders, civic leaders, elected officials, leaders on what the role of economic development is in their communities. We need to continue to have communication so that companies, people know what the Economic Development Organization can do. And we need to remind people that there are metrics that we undertake to take on these. So these metrics are important so people understand what the bottom line is. As I indicated at the beginning, this is not the first time I've had the opportunity and pleasure to participate in this conference. I want to thank you again for having me, and I hope the rest of the conference only gets better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey. That was very valuable and insightful indeed. Do you have any question from the audience before we go to our next speaker? I do have a question for you, Jeffrey. What would be your priority number one to activate this year for proper economic development?
Well, I think, and it kind of depends on what seat you're sitting at, but without a doubt, the number one issue is how do we prepare more people to enter the workforce? We still and I think this is probably true in most localities, most countries, there are people that are unprepared to go to work. They may not have had good jobs in the past. They may have not had good job skills. They may not have good attendance at going to work. And we need to address those issues in order for those places to be more successful, to have greater GDP. And GDP we refer to on the national level, but I would also argue you need a good gross domestic product at the local level as well. If you, there are many cities in Great Britain, France, where I'm sitting today, certainly the United States and Canada, that they don't have good education programs, they don't have good colleges, they don't have good community colleges, and as a result, there is more poverty in those places. How do we take those people who live in those communities to a higher and more successful enjoyment of their lives, better income through education?
Thank you so much, Jeffrey. So we have one last question from Yad Nibras, and he's asking what the best places for higher ROI. Are they one of the cheap skilled workers, or are we have to check other factors? I think you've answered that already and said high skilled jobs. But what are the high factors for what are the factors for higher ROIs? Maybe in less than 1 minute because we have to jump for the next session.
Every community if you're locating a facility, you need to think about what are the most important things to your company, and you need to grade those. A factory is going to have a different set of factors than a headquarters operation, and you need to pick those places based on the skill sets you're looking for.
Perfect. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you for your very insightful conversation here.
Thank you.
See you
very
next
much.
in the next presentation. Thank you so much. So now we are going to channel to Krishnan Naganathan, and he's the founder and CEO of Think Horizon Consultants. And today he's going to join us from India. Krishnan, the floor is yours by all means. Let's just not delay.
Thank you. And can I present my, share my presentation. Yep.
We see it. We don't see the slides yet. Yeah.
I'm not sure why.
See your link then. I think people could connect.
Yep, sure.
Okay, now
you
we
can see it now.
Perfect.
Yep.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Again, thanks very much for having me for the third year in running, and I'm really happy that you've chosen to have me here. I'm going to talk on a slightly different topic than what Jeffrey talked about. Jeffrey talked about some very important factors at the national level. As a practitioner, I thought I will share my experiences with how organizations are actually managing innovation. So what we have done is we have looked at innovation, and as you all know, innovation is something that is very result oriented. It is not a process alone. It is a very result oriented. It has process and it has outcomes. So innovation is about how do you is about delivering value for clients. So that's the basis from which I want to start the talk, saying that let's look at innovation as something that is tangible, that's an outcome based. Now, if we look at innovation, we've discovered that it actually goes through multiple phases. You start from having some vision about what you want to achieve, the vision for a future, something that you want to, something you think will create value for clients or the world. And then you ideate and generate ideas, you select them, you develop them, you validate them, you commercialize them, and you scale it up. All of these are very important steps of any innovation process. But having said that, with the innovation, you always have the big challenge. Innovation happens when you are working on, or you're developing something, you're developing a solution that is desired by customers. It's feasible to produce and ship it out to customers. And finally, it is viable. So innovation happens when you have desirability, feasibility, viability, all merging together. It's not just about feasibility. It's not just about viability. It's not just about desirability. You need all of them. So some of the solutions that you might be working on could be desirable, but might not be feasible or viable. Some of them could be feasible, but customers might not desire them. What we find with the way organizations and startups especially are focused on innovation is forget about this message. They focus on one or two aspects of it at the most. You're sacrificing desirability, you're sacrificing feasibility or viability. So you produce something, you actually raise money and work and spend energy on creating solutions that are just one of them. So even if you have a great innovation process, unless you make sure that your product is desirable, it's feasible or viable, you're not going to have a great innovation outcome. And that's why what we found was that it is not just sufficient to have a process, but also combine the process with very clear interventions at the right time. For example, you need to make sure that desirability is something that you consider very early in the process. You need to consider desirability when you're selecting an idea, not just selecting the solution, but selecting the idea. You need to make sure that desirability is the center of development process, and it's also part of your validation. The next one, when it comes to feasibility, you start looking at feasibility as soon as you selected an idea and take it through the and it is valid, and you validate feasibility throughout the process, including in commercialization. And finally, the viability is something that you consider when you start including in develop stage. Now, you might say that, okay, these are all very good ones and it's ideal ones. But how do you do that? All of this is done by actually engaging with customers. You engage with customers during the select phase. You engage with customers during the develop phase. You engage with customers in the validate phase, and you engage with customers in the commercialize phase. You engage with customers in every stage of your development process, but what you engage with them has different purposes throughout the innovation process. So when you are looking to engage with customers at the first stage, at the stage of setting out your vision for innovation, you actually do that by engaging them in scenario planning and visioning. The customer's views are very important part of your engagement process, even in the visioning. And that can be done by the scenario planning process. But when it comes to sourcing of ideas, to engage with the best efforts of sourcing ideas happen if you have an open innovation process. By which we mean that you collect ideas, not just from your internal ones, but not just your own ideas, but also go out to the market, go out to customers, go out and figure out what are the things that are important, what are the technologies that are happening, what are the things that are coming up. So it's all done along with customers. So engage with the world in actually even generating ideas, not just doing it yourself. When it comes to selecting ideas, the engagement with customers is to actually identify, is the problem real from a customer perspective? Are they really interested in it? We might be very interested, and all innovators are very interested in their problems. They are invested into it. They feel very passionate about the idea that they are working on. But is it something that is important enough for the customers? How do you do that? That you do by engaging with customers. And you can do it with multiple ways. You can look at creating customer value canvas. You can look at the customer personas, identify the job to be done, engage with customers for interviews, engage with customers on hypothesis testing, and actually decide what you need to do based on customer inputs, not your inputs. So most of the startups, when I engage with them, I ask them one question: how many customers have you met to validate your idea? And that's a very, very important one for any innovation to succeed. But when it comes to develop, and that's a stage when you start actually engaging with customers most. You start by testing low fidelity prototypes with customers. You don't need to actually produce a product to actually test with customers. You can do it with very, very low fidelity solutions. It can be brochures, it can be models, and anything like that. It's just something that you can get feedback from customers. You can test it with minimum viable products that don't fully work, but can be worked. There are a huge number of tools that we use that can be used in the develop stage without spending enormous amount of money, enormous amount of energy and time. You can actually validate if your problem can be solved and if the customer going to value it. So a lot of things can be done in the develop stage to actually engage with customers and do it. In fact, this is the stage where I recommend most people to spend time with customers and do it with what you could call as evaluative experiments. And with customers, evaluate your solutions multiple times, do multiple pivoting. So do a lot of cycles throughout your develop process, and do it along with your customers. That's very, very important part of developing any innovation. Before you come to the next phase is about validating your solution. A lot of innovators, by the time they come to it, the validation phase, they have actually developed the full product. And that's a mistake people are doing. You are not living yourself with enough time, with enough money and enough effort for actually including customer inputs into your design, into your development cycle. So the validate phase is actually done with prototypes, not with finished products. You do field testing with prototypes. You do manufacturing evaluation with prototypes. You do supply chain evaluations with prototypes. And very importantly, you do a business model evaluation with prototypes. By the time you come to business, the validate phase, you must have a very, very robust business model identified for your innovation. It is after validating that you actually develop a marketable product. It is not before validation. You don't develop the full product before you validate. You validate and then develop the final product. So till the best innovators actually succeed because they are doing a lot of prototyping, testing it with customers, making sure that it actually meets something that is very important for customers, making sure that the supply chain can work, making sure that the partners are in place, making sure that there's a business model that is going to work. Then they are sure that something can succeed. Until this stage, the cost, if you look at it, you would have spent minimum. It is only after the validation phase that you have significant cost of a project. So you can actually plan out your that's when you prepare your investment readiness case. That's when you go and raise money to develop and grow this further. The next phase is commercialize, where you are actually looking for validating the customer repeatability. How can you acquire customers consistently? Are customers willing to pay the real price? Are you able to industrialize? Is your ecosystem making money? Is the technology being stable? All of those questions come at the commercialized phase. At the commercialized phase, you're still not scaled up the business. You're only proving that this is a business that can be scaled up. This is a business that can make money. A lot of innovation business gets stuck here. They are unable to prove that they can make money. They are unable to prove that the ecosystem can make money. It's not sufficient that the company makes money. The ecosystem should make money for an innovation to succeed. Your partners need to make money. The supply chain needs to make money. Your customers need to make money with your innovation. Otherwise, your innovation is not going to succeed. So very, very important that you systematically evaluate that your network and everything makes money during the commercialization phase. And that brings to the final phase, which is scale up. This is where you do value chain building. You industrialize a product or service offering, build production lines, secure web infrastructure, building the ecosystem partners, and building the value chain for scale. This is the time where you make big marketing push, because by this time you have proven that you can make money. By this time you have proven that there is unit economics, and you're working on building a robust channel, you're industrializing the go-to-market strategy. This is all the time for building the growth model. How does growth happen? Can you build the right team? Ensure that you have the right team for sustaining growth and transition it into a business unit, not as an innovation anymore. How do you embed operations excellence into it? I keep one of the things that India's most successful entrepreneur, businessman, Mr. Mukesh Ambani keeps saying is that no operation is viable unless you embed operations excellence into it. That it's extremely efficient, that's extremely reliable. So these are some of the things that you do to actually make sure that innovation is streamlined. So we have actually developed a tool called the 9 stages of innovation and it's a free tool for people to assess their project. So they can actually go and look at, are you doing all of this effectively? Is there something that we can learn? Is there some important steps that we are missing out? What are the things that we should be doing? So this is a free tool that we have released for any innovator to use. So please feel free to use it. It's www.9stagesofinnovation.com. We chose to put our knowledge out in the market, and anybody is free to build on this one. So I'm happy to take questions at the end of it. These are some of the things that I thought that I will share because I believe that success with innovation comes not just by building products, but by making sure that your customers are part of your success.
Thank you, Krishnan. Great timing indeed. And bringing customers to be part of the co-designing journey is very important. Any questions for Krishnan before we conclude the session? I'm gonna look at the Q&A. I think we have one question from the audience. I believe we have already answered that question. If we don't have questions, yes, Dr. Hanadi.
Yes, hi, Dr. Huda. We don't have a Q&A from the audience, just we have open discussion between the speaker. If Mr. Finkel want to speak with Mr. Krishna and with you, more than welcome to discuss any point.
Perfect. Mr.
Krishna, did you have anything? What is the future of innovation ecosystem in the MENA?
I think
in comparing to India.
I think it is MENA is doing a fantastic job with innovation. I must say that. The government has to play a huge role in enabling innovation, and that is where the Middle East is doing a wonderful job. The government is playing the role of building the ecosystem, and so I have been involved with in some role with the Saudi Arabian government, and I can tell you that they are doing a fantastic job at building innovation. And similarly, in the Middle East, all the nations are doing a fantastic job of building the ecosystem and playing the enabler role. I can tell you from the Indian experience, a small government initiative called the UPI, the Unified Process for Interface for Financial Transactions, created such a huge impact on financial transactions and allowed people to innovate like crazy. So we probably have the best payment system in the world today, at the lowest cost payment system. The amount of business innovation that has happened because of that is tremendous. And that happens only because the government plays an important role in innovation, in creating the ecosystem. So I would say that the biggest role has to be from the government in creating the ecosystem, in allowing people to actually innovate. I would think that if governments can do that for green solutions, to meet energy transactions, because some of the investments there are huge, and that's not going to come from individuals. And when you create those technology, you must be open source for everyone to exploit. That's when massive amount of innovations will happen. So I think those are some of the priorities for governments to create the ecosystem and allow people to innovate around some core things that the government provides for people.
Great. In fact, all the government, specifically in GCC, as well as the other countries, is playing a vital role in supporting innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystem based on launching plenty of initiative, launching many funds, and also opening different type of a program, establishing universities, establishing innovation and entrepreneurs and accelerators programs, incubators program. There are plenty of, you see the booming.
You're right. You're right, Dr. Hanadi.
Of establishment, as well as specifically if we are put in between quotation mark the UAE, they having their own plan about AI for 2050 and for 2070 in Oman, in Saudi Arabia in 2035. All those initiative, all those plans is just taking their country from one destination to another destinations based on the innovation, based on digital economy, using we call it a smart program. The innovation and other program we call it is a smart program. Then they leveraging the countries from one step to the other step. Now, no more for the tradition economy. The most important now, all the people working to transformation to digital economy. Digital economy mean the main pillars in the digital economy is the innovation.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Dr. Hanadi, اسمحي لي, I will have to drop right now. So I'll just put my last points of additions here. Thank you so much for this. I think, as we have said earlier, Jeffrey and Krishnan and Dr. Hanadi, to have an innovation ecosystem, you need to enable innovation investments and flow of capital. You need to innovate in an ecosystem-wide capacity, not just in one initiative or two initiative on acceleration platform. We need to have the funds of funds model, and we need to make sure that we have the systems of ownership aligned so we can ultimately receive the final investments that comes out of this innovation model. Thank you so much for your time, and I will have to drop right now. We'll see you in the next iterations. And before I'm dropping, I think, is it safe, Dr. Hanadi, to just transition to the next session?
Yes, please go ahead and give the mic to Krishna. He will chairing the sessions.
Perfect. So the next session is about the hero journey for investors and entrepreneurs. Krishnan, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Huda. This session, luckily now we have 10 minutes more than it's supposed to. We are starting the session early. We have 5 speakers. So we will use that additional time for question answers and discussions rather than increasing the time. So we have 5 speakers that are lined up for this one. And we will start with Professor Dr. Khadija.
Yes, unfortunately, Mr. Krishna, Dr. Krishna, Dr. Khadija have emergency matters cases, health case in the hospital. Unfortunately, she been mourning with us in the opening ceremony, and suddenly something has happened in their family, and she is in the hospital. And Mr. Adil, unfortunately, he have infected by some viruses, and he cannot talk. He have a videos because he is one of the heroes from the Kuwait, presenting or having many inventions in the engineering aspect. Then we can jumping to Alia. I think Alia or Dr. Hayat is with us. They will sharing their experiences and starting.
Yep. So Alia, if you're ready, you can actually start and start the presentation.
I think Alia is there. Alia is there.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
I will.
You start, and you have a time to presenting your presentation. You can open the camera to see your, yes. No, this is your notes. We're seeing your notes, Alia. hide your notes. Share the screen. Use the green bottom of share screen.
Yes, we can see your screen. So.
Okay. Can you hear me well?
Yep, we can hear you well.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good day to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all doing well. So today I will take you to an invention journey that was made in-house by Amr Al-Jabri and General Directorate of Residency and Foreign Affairs. So first of all, allow me please to introduce myself. My name is Alia Al-Blushi, technician and specializing in fostering a culture that is suspicious to innovation, experienced with a research method and service scenarios. So now let's start with our first invention that made in-house by the government of General Directorate of Residency and Foreign Affairs. It's a security invention for document inspection. So this device can examine official documents such as passport, visa, and other official documents within audit offices at ports, border, and concerned authorities. What makes this invention special? It aids in deterring criminal development in foreign document which in turn contribute to achieve the vision of United Arab Emirates in terms of safety and security, and its strength, the economy and tourism in the line with UAE orientation and creativity and innovation. And as we see, this device has 2 patents from United Arab Emirates and United States. The invention we use the invention in ports and border, UAE mission abroad, visa offices such as Amr offices, General Department of Residency and Foreign Affairs in United Arab Emirates, United Arab Emirates Ministry and Police Command, document testing laboratory. And the vision of security invention had 3 steps. We already achieved the step 1 and the step 2. It was experience innovation at management level. The step 2 was using innovation in government and private sector. The step 3 was we reached to achieve it, transition from local level to regional and global. And this invention serves competitive indicators, which is 2021 plan of Dubai, strategic objective of authority and UAE vision agenda of 2021, United Arab Emirates vision, and global competitiveness indicators. And the project result has fast service for the traveler. It's ensure the transfers and speed of document data to the authority. It has accurate data and reduce document screening time while the traveler is present. A futuristic platform headed by the United Arab Emirates, tourism development and automatic registration of the passenger database. And finally, the invention adds value. It's enhanced security and safety, a statistic of suspicious and forget passport on a daily basis from all United Arab Emirates border and residence management, identifying forget documents easily and a timely manner, raising the efficiency of the employees of the Federal Authority for Identity and Citizenship in detecting false passport. And finally, it reached a strategic goal to create an international system headed by United Arab Emirates. And also, I would like to share with you the invention has it's helped us to achieve the first place in invention certain at Dubai Government Excellence Award in 2020-21. So now, thanks to hear me.
Thank you very much. You've actually managed to finish earlier than the time for you. Any questions to Alia, please? Can I ask you a question? How many people were involved in this innovation? How big was your team?
It's made by Amr Al-Jabri, employee of our department in innovation.
Okay.
This invention is by some employee working in the same organization, and he prepared to present this innovation. He registered this patent in USTO, and he received many appreciations about this invention. And he preferred to present it in these sessions with respect with others. I think now we will shifting to Dr. Hayat. Dr. Hayat, you can present her. She is also a leading inventors worldwide, is not only in Arab countries. She will present around 20 minutes. She have plenty of time, but she have little difficulty except the apology from Dr. Hayat. She will speak in French, but the presentation in English and the translation in Arabic will be on the channels, translation channels, if anybody want to listening for the presentation in Arabic. And if we want to read in English, you can read the slide with Dr. Hayat. Dr. Hayat, the floor is with you, except my apology, Krishna, to present her because she is a very, very leading women and inventor worldwide. Go ahead, Dr. Hayat. We are honoring to have you in this session.
Thank you, Dr. Hanadi. Bonjour tout le monde. Mesdames, Messieurs, permettez-moi tout d'abord d'adresser mes vifs remerciements au Dr. Hanadi Al-Ombarki et tous les membres de son équipe afin d'organiser cet important colloque international. Mesdames, Messieurs, c'est un grand honneur de présenter devant vous 3 inventions. La première invention qui a résolu le problème de l'acide phosphorique polyé, qui est la matière principale des engrais chimiques et qui représente une production de 90% à l'échelle mondiale, l'acide phosphorique de voie humide. La deuxième invention qui a résolu le problème de la forte utilisation des engrais chimiques et les pesticides dans l'agriculture et ses impacts sur le sol et la nutrition de l'être humain. La troisième invention qui a résolu le problème du phosphogypse et ses impacts environnementaux. L'acide phosphorique est obtenu selon 2 voies. La première voie, c'est la voie thermique. Cette voie et qui représente juste une production qui varie entre 5 et 10% à l'échelle mondiale, permet l'obtention d'un acide phosphorique pur, mais c'est une voie très coûteuse. Pour cela, la voie humide représente environ 90% la voie d'obtention de l'acide phosphorique. Mais malheureusement, cette voie donne un acide phosphorique très riche en impuretés de différents types, des impuretés minérales, des métaux lourds et des composés organiques. C'est la raison pour laquelle environ 95% de cet acide produit par cette voie est utilisé comme fertilisant ou pour la production des engrais chimiques. Comme le montre le tableau suivant, pratiquement l'acide phosphorique de la voie humide renferme ou il est constitué de tous les éléments du tableau périodique. Afin d'élargir sa gamme d'utilisation dans d'autres domaines, cet acide polyé, il existe plusieurs méthodes de purification, telles que plusieurs méthodes de purification telles que l'extraction liquide-liquide, la flottation ionique, l'absorption sur charbon actif, mais ces procédés sont très coûteux et compliqués. Pour cela, la question qui se pose, peut-on élaborer d'autres méthodes plus efficaces et plus économiques pour la purification de l'acide phosphorique? La réponse est oui, par la découverte d'une terre siliceuse appelée chert et sa valorisation. C'est une terre qui se trouve entre les couches phosphatées et qui est très abondante et qui est considérée comme un déchet lors de l'extraction du phosphate. Lors de ma visite au gisement de phosphate au sud tunisien, Gafsa, en tant que chimiste, j'ai été attirée par une couleur de saleté contenant des grains brillants, présents sous forme de très grosses tasses à côté du phosphate extrait. J'ai appris que c'est une sorte de déchets et qui sont jetés lorsque le phosphate est extrait. J'ai décidé de prendre un échantillon de cette saleté et de faire l'analyse. J'ai la surprise que cette saleté contenait 80% de la silice active. Et dans cette période, les industries phosphatées importent des milliers de tonnes de la silice active pure avec la devise. J'ai décidé de faire des manipulations à l'échelle laboratoire en variant la quantité de cette terre siliceuse et les mêmes manipulations avec la silice active importée. Le résultat est très surprenant. L'utilisation de cette terre siliceuse qui est rejetée et considérée comme un déchet sont beaucoup mieux qu'avec la silice active pure importée pour la défluoration de l'acide phosphorique et l'augmentation de sa production. Puis j'ai passé à des essais à l'échelle semi-industrielle, puis un essai industriel. Nous avons obtenu des résultats beaucoup mieux qu'avec le produit importé. Pour cela, nous avons substitué la silice active pure par cette terre siliceuse qui nous a permis 3 types de gains. Un gain économique qui se traduit par une production avec un plus de 30 600 tonnes d'acide phosphorique et 25 millions de dinars par mois. Un gain social des dizaines de chômeurs créent leur projet en exploitant cette terre siliceuse short et le vendre sous forme des sacs en poudre à l'industrie phosphatée, et un gain environnemental qui correspond à la valorisation des millions de tonnes de déchets. La deuxième invention, c'est la production d'un engrais bio complet en valorisant les déchets. L'application intensive de tels fertilisants, surtout partout dans le monde, tient surtout compte de leur efficacité à libérer rapidement les éléments fertilisants et à augmenter les récoltes à court terme. En effet, l'utilisation des engrais chimiques a permis d'augmenter de manière très importante la productivité agricole et les rendements. Toutefois, le contre-coup de cette action immédiate est la contamination possible et les dangers sur la santé et l'environnement, en étant responsable d'une forte contamination des nappes phréatiques par infiltration, une régression et une dégradation du sol qui perd 2% en moyenne annuellement sa fertilité. Particulièrement les femmes rurales qui ont un rôle primordial à jouer dans le secteur agricole et qui ne sont pas conscientes du danger de ces produits qui entraînent plusieurs maladies telles que l'empoisonnement, maladies de poids et des allergies, maladies de peau, même le cancer. L'axe principal de cette invention est de permettre la mise en œuvre d'un nouveau produit bio qui permet d'une part l'établissement de sols fertiles et durables et d'autre part une production végétale biologique. En retournant au sol, l'engrais bio complet riche en éléments nutritifs, en énergie, en oligo-éléments subit une biotransformation. Il peut renouveler, réhabiliter et reconstruire les sols dégradés, puisque dans ce produit, on trouve tous les mécanismes potentiels pertinents au rétablissement de la fertilité du sol. Ces engrais bio sont constitués de 2 parties, les déchets végétaux et les déchets animaux. Et ils sont riches en éléments nutritifs, en énergie et en oligo-éléments. Tous ces éléments jouent un rôle très précieux dans la formation et le maintien d'un sol fertile et l'obtention d'une production biologique. Nous avons appliquer cet engrais bio complet dans un champ de tomates, comme le montre le vidéo suivant qui correspond à un reportage réalisé par la chaîne de télévision Euronews. Et aussi, comme le montrent les photos suivantes du champ de tomates. En conclusion, cette invention nous a permis 3 types de gains qui dépassent 100 millions de dinars par an, un gain de santé, production des légumes et fruits bio, en plus la protection des travailleurs et un gain environnemental, renforcement du sol et la restauration de sa fertilité. La 3e invention concerne la valorisation du phosphogypse. Malheureusement, pour produire 1 tonne d'acide phosphorique, on produit en même temps 5,4 tonnes de phosphogypse, qui correspond à une production annuelle estimée à 200 millions de tonnes à l'échelle mondiale. La production que se pose donc, où peut-on stocker toute cette quantité? Prenons l'exemple de la Tunisie. Notons bien que la situation se ressemble à la plupart des pays producteurs de l'industrie phosphatique. Par exemple, dans la région de Gebs sud-tunisien, presque 29 000 tonnes de phosphogypse par jour de plus que 30 ans est jetée directement dans la mer. Quelles sont les conséquences de cette façon de rejet ou de stockage? Malheureusement, des lixiviaires acides, une catastrophe environnementale avec une forte pollution marine, comme le montrent les photos suivantes. En plus, certaines maladies et anomalies causées par cette pollution, telles que les malformations chez surtout les nouveau-nés et aussi le cancer des poumons et d'autres maladies. Devant tous ces dangers, il faut trouver une solution pour minimiser au moins cette catastrophe environnementale surtout. Vous voyez, selon ce tableau qui représente une composition chimique du phosphogypse qui est produit selon une voie humide, ce déchet est composé essentiellement du gypse qui est presque 75%. Pour cela, la possibilité de valoriser ce déchet est forte et logique, surtout dans les matériaux de construction, l'industrie du gypse. Alhamdulillah, nous avons arrivé à trouver une combinaison adéquate entre ce déchet et les déchets de palme qui nous a permis de réaliser le projet MEMA, Maison écologique modulaire autonome. Cette invention qui correspond à la valorisation du phosphogypse a permis maintenant de lui classer, après avoir été classé comme déchet dangereux, elle est devenue une sorte de déchet non dangereux et valorisable dans plusieurs domaines tels que l'agriculture et les matériaux de construction. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you very much, Hayat. Are there questions? Can you take some questions? I have a question for you. Those homes, are these now regularly done?
Possible in France.
Are these so has this commercially been successful, building homes with phosphogypsum? There's a question from Dr. Samira as well.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Hayat, and I'm very pleased with the actions that you are taking. But I would like to know if there are any regulation regarding environmental impact assessment of the industry to make sure of the environmental effects of any products. Thank you.
Dr. Hanedi, if possible, we are translation in French or Arabic, if possible.
I mean, are there regulations regarding environmental impact assessment before producing any products to make sure it will not have any negative impact on the environment or the society?
السلام عليكم دكتورة. الدكتورة بتسأل حضرتك بتقول لك هل في أي دراسات أو أي شيء اتعمل عشان التأثيرات الضارة للمواد اللي حضرتك ذكرتيها في الاختراعات بتاعتك؟ في أي سايد إفكتس، في أي مضار أو أي شيء؟
بخصوص أي اختراع منهم، لأنه ممكن هي ربما هي الدكتور أيضا كريشنان نجانتن يتكلمون حول مادة الفوسفوجيبس.
Dr. Samira, are you asking about the phosphogyps one or which one exactly? Can you just be more precise, please?
Dr. Samira, the question is, she wants to know if there is a specific product about which you are asking this question. Can we be specific with phosphogypsum, please?
الفوسفوجيبسيم يا دكتورة، لو ممكن حضرتك توضحها أكثر.
أتكلم بالعربي أو فرنسي؟
Any. I can translate from Arabic to English. Okay.
Okay. احنا نعرف انه على مستوى الانتاج الحامض الفسفوري اللي هو الماده الاساسيه لصناعه الاسمده الكيميائيه، لانتاج طن حامض فسفوري في نفس الوقت ننتج 5.4 طن من الفوسفوجيبس، وتقريبا انتاج يقدر على المستوى العالمي ب 200 مليون طن من الفوسفوجيبس. هذا الفوسفوجيبس بحكم جاي من الفوسفات، لانه هو لما ناخذ الفوسفات لاتاك افيك الحامض السلفيري او لاسيد سلفوريك يعطينا الحامض الفسفوري اللي هو لاسيد فسفوريك ويعطينا الفوسفوجيبس. للاسف الفوسفوجيبس يحتوي تقريبا على عدد كبير جدا من الشوائب، ولكن نسبه 75% تقريبا جبس، ولكن لم يتم تثمينه تقريبا بحكم الكميات كبيره جدا من انتاج هذا النوع من الفضلات. غالبيه الدول التي تنتج الصناعه الفوسفاتيه يتم رميه سواء في البحر او ردمه تحت الارض، يعني طرق اللي هي مضره جدا بالبيئه. بالرغم من انه الفوسفوجيبس اضافه انه يتكون من 75% من جيبس اللي نجموا نستعملوه في مواد البناء خاصه، ولكن ايضا يحتوي نسبه من بيدوسان، يعني يحتوي نسبه من الفوسفات اللي نجموا نستعملوه في الفلاحه. احنا التجربه اللي قمنا بها حكم الكميه كبيره جدا، يعني استعملنا جزء من الفوسفوجيبس في قطاع الفلاحه اللي هو مباشره بعد كل موسم فلاحي يتم حرث الارض، يتم يعني في كسامات رمي هذا الفوسفوجيبس في الارض ويتم حرثه لانه فيه فائده، لانه فيه نسبه معينه من الفوسفات، ولكن النسبه الاكبر استعملناها في لصناعه الماتريو دو كونستركسيون للبناء. واحنا عندنا في تونس شبه هي جزيره قرقنة، وكنا خلينا نعملوا التجربه، وهو مشروع يعني في الحقيقه يعني مشروع ضخم ودخلت فيه حتى برشا شركات، ولكن الفكره كانت من عندي انا في الاصل. وقدرنا انه الفوسفوجيبس لما يتم خلطه الفضلات النخيل يعطينا دي ماتريو دو كونستركسيون يعني قويه واللي تنجم تكون يعني باز نتاع البناءات، وبالطريقه هذيك قدرنا نعملوا المشروع ما يسمى بمشروع ميما. اتمنى اني اجبت على السؤال. لا أعرف.
اللي هم عايزين يسالوا عليه بالظبط انا هترجم كله، بس هل لي اي اثار بيئيه؟
طبعا هو لا بعد تثمينه ما عنده اثار بيئيه، ولكن قبل تثمينه هو بحكم يحتوي، لانه للاسف في كل البلدان على غرار تونس يتم رميه في البحر. يعني تصور انت في البحر يوميا يتم رمي الاف عشرات الالاف من اطلان فوسفوجيبس في البحر. فوقع نوع من التصحر البحري وقتل الثروه البحريه وانقراض عدد كبير جدا من انواع الاسماك، وسبب كوارث بيئيه كبيره جدا. وهذيك علاش احنا لتفادي ذلك قلنا بحكم هذا التركيبه الكيميائيه لهذا النوع من الفضلات يمكن تثمينه، وقدرنا فعلا انه ننجح في تثمين هذه الماده. ومع العلم انه كان مصنف نوع من الفضلات الخطره. الان اصبح بعد ما نجحت العديد من التجارب في تثمينه اصبح يعني يعتبر نوع من الفضلات العاديه بحكم وصلنا انه نجم نثمنوه.
What Dr. Hayat said, like this is one of the waste materials that produced from the industry, and it used to create huge environmental problems when they dump it on the sea or dump it on the ground. And what they did, they just right now they transform it to be used as fertilizers when it comes to agriculture, and using it, the phosphogypsum, to be one of the construction material, either as it is or when they mix it with some of the palm trees waste as well. So they use it as construction material. And according to her, she said like no any environmental concern right now, either to use it as a fertilizer or to use it as construction materials.
Thank you very much for the translation, and thanks for the response. Now we go to the next speaker. Can I invite Muhammad Abdul Salam to present his presentation, please?
Thank you so much. My pleasure. I hope my presentation is on the screen. Think so.
Yes, we have it on the screen.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, colleagues, and my students and everyone there. It's a great opportunity to be with the giants that we usually used to say. My presentation today, the title is a little bit weird. It's from abracadabra to eureka. First, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Abdul Salam. I used to call myself like man of the world because like I highly educated in Egypt. I got PhD from in Shams University in Egypt. And after that, I immigrated to Canada, where I live there right now. I got another PhD in nanomaterials, physical chemistry. And then I joined the King Abdulaziz University. King Abdulaziz University is one of the leading universities worldwide. And it helped us a lot because like whatever we dream about, they try to make it true for us. For that reason, like we have a lot of accomplishment regarding my research work. Abracadabra is one of the things that the people used to say. It means like I will create when I speak. If you would like to change dust to gold, you just say abracadabra. If you would like to cure a person, you say abracadabra. So abracadabra was used a lot during the ancient time. After that, we had what we call it eureka. Eureka, everybody knew about what happened with Archimedes, okay, when he jumped out of the bathtub and they said eureka, and he ran naked on the streets of Athens because he realized one of the important thing, it's make a milestone. He's thinking that when he jumped inside the bathtub, the volume of the water came out exactly the volume of his body, and by measuring the weight of his body and the volume, he can determine the density. of himself. And that's what happened exactly when the king at that time had a problem with his golden crown. So Eureka, he changed the abracadabra to thinking. It's scientific thinking. That's all what we need. And scientific thinking, since that time, we call it like evolution of science. The people start to think about everything around them rather than think it's something like witchcraft or anything else. So it changed the world from abracadabra to be Eureka. The time passed and we have a lot of invention based on the Eureka. One of them, like we knew Isaac Newton, when he think about the apple, why the apple didn't fly up on the sky or doesn't go right or go left, it just went down because of the gravity. And at that time, Isaac Newton was he thought in a Eureka way. He think and he created all the gravitational laws that till now we still using them. Another example for the Eureka is James Watt. When James Watt saw the kettle, the lid of the kettle is moving up while his mother boiling the water, he started to think this is mighty change in the water. When we change the water molecule or the 1 mole of water from liquid phase, which is 18 ml, to the gas phase, its volume increased more than 1,500 times. And that he used that one to build the steam engine changed and creates the industrial revolution worldwide, not just in England, worldwide. So those people and a lot many like them, they start to think in a Eureka way, not abracadabra. This is not ghost, this is not genie. It's we have to think this way. And it comes after that a lot of inventions that came by mistake, but the people think about it. One of them is the potato chips. Okay, the penicillin, same way, like he discovered that the penicillin is killing the bacteria. And the microwave, it was also invention by mistake. Like the guy he invented, he have the microwave Megatron, he's working with it, and suddenly the chocolate in his pocket start to melt. So he knew there is an effect, heating effect due to the microwave. We have as well the Post-it note. The company, 3M company, asks the guy to make a very, very thick glue. At the same time, he made a glue that is easily, you can take it out and you post it at the same time. We have cornflakes, same way. We have the non-stick pan, the Teflon. The guy was trying to make, to replace the tetrafluorocarbon that is very bad for the environment with another gas. He ended up with a liquidy lubricant that we use it now for the cookware. Okay, same with the matchsticks, same with the safety glasses, same with the X-ray, same with the Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola was a great invention at the time. Okay, same with the Viagra, same with the Slinky, the inkjet printers. So what I'm trying to say, the world moved from the abracadabra to the Eureka, where we have the scientific thinking. Now I will talk about my story with the invention. Like with the help of my colleagues, with my students, we patent for important, for us at least, inventions. They are patent with the US Patent Office. One of them was the beginnings, magnetic carbon nanotubes, because I did my PhD with the carbon nanotubes. That was 2006. And the first thing my supervisor at that time in Canada told me, can we change the carbon nanotubes to be magnetic? I thought a lot about it. And when I came here to King Abdulaziz University, one of my friends, he used to work with the ferrite. Ferrite is magnetic material. So I told him, okay, let's mix my carbon nanotubes with your ferrite. And it was an amazing moment for me. I will share it with you now because I documented at that time. I hope it will work. I don't know. 1 second. Is the YouTube is on? Like everyone can see the YouTube, or should I?
No, we can't see the YouTube.
Okay, I will. Is the YouTube is okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can see.
So that was 2010. What I did, I just the carbonate tubes in the water after I mix it with the magnetite, and I shake it so everything is black, and I put a regular magnet. And I said, wow, it can attract all the carbon nanotubes out of the solution like that. And I repeat it again. So it ended up with a clear solution. And that's exactly what we were looking for, to have a clear solution. Why we need that? Because like carbon nanotubes, we usually use it for environmental remediation of polluted. The screen is okay now, like this is a PowerPoint, right?
That's right.
Okay, thank you so much. So when we use the carbon nanotubes for the treatment of the water, one of the things that we would like to do is to filter or make separation of the solid materials from the liquid. And we figure out we can change the carbon nanotube to be magnetic like that. So once we throw it on the polluted water, we can attract it back with a magnet. And we file it as one of the US patent at that time. Another one we did is the manganese oxide nanocorals. It happened again by mistake. We made just one mistake during the preparation of one of the materials, and we ended up, when I check under the microscope, it's like a coral. It's like this sea coral, and it is nano size. So we start to use it for environmental remediation and energy application as well. Okay. The third one, we prepared a mix of different compounds that have different properties. We combine the silver nanoparticles, which have a well-known antibacterial and disinfection effect, with the carbon nanotubes and one of the polymers, just to make it as a paste, as a polymer, as a plastic, which is a polypyrrole. We mix them together, and we ended up with one of the good patents that we can use this plastic for disinfection of water. The fourth one is we have a photoactive material. It's photocatalyst, we call it this way. We can use it for the oxidation of cyclohexane and change it to what we call it ketone alcohol oil. Ketone alcohol oil, it's very important for a lot of petrochemicals industries. And when we use the nanomaterials and under the photo light irradiation, we can change the cyclohexane in very, very simple way to ketone alcohol oil, or what we call it Ka oil, and this is one of the invention. We have another two. We done with the experimental work, and we are filing them right now. One of them, because like Saudi Arabia and most of the Gulf countries, they depend a lot on the desalination plants, and when they use the desalination plant, what usually happens, the brine which is rejected after the desalination process, it have a high concentration of heavy metals and salinity as well. So what we usually do, they dump it on the water, the seawater, after that, and have a lot of environmental impact. So what we did, we created a material to make the purification, make the remediation of the heavy metal pollution and salinity from the desalination plant brine discharge. If you look to the column here, the first one is the before treatment. and the orange one is after the treatment. And after the treatment, even the concentration of the heavy metals that we studied at that time is less than the control, which is regular seawater or normal seawater. So we remove the heavy metals from the discharge before we discharge it to the sea. Even the salinity itself, the salinity was very high before the treatment, and after the treatment it's way less compared with the salinity of the seawater. So this is one of the things we are doing right now. It's under filing, almost done with that. We have another one. We created what we call it like pillared illarite nanoclay. It's a kind of clay that we use it for environmental remediation to remove the heavy metals from the water as well. And this is the shape. So we can use it for the treatment. It's very high for the treatment of different environmental samples, starting from the Red Sea water samples or desalination water or even well water. Okay, and at the end, I would like to thank all of you for listening to me, and special thanks to Dr. Hanadi Al-Mubaraki for inviting me, giving me the chance to be among the giants within this conference. And at the end, I would like to thank all my students, my collaborators, and my colleagues in Saudi Arabia, in Egypt, in Spain, Italy, India, Turkey, Canada, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, and always we are looking for a collaborator. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very interesting, three very interesting presenters and a lot to learn from them. I took away three very important takeaways from the three presenters. My first takeaway was that all of them were driven by either of two principles. We call them pull innovation and push innovation. In the pull innovation, there is a requirement and that forces you to actually innovate. And that can be seen in the work of all the three of them. In the push innovation, you develop technologies and then start figuring out where can I use them. You could also see some examples of the push type of innovation. That was my first observation. The second important observation that I had was that there has been a lot of focus on sustainability and environment. In the work of both Dr. Muhammad Abdul Salam and Dr. Hayat, both of them were very focused on sustainability. They tried and used innovation for sustainability. And that is a second one. And I believe that that is something that is going to be an important one going forward. Our environmental sustainable solutions that are required for this world can only come out of innovation. And the third very important one, and that's something that Professor Muhammad Abdul Salam spoke about at the start of it, is going from abracadabra to Eureka. And this is a very important one. And I'm going to ask him a few more questions on this one. And that tells us that innovation is not something that is accidental. It actually comes out from application of thought. You know, the difference between creativity and innovation is that even in innovation, there could be sudden sparks of sparks which tell us what to do. However, it is still dependent on the fact that you have to apply knowledge.
Yeah,
you need knowledge. You need to apply knowledge to some event and recognize that this can be applied somewhere else. So Dr. Abdul Salam, can we talk about that? How do you actually cultivate that?
Yeah, the point is like if you don't have a backbone, you will be like a jellyfish. No shape. So the knowledge is the backbone for all of us that create, like, because as we said, like Isaac Newton, long time, millions of years, a lot of apples fall from the apple trees, but he's only one. He thought about it this way, and a lot of like that. So what makes Isaac Newton different is the knowledge At the same time, it is the right time and right place. Moreover, is the motivation. Do we need that? So, like, I'm not talking about myself, but one of the great challenges that we have worldwide, for that reason, like most of my research work focus on sustainability of the environment and the energy, because really, like, I'm optimistic person, but the world is going for a crisis, really. So we have a community of scientists. This is a scientist, it's not a job, it's a mission, and it's a very hard mission, because you think a lot about not just what's around you, but globally you have to think, and you have to think more forward, like what will happen after 5 years, what will happen after 10 years. You know, we think not just for ourselves.
Yeah,
we care for the humanity, and all the people thought about it. They thought the same way. What we are doing, we are shaping the future. We are reading the future, and we try to solve the problem before it happens. You know what I mean? So it's a responsibility. It's a huge responsibility to be a scientist. For that reason, we change it from the abracadabra to the eureka, scientific way of thinking. Yes.
And the other important one, and that's something that nobody realizes, is the number of experiments as scientists that we do. It's not a result of just one experiment, right? We are not going to get it successful with just one experiment. We are going to do a lot of experiments. We are going to develop theories about why this will succeed, what sort of things we have hypotheses about what we want to do. And we develop experiments that are aligned with those hypotheses to test out that hypothesis, isn't it? So I think a lot of times people forget the sort of hypothesis development and the test and the experiments that we do, isn't it? So can you talk about the importance of doing these very large number of experiments and learning from them and building it up?
Thank you for the question, because like we have two ways here of thinking. One of them, like, you have the knowledge, you knew what you are doing, and you hypothesized something. You have a hypothesis in your mind about certain thing you would like to do. So what you do, you will test your hypothesis, right? So you are oriented in this way. The other one, which like happened many times with me and many other people, something happened by mistake. By mistake, it takes much more thinking about it, like exactly to explain, because if you have a hypothesis about something, you are in the right way. This is the scientific way. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, you have a flow chart to follow what you have. Is it working or not? So you change here and there. But when something happened, like what happened exactly with me was a mistake, it's an amazing thing, because you would like to know, wow, what is that? Exactly. So it happened many times this way, and we ended up in very good product, either like research-wise or a product-wise when it came to the invention. So I agree with you. Hypothesis is very important. It's more logic, but much easier, really, because you knew what you are doing. Really.
Yeah, but it is also very important to learn from both success and failures. In this case, you're learning from failures.
We learn
you're
more
examining
from failures.
Why it failed, and then you're discovering new knowledge, saying that, oh, by the way, the glue is not good enough, but that glue can be used to create the post-it pads.
Exactly.
That's also a learning process. So experiment and learning. That's very, very key. And the more number of experiments that you can do, the faster that you can do, the more learning that you can have.
Exactly. We learn more from our failures, because, you know, like when it came to science, academic science, we like positive or negative results are very good. We learn more from the negative results, because you would like to correct, you would like to go for a certain path. So we learn a lot from our failures, and at the end, as I said, like, and explained, like, we ended up with a good thing. Everyone love it. Everyone use it. You know.
That's true. It also brings me to the other point, is that, and that's a very important lesson for innovators, is that it takes 20% of time to come up with 80% of the solution. The balance 80% of the time goes to perfecting the last 20%. So it's very important for innovators to realize that. The more that you, faster that you experiment and then you try to do that, you can get better results, you know, rather than trying to get everything perfect, because the last 20% will take away a huge amount of your time.
True, absolutely true. Yeah.
And so that's another very important learning for innovators from experimentation, that what we can learn from experiments is one of that. I'll come to the last point that I wanted to make, and that's again a very, very useful thing that I've learned from my work in product development. I used to be a product developer, and I still work with one of the top mechanical engineers in Denmark. One of the things that we've realized is that rather than having 10 people work on 10 different things, it's much better to have 10 people work on one thing, do it fast, and move on to the next. Because more people, you bring in more thought, and you can actually have much better learning. I would like your thoughts on that. How have we looked at that?
Yeah, one of the great things like we learn is the team working. Team working create a lot of thinking, because usually like I will talk about myself, like when we have like a team working, everyone have his own thought, his own idea. So creativity came at that time. And one of the things that like maybe few of my students are listening to me right now, like we're not working for NASA. Like, don't worry, think, fly with your idea. It will fly by its own. This is very important. Don't be shy, because like when you have an idea in your mind, it will work. At least we will rectify it. We'll change it together. We'll fly it together. Team working is very important. Sharing ideas, sharing experience, especially with the young developers, you know. And at the same time, when you go home and you think about it, we think for the team. Yeah, you don't think for yourself. As I said earlier, we do our work not for ourselves, for humanity. It's teamwork, really. It's very important. So team working is one of the great things, because at the end, we solve the puzzle, you know, like each one have his own shape, his own color, his own methodology. Especially, I will talk about my experience when in Canada, because Canada is well known like multicultural, like we have everyone there working at the same place. Everyone with his own culture, with his own scientific school of thinking. When you do integration, this is an important thing. Tolerance and integration. You are at the top of everyone for the benefits of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And so we will sign off with that and the handover to Dr. Hanadi with a few minutes to spare. Thanks, Dr. Hanadi, for the opportunity. We all appreciate the enormous amount of work that goes into organizing such a conference, getting people from across the world to participate and talk to you. It's a privilege to be part of this this conference for the third year, and I hope that we will all get back next year as well to talk about our new experiences from innovation. And thanks for all the panelists who spoke here, Dr. Abdul Salam, Hayat, and before that we had I think difficulty with Alia. All three of you, thank you very much for
Dr.
the time.
Dr. Hayat Omari.
Yeah. So
yes,
thank you very much,
so much.
And thank you, Dr. Hanadi.
Thank you, Krishna, for great chairing the sessions, and thank you for the speakers with presenting their journey. And we need the others is learn from you to let all the people be inventors in the nearest future. Now we will start our next sessions. The next sessions is best practices on artificial intelligence ecosystem. And who will chairing the session? Professor Abdulatif Shammasi. He is a leading person in metaverse, and he will be joining us to chairing the next sessions. Professor Abdulatif. Can you let him come in the panelist? Professor Abdul Latif. Professor Abdul Latif, he doing a great job in UAE, focusing in AI and focusing in different initiatives. He will be ambassador in different international organizations, starting by UNESCO, UN, many organizations, and I think he can present himself and chairing the session. He will be leading in metaverse, and the speech today about also metaverse. He will speak and start chairing this session and starting the session by the presentation. The floor with you and the mic with you, Professor Abdul Latif. Professor Abdul Latif, الصوت مو واضح، بس لو توضح الصوت. شوية يعني، يا ليت بعد أكثر لأنه يبين far away، بس لو تقرب المايك يمك أو ترفع الفوليوم. إيه بتر تفضل. نعم.
على introduction and thank you for inviting me to this important event session. Congratulations to you, Dr. Hanadi, for putting all these efforts running this conference. All experts talking about.
عفوا دكتور بروفيسور عبد اللطيف، ما زال المايك يقطع معاك، بس لو تقربه يمك.
اوكي.
ايوه الحين ممتاز، الحين نورمال. ايه.
Just to extend my thanks to you for the invitation again and for inviting top world experts to talk about a very important topic, talking about innovation, entrepreneurship, artificial intelligence, the new technology, and we all know how this now the technology is impacting all of the different business sectors in every part of the world, and we are part of it, of course. If you allow me, I would like to start my presentation or to start my session with a presentation about the metaverse, since I've been hearing many of the keynote speakers earlier on talking about the importance of preparing an education system that will support innovation, and how do we bring innovation in our schools, in our universities, and how do we have a generation or a graduates of innovators that can really contribute to the economy at the local level and at the global level. Especially, we all know today we are living in a very competitive world, so innovation is a very critical role, and part of this innovation to bring entrepreneurship forward. Now, if I can share my screen for the presentation. Okay, I hope you can see that.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, excellent. All right, in this presentation, with bringing the introduction of innovation and entrepreneurship definitely demand and require from us to rethink education. And it is extremely critical today that we engage our students. How do we bring them on board? How do we excite them about learning? How do we bring the technology part of the tool and to think out of the box and to come up with all of those great ideas? Yes, we are dealing with Generation Z that they think in their own, they are very independent thinkers, they have their own ideas, and it is critically now to have an education system that supports that. So what I'm proposing here, or what I'm introducing, is the concept of metaversity. I know we've been through COVID-19 and how COVID made or accelerated, in fact, the use of technology in our education system, and we were able to implement many of the online programs and education, and to ensure that it's continuous, it does not disrupt in many countries. But I think it's time to move forward beyond just a simple online kind of education system. So what I have here on this slide, the advantage maybe, and over the COVID-19 that impacted everybody in the education system, it brought back all of our education institutions globally at the same startup line. What I mean by that, many universities, many colleges, they start to rethink.
بعد إذنك بروفيسور عبد اللطيف، يعني أنت من أهم البرزنتيشنز ومن أهم الشخصيات عندنا، والكل إن شاء الله بإذن الله مهم. صوتك ما زال يتقطع، يعني تروح far away ويرجع لنا، بس عشان الفولو أب حق البرزنتر. يا ليت تقرب يم اللابتوب أو تقرب يم المايك.
أوكي خليني أحرك اللابتوب.
أيوه حركة لما تكون الصوت واضح، لأن حرام يعني الناس تبي تسمع وتستفيد من البرزنتيشن.
هل الحين أفضل؟
اي وايد افضل، وايد لا تتحرك لا تتحرك.
I make sure اني ما اتحرك وايد. They will do ان شاء الله. طيب, it brought back the many education systems has really rethink, even universities that have a long legacy of and a reputation of hundreds of years. Now they've been rethinking about introducing or rethinking about their education system to ensure that we bring back students to the same level of excitement using the technology in more appropriate way. So that's why we moved into something called the hybrid metaversity. What do I mean by that? I will explain it in the next slide. Maybe this is a slide summarize the concept how we were pre-COVID-19 and what happened during COVID-19 and what is we are planning or what we expect to happen is already ongoing with the post-COVID-19. Technology in education has been part of it a long time. So there have been a lot of good practices in the past about flipped classrooms, blended learning, MOOCs. It's already happening before COVID-19. But when COVID-19 hit, we have to go 100% online. And it was important to ensure that all students engage in the education system. It was a disruptive to a certain extent for both the students, teachers, faculty, because the way we teach online is different than the way we teach face-to-face. The pedagogy has changed and that has really impacted many things. But when post-COVID-19, that is already we've started seeing students coming back to campuses and to schools. However, students coming back to campuses not for the excitement of going back to the same classroom. They're coming back to the campuses because they want to meet with their friends, with their peers, with their colleagues. And it's becoming more important. That's why the excitement in them to come back to universities. But how do we ensure that the hybrid model is being implemented correctly? And how do we bring that move forward with what we have learned during the COVID-19 and the online experience have made a positive impact on our education system? And that's why when we talk about the metaverse today, the metaverse has more engagement than a 2D Zoom connection or online communication for students, because we've seen the impact that's been happening that, frankly speaking, as an educator, we know our students did not learn a lot during the COVID-19 because of the online. Online did not discontinue education, yet it did not give 100% of what we were expecting to happen. Students were kind of switched off, they got into the Zoom fatigue and so on. But metaverse is an opportunity where we can engage students more in a 3D, and it's more interactive, it's more engagement, it's more experience. And what makes it the fact that there is no boundaries anymore to the human imagination and creativity. And this is what brings innovation together. And now we can imagine what kind of a campus that we would like to build through the metaverse without any tights when it comes to financial or structural and so on. And we bring the excitement into it for our students. So in this slide, the elements of a metaverse: put on the gears, get ready to explore, experience virtual campus with your own point of view, admire NFT. And I want to talk about NFT and how NFT now can be an integrated part of our education system, not only for a nice paints or pictures, and interact with the students and staff. And it's more, another critical important is to socialize. The component that we were missing as students and as faculty is to socialize during the Zoom or the education that happens through online. It's to socialize word to word, and it's like bringing life to education. This is what's important, and that's what makes metaverse more exciting. So, in the world of that's why we are moving from the concept of just a university to a metaversity. And the traditional campus, we all know how the traditional campus is made. But yet, if we're talking about the metaversity, building the dream campus that engage more in a meta class, innovation and incubator spaces, open lab space for students to engage and to discuss different ideas with their colleagues under the metaverse. Social and networking, it's a more of a simulated workplace. And bringing less students, in fact, to campus, because that's one of the advantages. That students do not need to go 5 days a week, they can come less days a week. But what's important, in the metaversity, students can have both theory and work placement at the same time, because it's a simulated work environment that creates this opportunity. And there have been many good studies been made about some of the programs, some of the courses, and we've seen, like I talked about, Zoom fatigue, for example, and how the metaversities now, it's more to promote the interactive virtual world, a 3D virtual world, rather than it's a two-dimensional screen. In Morehouse College, for example, in Atlanta, they have done one of those classes, they've delivered to a VR, and they've seen how that also brings the learning outcomes to a higher level for students. They have measured that, and you have at least 10% of improvement on the grade point average for students engaged in such classes. So the Dream Campus is more receptive for our learners, more receptive for our students. Students are more excited, and there's many examples already happening, by the way. So, for example, complicated inorganic chemistry can be delivered more exciting with a 3D virtual or through a VR or an AR type of setup. Cadaver lab subject, for example, where students can register the human body more interactively, and I think that's also another advantage. So, it also gives the metaverse, brings people representation in a different way through avatars, through kind of imagining how to bring learning to experience the students learning in a different way, in a more excitement way. And it's also a dramatically social experience. So it's giving them the internship and teaching theory at the same time, at the same class. And there are many good examples that we can talk about that. So, and let's move us to the concept of part of the metaverse. What makes it different today? It's a Web3 base. It's a blockchain. So the ownership of users, all of them is maintained. So everything that is done, all the contributions of students, faculty, into the Web3 through a metaverse is still owned by them, by students. And that's why you bring the ownership part of it in place for the metaverse. So that's why you've seen today, for example, NFT, where we have seen any unique, replicable kind of work, artwork is being sold. And most of the NFTs are cryptographic assets, because it's based again on a blockchain, and you can have the ownership and you can sell this ownership to another interested. So and NFT cannot be recreated, so it maintains the ownership and the authenticity of that. Now, how do you bring NFT into our education system? And this is why, for example, I'm giving an example of the video that was 2007. Many of you have heard about it, for the two boys, the little kids, Charlie bit my finger, and it has more than 900 million views on YouTube for that. But the authentic video has sold for 760,000 US. That tells you how the value is for the authenticity now of the digital world. But now this again, it's a video clip, so it can be maintained on an NFT, and you have the ownership of that. So why not now for faculty and educators that can create their own NFT data class and collect royalty or sell for a higher target price depending on the creativity and the engagement level of the lecturer. So we have now in the meta class, students are they will review the course, they will use the lecture, and they will evaluate, and they will give a higher value for the meta class. So again, this is a concept that will bring the value of education forward. Now, NFT meta class, it's a concept that's been already implemented in some of the countries, and where the owner can be a lecturer, a faculty that can maintain that clip, and they can produce, and everybody has a stake into that, into the contribution of that meta class. For example, when we talk about instructor, assistants, content developer, graphic designer, assessors, for example, they can contribute in developing that course or that program. They will have a value of that. Students review will bring the value forward. That take us level forward. Metaversity is a shared economic value. So we can think about it as it's a platform that where any good lecturer can contribute part of a framework that will lead to a degree or will lead to a micro credential that will eventually lead to a degree and will give real value for students and for the faculty. So bringing life to learning through the metaversity, we've seen today students are declining their numbers, going face to face, and they are more interested in the online education. I've seen how the Gen Z experience exploring the 3D world through many of the different type of headsets they use on the virtual reality type of games, for example, that we've seen that they are more into it. And what metaversity finds it far more engaging now for related learning environment, adding benefits of remote learning, and that brings a lot of value to the learner. And traditional students still today, we've seen them appreciate the VR immersive experience that makes learning more alive, which boosts the students' creativity. So imagine you are in a metaverse, delivering a class in theory, and all of a sudden you switch to a workplace environment, or you switch to a lab. You get students going together, for example, the workplace, for example, an oil station, or for example, engine that they are disassembling, or going into a human body, into a heart, and see how the human heart, for example, functions, how things like the blood moves. So there's many wonderful examples where the metaverse can bring a real experience and bring the learning outcomes for students more exciting. So again, there's another phrase. I hope that our students will have the joy similar to the going to a mall. That's why we want to call it more of a whole life campus, where the experience brings the aspirations of the Gen Z. It's more hyper connected. It has those three elements. It has the on-campus activities, and one thing I have to also, it's not going 100% onto the metaverse. One day a week, coming to a campus to engage face to face, to discuss a project. The campus become more of an open lab space about entrepreneurship ideas, about innovative ideas, about project how we can build it and design and make a prototype. But the most of the time they are more into the metaverse, and again bring that social engagement. So that leads take us to the hopefully I'll conclude in 1 minute, because I know we have great speakers we want to hear from them as well. That the future of metaversity it's to build a metaverse kind of moving from a traditional campus, and like we said, it's a reset for all the university to start. But the beauty about the metaversity is the dream campus that we would like to imagine for as a faculty, as students, and There's no limit because there's no financial constraints, there's no space constraints, physical space constraints, and that brings the excitement to learners from the different stakeholders in the education system. So it is, whether we like it or not, it's coming soon. Within the next maybe less than 5 years, many universities, many colleges moving into a metaversity, and which is indeed the dawning age of the future of education. So what I would like to say to conclude with a statement that it's no longer metaverse is a supplement to curriculum. It's rather the on-campus education will be supplement and the main campus. So this is extremely important for so we need to think together, and there have been many good initiatives that's happening globally, different types of programs at different universities, different countries, taking that initiative, but to have more of a bigger platform, building a metaversity that will campus all those activities through meta class, NFT classes, engaging students in 3D virtual mode. I think it's time that will happen. So with that being said, I will stop here, and unless we have any comments, so we can move to the next speaker. Okay, I think we are joined today by Dr. Osama Abu Khair. He's joining us today, and he will be presenting quickly, just a quick brief. He's from the he's the CEO of Taki Health in UAE, and he has rich experience coming from the healthcare system about technology, implementing technology, and we would like to hear about the best practices in artificial intelligence ecosystem. From the healthcare point of view, I've already talked about the education system. Maybe Osama can shed light more on the healthcare. Please go ahead, Dr. Unmute. Dr. Osama, unmute.
Yes. Is that better now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Professor, for the introduction, and thanks for the amazing session. It's truly inspirational indeed to work on this metaversity. So best of luck of that, and hopefully, inshallah, that this can be materialized and pushed forward. Yes, my name is Osama. I'm actually having almost like 10 minutes of discussion with you. So I have a back of the slides, but honestly, I was just like, maybe it's just better to just have this conversation going on like this. As maybe the professor said, I'm a medical doctor by background, and although that I spent some time in the practicing medicine, but I quit quite early in the days, and most of my career was actually in management consulting, working before with Ernst & Young, EY. I worked also with IQVIA, and I would like to present today some of the, I would say, success stories from hopefully from the real life actually of building a startup that's focusing on the innovation. I would like to also thank Dr. Hanadi for this amazing session, and also the invitation to have me on this panel. So thank you, really appreciate for that. So just to start with our story, just like in Taki Health. So Taki is basically means fast and speed, is a Greek word, by the way. And it comes from a history in medicine, actually. So we're trying basically to make healthcare faster, and to also bringing kind of disruptive technology care We are also considering actually the journey in September 2018. That was in Delaware, in the US, and that's where we still incorporated up to today. And then after that, we opened kind of places and let's say regional offices in different countries, including UAE, in Dubai, since 2019, and also in Riyadh 2020, and also in Cairo, and most recently in London in the UK. So as a company, we are working on a very complex area that really the AI, we believe that the AI is solving a problem in it, which is the interaction between payers to providers, or how the financial cycle and the clinical cycle is going in the backside of the healthcare system. So if it happens by any means, any of you is going to having an insurance and going to a doctor, there is a lot of steps actually to do that, starting from verifying your insurance card or national ID. And then after that, just having like the pre-authorization, we call it, or pre-approval actually. And then after that, the doctor will examine and then will write things. And then some of these things might need to another pre-approval. For example, you might find people waiting at the pharmacy from the insurance company for the medication that has been prescribed by the doctor. And then after that, you might pay part of that, but there is a major part of it coming from the insurance. So which generates something called claim or medical claim, which is basically a medical invoice that's sent from the hospital to the insurance company. And while this process seems like it is actually complex, and in reality, and it has many touch points. So it has touch point with medical team, it has touch point with the insurance team in the hospital, registration, and also the patient himself or herself as well. And also it has a touch point with the other side, which is the insurance company or the third party administrators, who are actually going through those invoices, usually very complex, and usually they receive a lot of those claims. We're talking about usually millions actually of those claims per year. And the only way to verify and to audit actually is to have like a kind of people and systems in place to make sure that the patient has received a good care, right care, and there is no over utilization or something known in the industry as a fraud, waste, and abuse, FWA, which unfortunately is counting for up to 30% actually of the medical invoices, and the medical claims are subjected to some sort of error. Those errors might be intentional, that's where we call it fraud, or it might be not intentional, like waste or abuse, just like using, for example, using medication, 2 antibiotic medications instead of 1, using probably over investigation, for example. So means that I will go and ask for 3 investigations to come up with the diagnosis, 3 laboratory orders or radiology orders instead of 1, because there is a certain hidden incentive actually in the healthcare system to drive the cost up actually from a provider side, while the insurance from the other side is trying to drive the cost down. So we're trying to do something, I would say, very complex here by aligning those 2 perspectives together, doing the right care without over costing or actually under costing as well. So the also worth mentioning here that our system, alhamdulillah, are up and running actually in many parts of the healthcare system in the region. Some of the insurance companies actually, or some of the best insurance companies are using our system. Sorry, so Professor, is there anything? Okay, Professor, can you hear me well?
Yeah, that was good.
Okay, good. Sorry for that. So yeah, I was saying that some of the insurance companies in the region are using our systems today as we speak, just to make their processes better and faster and more efficient. bringing, I would say, increasing their ability to capture more information from each claim encounter, and also increasing their, I would say, efficiency as a insurance or as a payer. And so far we have processed up to 60 million, 70 million claims so far, alhamdulillah, medical activities within those claims. So, and also so far we have been working with more than 1,500 medical guidelines to drive our decision support system. So TachiHealth, at the end of the day, we are a recommendation / decision support system that helps our clients, enterprise clients usually, to work on their claims, handle the big data, I would say, in the healthcare in a better way. And we are bringing, I would say, efficiency, and we're bringing also cost reduction to our clients while adding value actually to their operations as well. We are very focused on the medical part actually of the claims, because the claims in general are having like multiple aspects actually. We are much focused, laser focused actually on the medical part. That's where we excel as a company. And that brings us to another part actually of building an innovative company here and sharing our experiences, where the team is actually a key success factor. Gathering the right team actually to build the right product and the right company, or the right startup, or not yet a company. The right startup is extremely important. So in TachiHealth, we believed in the multidisciplinary aspects actually of the innovation. So, which means that we are yet thinking about it like a healthcare plus solution company. So that means we have a lot of healthcare actually. We call it, it's like a small hospital actually within TachiHealth. So you find doctors, you find nurses, you find pharmacists, you find dentists, medical coders, everything that's, we can run a small hospital maybe in our free time at TachiHealth. And also on the other side, we have a lot of technology and innovation team coming mainly under two big functions. The first function is the technology aspects, which basically touching on all the building a solution, UI, UX, full stack, the development, DevOps, for example, security, and all of this is one part. And the other part, where is the R&D and the AI elements of that of our company. So we have PhDs in machine learning. We have also master degree in machine learning, and we have also a couple of other kind of machine learning engineers to make sure that we stay afloat and our systems are working, I would say, in best of class algorithm, very efficient, and we keep learning actually from each of the data. The major, I would say, shift that we have seen, and that's very important in the region, to be honest, in the Middle East and North Africa, is that there is a paradigm shift in the healthcare, especially after COVID-19. So, the policy makers, they found out that if the population health got compromised, all other economic activities will be compromised as well. So that means there is more interest and more, I would say, willingness and more budget and more resources is putting into place to transform healthcare. We have seen that actually happening live in UAE and in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, in Oman, in Egypt, and we are happy and very proud actually of this transformation and movement. Which unlock new potential of data exchange, healthcare innovation, bringing wider spectrum of research and innovation to the healthcare ecosystem, and also drive, I would say, the next generation of solutions. So I think healthcare in general is as old as and maybe before that as well, like a very slow, tedious in the healthcare. The disruption is happening actually bit by bit, but mainly it is focusing now on the making the healthcare system more efficient, also working on the population health, which is an amazing trend, especially after COVID-19, So that means we need to consume the data actually more and more to produce a better results actually, or better decisions actually for the entire system. And that's another opportunity that we would like to demonstrate here, that the healthcare is really one of the sectors that needs more time and more resources and more innovation within it. Healthcare is one of the as I said, the sectors, once it's transformed, it will transform every part of the economic activities actually in the economy, right? To produce a better GDP and healthier population will be more productive as well. So last part that I wanted to discuss actually is that also healthcare is heavily regulated. So the innovation from one side and the regulation from other side is always like opposing kind of forces to some extent. And we also as a company and as I would say as a founders and co-founders, we're really thinking thoroughly about that. So you always need to stick to the country related regulations and rules in healthcare. You need also to talk to regulators sometimes to make sure that you are aligned with their ultimate goals. There are areas might be gray zone, for example. So you need also to talk about those gray zones as well. There are there are areas that are able to align. It's a heavily regulated industry. It's not like a wellness app to the marketplace immediately without anyone asking about what the effectiveness of that is really going to work. So touching actually abide and follow actually our own experiences. We were always willing to listen, willing to adopt a new technology, and even perform kind of experiments and piloting. And that's just something amazing actually that we have seen also in our own experiments and time in the region so far. And finally, it is our it is happening now. What we are seeing is actually a paradigm shift in the industry, which opening up new doors for innovation and disruption as well to some extent in certain areas. Yeah, that's pretty much what I have for today. If you have any questions or interaction, would love to hear. Otherwise, I will pass for the next amazing speaker. Professor, you are muted, by the way. Prof, you are muted. The mic.
Can you hear me now? No? Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Samuel, for introducing Taki and talking about different examples of AI and technology implementation. Although we wanted to hear kind of a specific example from your side, what do you think is a example you want to include with that you see it as I know there's many applications of AI in healthcare systems, but can you give us one of the things that comes to your mind that is really making an impact and you are proud of Taki that have introduced it?
Yes, Professor, I'm having some troubles actually hearing you, but I think I got the idea that one applications, I would say, of the AI that's successful. Is that right? Okay, great. So I got it right there. So I think in the wide array of AI application in healthcare, we were actually very interested early in the days. That was maybe 2019 when we started in the imaging part of the healthcare. So you know the medical images, the radiology images, the pathology images. are produced each day with thousands, actually, and millions as well across the globe. And honestly, the AI is performing very well with the deep learning, specifically deep learning approaches, and some of these kind of clinical standards or clinical generalized, I don't want to say hypes here, but in certain areas, we are able really to achieve a very good, I would say, stand case with the deep learning model. Another important part, which is an amazing area as well, is the large language models, the natural language processing. We had witnessed a revolution, I would say, in the natural language processing and the ability of the computers and the machines to understand our own language, medical language, to understand also the context of this specific domain. And a lot of the healthcare data, by the way, today, if you think about it, it's not structured by any means. It comes in talking to a patient, or actually writing a chart summary. Those information are not information, but they are not in a tabular format. So the
Okay, I think we'll move forward now to the next speaker. Unfortunately, Sheikh Mohammed Sabah is not available to join us now. And shukran again. Thank you, Dr. Osama. The bandwidth is going low. That's why it got disconnected. So we will be joined by the next speaker, Lloyd Richard. He is from Cocoa Institute, Florida. He's been served as the CEO with the Cognitive Big Data System Incorporation, and he has a long experience AI with computer vision technology startups.
I give you an email to add it as a.
So we welcome Lloyd Richard to join us. Please go ahead.
Good. Hello, everyone. I'm Lloyd Richard from Pensacola, Florida, and I'm excited to be participating in this event. I've enjoyed it so far, and I wanted to share a little bit of my experience from a founder's standpoint and leveraging the AI ecosystem. I had the opportunity to work at the Air Force Research Laboratory and for almost 27 years, and got to manage a lot of technology, and AI was definitely the most significant technology we work with there. And so I'll just go ahead and get started. So from a founder's standpoint, when you're thinking about an idea or a startup, the first thing you have to do is understand the ecosystem and how you as a founder fit in that ecosystem. And so I can do that to my analogy working for the Air Force Research Lab. We had a ecosystem where if you came up with an idea, you could actually potentially get funding to kind of develop that idea. And then you can follow on and get funding to kind of put that into a concept and then into a prototype and then kind of pass the technology on there. So like, so in that ecosystem, I work for DOD, the Air Force, so I consider DOD my whole ecosystem. So any challenge I had or anything I need answered, I realized I had that whole ecosystem there to kind of support me. So as a startup founder, I retired about a little over 10 years ago, and I got into this startup stuff, and I found you had to kind of think of the startup world, and if you're developing a product or service based on AI, you kind of had to think about the ecosystem and how to take advantage of it. And so this
chart here on the left, like as a founder, you have to develop that mindset in order to leverage all these resources in the ecosystem. And so if you don't learn the best practices and develop the skills, you can't actually unlock these resources out here. So it's that's important to the mindset. And so you have to also think of it in terms of a global aspect as well, and where your startup idea fits into this whole ecosystem. And I want to show you a couple of three different charts from different organizations throughout the world, and they all look at the startup cycles, development cycles in different ways. And so this is a good one from the Startup Commons. And so it shows you that everything starts, before you actually launch a product out on the market. And a lot of programs that are out there, they support the startup after they've actually launched and selling. But the most important thing from an economic development standpoint, you have to catch the people before they start, at the earliest possible point, so you can actually make sure they learn the best practices and understand the phases that their product or service has to go through. Here's another look from Lean Stack, and I like this approach because I've heard some earlier presentations. So Ash Maurya's approach to the startup ecosystem and how to kind of leverage it. To start off day one, if you think of this like as a 3-year period, and so you spend the first part of your thing is developing a business model for your idea. And so you develop and learn how to pitch that business idea, and then you can actually recruit co-founders. You can actually pitch your idea to different ecosystem organizations and get the help you need. And so like I said in the Air Force Research Lab, if you had an idea, you had to kind of formulate that idea and get funding, to do that. And then you go into the next phase, and then you're starting to validate some of these things and so on and so forth. So basically, you have to develop a business model and design it and make sure it's viable, feasible, and desirable, as one of the earlier speakers was talking about. So you go through these phases. And then just recently came across Startup Science. They're a new training organization, but the founders, they've actually been through 14 exits. And so they look at the founder's journey slightly different, but all of these three approaches in viewing the startup ecosystem and taking advantage of the resources that are out there. So interesting thing about this approach is you start off with the vision. And so one of the things you do is you look at the ecosystem for your startup idea, and you see all the players in there, and then you pick a company to follow. And then you also pick a company that will potentially acquire you. And this is at this visioning stage. So this is just three different views of how you look at the resources and the journey that you go through out in the ecosystem. So with the Kukui Institute, we do some interesting things. So we kind of have three plays. We work with young people where we teach them African-American history using virtual reality, robotics, and AI. And then we also work on the workforce area where we actually trying to get those occupations that build and create things and trying to leverage workforce programs to kind of create the talent that a startup might need. And then finally, we do our startup program, Startup on the Blocks. And so we kind of started off small. And so we kind of created our own playbook because we didn't have all the resources. We're just a small organization. But so basically, the mindset, the methodology, and training. And so I want to point out here, so if there's anybody in the audience that actually want to take that startup science course, they can go to this website and put Kukui in there as an institution code, and they can take the pre-accelerated course for free. And so in this number 4, this F6S, there is, so it's the largest site for founders. Several million founders are on this site, and you build up your profile. and your personal and business profile, startup idea profile, and then you can leverage some of the resources out there in the ecosystem. I'll show you some of those actually later. But it's if you don't know what to do, this is just a little playbook that you can actually go by. So with Cognitive, back quite a few years ago, I used the same idea with the ecosystem. So I know you have to leverage resources if you want to succeed. And so these are some of the programs that I leveraged, to kind of move along and fund the development of our MVP. So that's an idea there. So leveraging the corporate programs that are looking for products and services like that you were trying to build. So the other thing is this is a continuation in that is who you can partner with. What are the corporate programs out there that support people who are building products based on AI and so on and so forth. So so surprisingly, it's not really surprising. So when you're thinking about the ecosystem, what's out there to help me to move forward? And so if you're a startup founder, you ask the question, what are the programs out there for startups? So if you just Google that, you're going to find all these different programs out there. Every company, most companies, major companies have the in-kind program where they either give you money or in-kind services if you're a startup. And so just to kind of name a few. And I like the Microsoft program. They redid their program earlier this year. And so they have a program if they'll give you some certain amount of in-kind services if you're at the idea stage. Then if you kind of do that a little further, they give you a little bit more. Go a little further, they give you a little bit more. And so that's the way these ecosystem programs work. So Google will actually help you, and they will, I think it's spent up to like $2,500 in addition to giving you up to $100,000 in cloud credits. They'll help you with your idea, provide a consultant, or either they will do it too. So most of these programs, I put this Imagination Engines in here because my partner, Dr. Stephen Thaler, he's created some AI technology, some IP that's licensable, but he uses a much different approach than all these major players. So I just wanted to make sure people were aware of that. And so with Cognitive, we had the opportunity to do this pilot thing with Avis Budget and British Petroleum. And they had a use case where they were going to have BP had a use case where they had all these autonomous vehicles. They were thinking in the future, and they said, well, how are we going to understand when the vehicle goes out and comes back to the fleet, how much damage does that vehicle have on it? And so they wanted an automated approach to be able to figure that out. So we did a Avis Budget join in, and they said, well, we can apply this approach to our rent-a-car thing. So the idea is a rent-a-car is leaving, and when it returns, you want to be able to automatically detect the damage on the vehicle. So my partner, Steve Staller, Dr. Steve Staller, we had to actually come up with an approach to kind of how do you do it. And they were specifically looking for quarter size damage, the size of a quarter. They wanted to know what, and so we were able to do this experiment and show that we could actually detect a dime-sized damage. So the experiment, I heard somebody talk about doing all these experiments earlier. So the experiment that we came up with was, passing a model car through two cameras and developing a memory of the vehicle. And then so when it came back, we could actually use that artificial neural network as a filter to kind of determine what damage was actually done on the vehicle. And so this is the artificial neural network that we use. And so it's a technology called Stano-based GMF. And so what's interesting about the GMF is it's an artificial neural network. Whatever you put in, you try to recreate it, you know, on output. And so the deal is that it has several modes you can use this GMF in. And so in our video surveillance play, we run it in a training mode and a filtering mode at the same time. So in this particular application, we started off in a training mode, and then when the vehicle returns, we switch it to a filtering mode. And so the unique thing about this Stano-based technology is that it's instantiated, and as the vehicle is coming through, it automatically trains by itself, no human intervention, and it develops a model of the vehicle in less than a minute, like 96% accuracy, and it trains 44.3 million weights in less than a minute on a desktop PC. And so that's an example of this Stano-based technology, and I don't know of any other company that can automatically train something in that short of a period of time on a PC type platform. So these are some of my thoughts. So you have to develop that mindset and how to take advantage of the ecosystem, learn the best practices, and understand that it's a journey, and there are a lot of if you realize that there are companies, there are people, mentors, everybody's out there, and they're willing to help you no matter which stage you're at, if you're at the idea stage or so on and so forth. And so I also suggest some of the technologies that Dr. Thaler have. They're actually unique because they automate the process of actually building a neural network, and there's several configurations that are very, very, very useful. That's it. If anybody got any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. I can't hear you.
I'm trying to raise my voice and use my teacher voice. Well, thank you.
Okay, that's good.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you for the very insightful presentation. Now, you have a very long experience, entrepreneur, bringing innovation ideas forward. With your rich experience now, how can we bring a system in our education system? Because you said it's a mindset, it's a journey, and entrepreneurship ideas tend to fail more likely. And it does not succeed from the first time, second time, could be the third time.
Yes,
but
yes.
Dealing with the Gen Z, they don't have tolerance. They want to see something, a product tomorrow. They want to make a profit immediately. How do we bring these mindset ideas, and how do we bring their mind? How do we educate them? How do we integrate into our education system? Where do we start from? What's the best way from your experience? Tell us.
Yes, that's a perfect question. And so as an engineer working in the Air Force Research Laboratory, and even since I retired, we spent a lot of time with university students funding projects and advising them. And so what I realized when it came to the AI stuff, that there wasn't enough capstone, type experiences within the college to support the student. So what we did when we brought interns in at the Air Force Research Lab, we actually assigned them a project, a mentor, and so they got a chance to understand and learn what it was to be on a team and to try to come up with a solution for a problem. So what we did with the Kukui Institute, we have this thing called a Center for the Innovation Workforce. And so we extend the capstone opportunity with like an AI lab, a robotics lab, VR lab, data science lab. And so we give the students experience on working with these tools. And what's interesting about the AI part of it, most software development of computer science majors, they don't learn the kind of the basic things about a neural network. What's the best architecture to kind of capture? And so and there's all these guidance theorems and stuff like that. How many neurons you need to have in a hidden layer, and nobody teaches this stuff anymore. So it's kind of, you have to give these experiences to the students, and believe it or not, so in a short period of time, the student makes the connection between what they're learning and the fact that AI is just another code that they can integrate and deploy. And so it's a pretty dramatic experience when a student gets to experience using the tools and see how, and they don't realize they think it's something different than just code. It's pretty amazing.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. Now, is there a correlation between the, I mean, for college graduates, for example, and you said they have to gain the right experience in order for them to move forward and to come up with their entrepreneur ideas successfully. Is there a correlation between the success of an entrepreneur and age? Is it like 5 years after graduation from college is enough to start up your business because you have gained that experience you just mentioned, and then they can start up their own ideas? What do you think?
Yeah, that's a very deep question, and we started the startup program a couple of years ago, and it's amazing the difference between young people and older people in this particular arena. I think you had a chance to influence the younger people a lot easier than you do the older people, because it's hard to, if somebody's learned a certain thing for all their life and now you're going to try to destroy what they've learned and show them that that's not the approach you take. It's difficult to change those neurons in a person's brain to say that, well, if I got an idea, I want to go out, I need to go out and borrow some money, I need to go out and get a loan or whatever, but it's just an idea. It has no value. How are you going to get some money? But then to tell those older people that you can pitch your idea and bring it and sell some people to be co-founders and all this stuff. It's just a huge mind set shift. It's really challenging, but I think you have better success with the younger people because a lot of their ideas haven't been ingrained in their brain yet.
Yeah, I agree on that. Is Osama still with us? Okay, he's not with us. Any more comment, Lloyd, you would like to add before we conclude?
Yeah, well, in general, I think having the idea, like if you want to be a founder, and my definition of a founder is that the minute you start working on an idea, you're a founder. And the minute you start working on that idea, the idea that's got a scalable idea, then you can actually bring in all these resources to support you in that development. But you got to be willing to start off with that business model first, because like I had an inventor come into my office last week and he had got a patent and he was so confident in the benefits of this thing. I said, well, what's your idea on how you're going to make money with it? And he didn't get it. And then finally he said, he has to start pitching the how you would make the business model for that idea, and then he could get all the help he needs to kind of move forward.
Well, thank you, Leo. I think in this session we have touched on the education side, the healthcare side, and the entrepreneurship side. How can we bring those ideas forward and become a founder? I think it's all integrated together. It's all touches the issues related to the current, especially in the applications of AI, where we have seen many great initiatives from different business sectors now, really with different applications that really make an impact on their business, and have really some of the entrepreneurs have really moved forward, and those ideas, hopefully some of them will become a unicorn at some point, maybe in the near future. But I think it's the learned lesson is that we have to continue. It's a journey, like Leo said, and and the failure is an option, but it's building on that failure experience what makes successes stories come forward. With that, I would like to conclude this session, and I would like to extend again my sincere thanks to Dr. Hanadia Al-Mubaraki for inviting us, and I would like to extend my thanks to the esteemed guests I have in this session, Leo, Richard, who joined us from the US, and Osama Al-Khair, who joined us from the UAE. Thank you again, Dr. Hanadia, and move to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Professor Abdul Latif, for chairing the session. Thank you, all the speakers, for value information and value journey about your inventions and about the AI. Now, I think Dr. Mushira Azairat will taking the next sessions is practitioner session number 4, best practices for entrepreneur ecosystem. The mic with Dr. Mushira to chairing the session.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Hanadi. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere thankful for you, Dr. Hanadi, because of arrangement this conference. And it is a great pleasure to participate in a panel with you, our guests, and to welcome them all in this event. Also, as I told you, I would like to express my personal thank for you, Dr. Hanadi. And today our topic is a very important topic, as you know. We all know that our organization now is confronting a time of many changes, and we are meeting these changes during a time of larger national and global change. Our technology today have advantages more rapidly. Gadgets like smartphones, laptops, and computer connected to the web, which allow us to upload and download information that can quickly move through our network sites, etc. The new form of communication connect us for a million and billions of people across the world. So today, we will be very happy to talk about the best practice for entrepreneurial ecosystem. I'd like, first of all, to shed the light on the recent years, the role of entrepreneurs and micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises has steadily gained importance in development cooperation, being one of the driving forces for job creation, business innovation, and the green inclusive growth development cooperation seeks ways to support entrepreneurs and micro SMEs in developing and emerging countries. In a majority of those countries, micro small SMEs account for a large share of national economic activity. So what is the relevance of the entrepreneurial ecosystem for development, the cooperation? In the light of, in the light of this, medium and micro small enterprises play a leading role in meeting the economic dimension of the Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs, launched by the United Nations in 2015. In order to develop efficient supporting measures, it is essential to gain a holistic understanding of the environment in which entrepreneurs and micro SMEs are operating, the so-called entrepreneurial ecosystem. So if we want to explain more about the definition of the entrepreneurial ecosystem, as most of you mentioned, that the concept of entrepreneurial ecosystem consists of two terms. The first term, entrepreneurial, which refers to the micro, small, medium enterprises, mostly in their starting and scaling phase. The second part is entrepreneurship, is often understood as a driver of innovation and productivity as an engine for the sustainable economic growth. In the classic sense, entrepreneurs are people who are starting their business, hire laborers, mobilize resources, and ensure that their operation business keep running. Entrepreneurs are those people or the persons when I mean by persons, the business owner in general, who seek to generate values through the creation of expansion of economic activities by identifying and exploring new product, process, and markets. In the context of development cooperation, it's important to acknowledge the distinction between the so-called necessity-driven entrepreneurial and the improvement-driven entrepreneurs. What we call it opportunity-driven. You can use the guide for both groups depending on the target of group that you select for your mapping. So in the natural science or in natural science ecosystem are generally defined as a system or a group of interconnected elements formed by interaction of a community organism of their environment. Like biological ecosystems, an entrepreneurial ecosystem consists of different elements, which can be individuals, group, organization, and institutional that form a community by interacting with one another. But also environmental, yes?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, there's something, or could I complete? Okay, so also environmental determinants that have an influence on how these actors will work and interconnect an entrepreneurial ecosystem. These can be laws and policies or cultural norms. Neither biological nor entrepreneurial ecosystem can be created, designed, or built by an outside actors. While this makes the term entrepreneurial ecosystem hard to grasp, it does underline the entrepreneurship support programs operate in complex and highly dynamic environment. For this reason, it is particularly important to take sufficient time to analyze and understand the ecosystem before designing intervention to support it. So let us talk about the element of an entrepreneurial ecosystem. There are numerous definitions of what the entrepreneurial ecosystem is and how it functions. One of the most important, frequently used model was developed by Daniel Eisenberg.
Hi there.
We all that know Daniel Eisenberg. According to him, the entrepreneurial ecosystem consists of 6 domains: policy, finance, markets, human capital, support, and culture. Eisenberg focus and that every entrepreneurial ecosystem is unique as it develops under idiosyncratic as circumstances. They are geographically bounded, but not confined to a specific geographical scale, which means that they can refer to a nation or be limited to smaller geographical areas like cities. In addition, there are examples of industry-specific ecosystem, but also ones that span various industries. So in this guide, for the purpose of mapping, the entrepreneurial ecosystem is defined as a product of 3 elements. The first one is the surrounding environment, more precisely to the business environment and investment climate, its actors, and the third one, the evolving culture and attitude. The business environment, as the donor committee for the enterprises development, OCED, define it as a complex of policy, legal, institutionally, and regulatory conditions that govern business activity It includes the administration and enforcement mechanism established to implement government policy, as well as the institutional arrangement that influence the way key actors operate, like the governmental agencies. So when we are talking about the business environment and investment climate, we should talk about functional area of business environment reforms, which includes simplifying business registration and licensing procedures, in addition to improving tax policies and administration. Also, enabling better access to finance, improving labor laws and administration, improving the overall quality and regulation governance, in addition to improving land titles, registered and administration, simplifying and speeding up the access to commercial courts and the alternative dispute regulation mechanism, in addition to broadening public-private dialogue and improving the access to market information. Hello, when we are talking about the financial market, which include access to finance, financial regulation, we are talking about the rule of law, meaning law right, which can, for instance, inhibit corruption, regulation, the business registration process. Also, human resources and the skills like the technical, vocational education, and the skills of actors. Economic predictability, meaning the overall microeconomic stability and growth path. The business environment is a subset of investment climate, which take a broader view of a country's competitiveness as a part of the investment climate. The DCED differentiate between 7 domains. These 7 domains are infrastructure, the meaning, the technical structure, like roads, telecommunication, energy, in addition to the political situation, which ensure planning, security, and increase risk tolerance among the micro SMEs. Also, labor markets, which meaning the availability of a skilled worker and sufficient matchmaking between the work supply and the work demand. So both the business environment and the investment climate influence an entrepreneurial ecosystem and have to be taken into account in its analysis. For the mapping, it is recommended to mainly focus on the business environment, as this is more likely to be the area that can be tackled in the framework of the PSD program. In addition, the mapping should take a closer look at the most relevant being the ones that could be targeted with intervention, invest climate component, which from the perspective of a PSD program would be economic predictability, political situation, and labor market. So accordingly, you can assess the business environment and investment climate on various levels, regional, national, and sectoral levels. To date, most analysis and report mainly focus on the national levels. Only few analysis focus on cities. However, this is changing as more and more cities are starting to promote themselves as entrepreneurial hubs. Also, when we are talking about the Doing Business report, which is published annually by the World Bank, is one of the most established benchmark reports focusing on the business environment on country level. Its basis is a set of indicators that measures the cost that derives from the regulations, such as starting a business, measures the number of days and number of procedures, or dealing with pinch venturosity. The data of the DPR provide one country level as usual is useful when it comes to assessing this element of country's ecosystem. So accordingly, other factors that influence the country's competitiveness, such as the macroeconomic environment, inflation, governmental debts, governmental budget balance, the market size, and health and the primary education. So therefore, it is a suitable source to use when we plan to analyze the ported investment climate. Classical business climate surveys often neglect to take in a closer look to which actor is doing what, which capacities they possess, and how they interact with each other. However, this is an important aspect to consider in order to fully understand the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Therefore, this guide takes up the issue as a part of interacting actors, the second of the three elements. So we are still talking about the interacting actors. We are talking about an entrepreneurial ecosystem provide a stage for a variety of actors that influence the contactiveness of a place toward the entrepreneurship and different means. This is why many ecosystems mapping approaches look at the actors and their roles in the ecosystem. It's important to know which actor either constrain or foster entrepreneurial activity, and whether there are any relevant actor missing. So accordingly, the actors can be individuals such as business, founders, or investors. In addition, it may be organization, meaning a social unit of people set up and managed to achieve specific goals or serve certain purposes, like companies, universities, banks, or either institutions, which are in a psychological, sociological sense, long-standing and stable pattern of behavior which guide human, such as values, family, and religion, etc. Rather than merely finding out whether all type of actors are present in an ecosystem or whether they are engaged, enable or hinder entrepreneurial, you want to analyze their capacities and their interconnectedness. Whereas some individual and organization are interconnected through the collaboration, mutual support, or other relation, others slowly coexist or are unaware of each other's existence. Now, according to the GIZ management model, capacities works, collaboration among individuals, organization, and institutional depend on various factors, and these factors including benefits, which mean all cooperating partners expect a benefit for themselves. The second one is transaction cost. The results achieved by the cooperation cover the association cost. In addition to the synergy, which is the cooperation partners are able to create new potential for all by using their individual. A mapping of the entrepreneurial ecosystem illustrates the actors' role, which indicates their importance and interconnectedness between them. So there are various visualization methods that can be used to assess the entrepreneurial ecosystem's actors' elements, their geographical distribution, or mapping them according to the different stages of a business, from the ideation to growth and scale. So capacity work, so until now, Another point to keep in mind when observing the actor's element is that an actor's role and importance can change over time. So capacity work assumes that the role and the behavior of actors are mainly determined by their genius interest and their position within an ecosystem, but also recognizes that they are influenced by rules and norms. This is what leads us to the third element of the ecosystem approach, the entrepreneurial culture and attitude. So I think I'm in the save time. يعني I'm still يعني maybe 2 minutes or 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Is that right, Doctor Hanadia? So when we are talking about the culture of society has a large impact on the entrepreneurial ecosystem. It affects the individual's attitude toward the entrepreneurial and therefore the likelihood of becoming an entrepreneur and development cooperation. It's increasingly recognized that culture and attitude alongside social protection scheme are important factors that determine a country's level of entrepreneurship. There are many functioning of entrepreneurial ecosystem. When mapping the entrepreneurial ecosystem, you will concentrate on the factors that influence the contentiveness of a given context toward the entrepreneurial activity, such as the existence of support scheme for entrepreneurs or the attractiveness of the entrepreneurship as a career choice. These factors are the determinant of the entrepreneurial ecosystem. If you want to look into the actual performance of an ecosystem or the impact it has, you need to focus on different set of measures. Ideally, entrepreneurial ecosystem contribute to a positive economic impact, like successful new business, new jobs, increase income, etc. But to assist the entrepreneurial ecosystem performance, it can be helpful to study and monitor the following performance indicators, which are birth and death, survival rate of new businesses, in addition to entrepreneurial activity among the population, registration of a new business, job created by new business, exports by new business, investment secured by new business like loans and equity. Useful data source can be national level statistics or the OECD's publication Entrepreneurship at a Glance. However, many relevant entrepreneurial activities most likely take place in the informal sector. Hence, data availability is limited and qualitative judgment by expert need be taken into account. So now just let me shed the light on the 5 steps on to mapping the entrepreneurial ecosystem. The process of observing, analyzing, visualizing the entrepreneurial sector in a given context is a mapping. With mapping, you can take closer look at each of the elements like business environment, investment climate, actors, culture, and attitude. It grasps their specific characteristics like the business law, supportive institutional, cultural traits, and assess their role and function as well as their interplay within an entrepreneurial ecosystem. This eventually allows you to uncover gaps and constraints that a newly designed PSD intervention should be focused on. Through observation and analysis of the entrepreneurial ecosystem will require more time than a planning mission team typically has at its disposal. Nonetheless, the context analysis can serve as a valuable pieces for comprehensive mapping. Thank you so much. I hope that I committed to finish my presentation with 20 minutes. I'd like to thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Mutia. Hello, Dr. Mutia.
Hello, Doctor.
You look glamorous as usual, Doctor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's yours, Doctor.
I have 10 minutes, huh? Dr. Mushira? Dr. Mushira?
Yes, Doctor, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to attend this conference, Dr. Hanadi and Dr. Mushira. Thank you very much. I am now to speaking of the entrepreneurial education ecosystem. And first, I will talk about the entrepreneurship in economic and personal and global. Majority of the new jobs are created by entrepreneurial and small business. Moreover, small high growth companies account for 17% of economic growth over last decade. Entrepreneurial drive economic competition at the local, state, and the global. And entrepreneurial has a unique position in the new economy, and finally, entrepreneurship contribute of all technical innovation. This is the importance of economic, but in the personal important entrepreneurial education ecosystem to the personal, 7 of 10 high school students want to start their own business. Moreover, more opportunity to exercise creative freedoms and higher self-system. They create a sense of control over your life and the future. This is and the importance of the entrepreneur education in education ecosystem. Many experienced business people, political leader, economic and educator believe that fostering robots entrepreneurial culture will maximize individual and collective economic and social success on a local, national, and global. The importance of education, entrepreneurial education, what objectives to become entrepreneurially minded with the potential, the potential to act of this by discovering or creating business opportunity. Lifelong learning process for elementary to adult. Entrepreneurial are not born, but become. through the experience of their lives. Entrepreneurial have a great diversity of personal characteristics. The common one. One begin willing to take risk in return for a profit. Anyone can be an entrepreneur at any time on one life. This is important idea. Entrepreneurship not learned by reading a textbook and then taking a test to prove you are one. Entrepreneurship education activities are a real life vehicle for developing academic skills. Entrepreneurs are found in every occupation and career. Entrepreneurial education opportunity are important to all levels of education. Now I will talk about the lifelong learning model, and this model in this model we are active in my university, Amman Arab University. You are this is a model have 5 stages. From basic to growth. The basic stage is in this stage we are focused on factors of business ownership and understanding the basic of economy, career opportunity, and the basic skill be successful of a free market economy. Then the motivation. In Amman Arab University, we select this is the one step for this stage. Select the challenge student and divided them into groups to build their ability, I mean a capacity building. Next stage, it is the competency awareness. The student will learn to speak a language of business and see the problems from the small business owners point of view. This particularly needed in career and technical education. The emphasis on is on beginning competences that may be taught as an enter into entrepreneurship class or included as part of other course related entrepreneurship. For example, cash flow problem could be used in a math class, and sales demonstrations could be part of a communication class. The next stage, creative applications. So in this stage, there is so much to learn about starting and running business. It is not surprising that so many business have trouble. We expect future, as example, we expect future doctor to learn their profession through a year of formal study. But we have expected a small business owner to learn everything by attending weekend seminar. In this stage, a student can take time to explore business idea and variety of ways to plan the business. I need to focus on the variety of business. Although it is still only an educational experience, a student must gain a greater depth and a breadth of knowledge than they may have from the previous stage. This stage encourages students to create a unique business idea and carry the decision-making process through a complete business plan. The best program enable students to actually experience the operation of a business as well. This stage may take an advanced high school career and technical program, 2-year college, where there are special course and associate degree program, and some college and university. The outcome of is for a student to learn how it may be possible to become an entrepreneur and to practice the process of business. Next step, startup. Okay. After adults have time to gain job experience and further their education, many are in need of special assistance to assemble a business idea. Community education program focusing on business startup assistance are widely available in career and technical program. Community-based assistance program, community college, and 4-year college and university. The AAU Amman Arab University Small Business Administration sponsors many of these training programs. Finally, stage growth. Often business owners do not seek help until it is almost too late. A series of continuing seminar or support groups can assist entrepreneur in organizing and potential problem and how to deal with them through and timely manner. Many economy, college, and continuing education program at university or college offer such seminar and workshops for their business community. They recognize that the best economy development plan to help communities existing business growth prosper. Finally, educators are at each of these stages of entrepreneurship should focus on their own special outcomes and reach out for partnership with educators and other level of this lifelong learning process. There is room for entrepreneurship in some way everywhere in our education system. Thank you for your listening. Dr. Mushira.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much, Dr. Mutia. Dr. Mutia, please let us invite Mr. Dana. Miss Dana Hajjawi. Miss Dana, you are muted.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you? Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
You are welcome.
Hello, Miss Dana.
Hello. So happy to see you all here.
The pleasure is mine, Dana. So go ahead with your presentation. Dr. Muti', could you just finish your sharing the presentation?
Yes, okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So. Just a minute, please. Yeah.
Take your time, dear.
So good day and greetings, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you all for such a great pride for entrepreneur and artificial intelligence in our MENA region. I would like as well to thank you, Dr. Mushira, for this great opportunity. I would like to thank as well Dr. Hanadi Al-Mbarki for the great initiative to enhance the concepts of technology, artificial intelligence, and entrepreneurship ecosystem in our communities. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Advocate Dana Al-Hijawi. I'm the legal and lawyer and legal advisor, the founder and CEO of DH Law, TH Law MENA. First of all, I would like to focus on some few topics with regarding to the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and starting by like simplifies things in this concept and give you more experiences for the current communities and what we have as entrepreneurial ecosystem experiences. So about a lot of authors and a lot of people have been shared a lot of concepts for the entrepreneurial ecosystem base. Usually we say that as it's the peculiar system that of interdependent actors of relation directly or indirectly supporting the creation and the growth of new ventures. Some of authors like just represented as the set of different elements such as the cultural policies network that affect the local or the regional creation of the new businesses. Some of authors just have it like in a system shape for like the system shape of beliefs, value, and the way of being for the develop in the particular social and economic environment. For our part of view and with reference for all the experiences that we have in the entrepreneurial ecosystem base, we just always find it as a tank. Let's have this tank and fill it out with all the support, the human capital, the market, the policy, the government, the regulations and support. So with back to the GIS, which is the main entity who've been already mapping the and defined the entrepreneurial ecosystem. They defined and they determined by two main elements, which is the entrepreneurial, which is referred to MSMEs mostly, and the entrepreneurial ecosystem, that the different elements which can individual and the group and organizations, institutions have a community further in one tank. For our perspective as speakers, and after having more than 100 entrepreneur success project in our MENA region, we're just found it always as it's the all surrounding system that come together to support the process of the establishment of startups in the communities that received and or host the ideas and the methodologies of the entrepreneurs project. This concept, having the whole ecosystem elements together and having as well the hosting idea, the idea of hosting entrepreneur projects, because without having a community that can host an entrepreneurial based project, we cannot have even the whole ecosystem elements. So we back to this tank and we put all the entrepreneurial finance, government, education, R&D, culture and social norms, government and policy, market, and the physical infrastructure. We have it all in one tank. We make it as one element, and then after we can move for the elements that can have been under the umbrella of entrepreneurial ecosystem. So we have the 6 elements, as we know, as per of Daniel Asmer concepts, which is the policy, finance, market, human capital, support, and culture. And you know that it's been defined between the 3 elements, which is the surrounding environment, the interact actors, and the involving culture and attendees. So When we have this tank, and after knowing all the elements, this is the main topic for this presentation, which is the best practice for the entrepreneurial ecosystem, as well how the 6 elements of the entrepreneurial ecosystem will affect from a real projects in our communities, how it's been effective, and what is the best practice for each element. So let's start by the policy perspective. Usually the policy perspective is like, consists of leadership and government. And usually we said like about the open door for advocates, the entrepreneurship strategy, the laws and regulations, the financial support, the jumpstart starts funds, the framework of initiatives, the tax benefit, the research institute. But after asking 10 entrepreneurs in our community and after having this survey, we found that the best practice for the policy perspective is to create a board flexible of legal framework that bears the idea of startups communities, which is having been in a frame of less cost and expenses, as well as we cannot just treating the startup communities by like already the existing communities to practice in their businesses. We have to find this flexible board of legal frameworks that can bear and that can hang the idea of starting businesses. The second phase is to create a legal framework that does not oblige the entrepreneur to register a legal entity from day one. This is so important part. Usually the entrepreneur, they have to been in from 3 to 6 months, like in a lab of experiences and how this business will go in this community. Unfortunately, in our communities in MENA region, they sometimes force the entrepreneur to register an entity, sometimes to register under the intellectual property laws, sometimes to like, it's a real project, so you have to have it in the governance framework. But usually for the entrepreneurship, we just always say this cannot be compared with already existing company. So we'll have to find something flexible more. Let's have it from finance perspective. In MENA region, until now, we have like a financial a lack of financial support for entrepreneurship. And this is like exactly the opposite, which been implemented in the United States of America, Canada, and EU. Unfortunate in the MENA region, the concepts of the microloans or the family friends loan or fundraising is until now is weak. So we're just found out, and after asking 10 participants of our submitted surveys, is like it's to creating a crowdfunding platform that provide the opportunity for entrepreneurs to provide their project as to public, and then to gain trust for the audience. So then after to support the financial support for these entrepreneurship, and as well for having a mutual support by the regional bank. So if we have this base from the regional bank, the mutual support, then the entrepreneur, they can get the confidence of getting the loans from public and audience. The culture is usually, it consists of the social norms, the visible success, the wealth of funders, the innovation, the creativity, the wealth creation, and usually we say is the best practice in our East Mediterranean community is to create this social interactive events to support the entrepreneurs, motivate their ideas, and for having the support starting from their families and their home. This is the main essential thing for having this practice, and from the family, from the home, from the surrounded community. Then we'll have like the support. The support usually we're just having like the multi-elements, which is the infrastructure, the telecommunication, the support professionals, and the non-governmental institutions, which is, and always we love to highlight on the non-governmental institutions. They already been in this practice before, they already been in starting new businesses before. So the best practice for the support element in the entrepreneurial ecosystem is to imposing the community services for each service provider that has come with more than 10 employees by providing 8 hours to serving the entrepreneurial, let's say even a month. This would be great. We always, as my vision of DH Law, having like the light in the tag for the success stories and the best practice that we can do as services providers for the entrepreneurial systems, which is here in my law firm. We opened and established initiative called DAM in Arabic, which is support in English, to support all entrepreneurs to register their intellectual property rights, patent, trademarks, copyrights, everything in the local and regional markets. This exercise been shared with more than 25 entrepreneurship projects per year, and we gain those entrepreneur trust, and after that they become like a great bright in this not ordinary thing. As well, for the examples is for social services community. So we're providing the full legal services to implement their vision, which is to related to textile factory waste recycling the products. And we have so many of that. So in this conference, I would love to share my thoughts is we have as services providers, expertise, professor, to share this pride and to be the bright in this future for those people. We have to support them in all our having resources to succeed. So the human capital base, which is the last element that I would like to talk about, which is the labor and the people who will support the real entrepreneurs and this generation, the principle. So we usually say we just to allow the entrepreneurs to recruit the trainees, and the page should be in by the vocational training institutions, which is usually covered by government, and the market, the last and the least, which is to create a social media platform that it's just only for entrepreneurial idea and promote their ideas on the TV shows, and following the examples of the American experiences. Success story that we have it from community in the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and I'm so proud that this project has been applied in the treasury of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, which is Stevia Joe. Stevia Joe is a perfect example for the 6 elements and the best practice for implementing and enhancing the 6 elements of the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and how we as services provider, as community, as government support this project. Mainly, this project, Stevia Joe, is powered by engineer Wala Abu Shanab from Jordan, a Loyal Joe company, and we make it as case study to implement and enhance the 6 elements of our entrepreneurial ecosystem. So for the policy, we just have it we create a legal framework that could be matched the current rules and regulation which applies in the Ministry of Agriculture. For the finance, we got a loan. Actually, it was not a fund or a grant, unfortunate, but we're always looking for the bright side. So we got the loan for the product. For the market and the human capital, we promote the alternative sugar idea. And for the human capital, which is we attract all the agriculture college trainee, and we start enhancing the ideas of hydroponic and how we will raise stevia plants in the hydroponic environment, and the experiences was perfect. The support we supported from our community, the local, the audio visual media. We supported as us as legal services providers. We supported as IP registration support provider, and culturally we enhancing the idea of empowering the women in the agriculture sector. So I'd like to share the idea of Stevia Joe as a success story for the best practice to implement and enhance the 6 elements for the entrepreneurial ecosystem in our communities. Last and not least, I would like to thank you all for such a great listening. Dr. Mushira, the mic is yours. Thank you so much, and I'm ready for any questions and or clarifications.
Okay, thank you so much, Dana, for the greatest stories that you have promoted here in our conference. You both, I would like also to invite Dr. Mutia for just a quick discussion regarding for the best something, or what we the practitioner session. Our session is which is about the best practices for the entrepreneur ecosystem. You and Dr. Mutia promoting very successful stories regarding for Amman Arab University and the HLOs, in additional to Stevia project, which is a very successful stories here in Jordan. So accordingly, let me please allow me, Dana, to start with Dr. Mutia.
Sure.
Dr. Mutia, as you know, Dr. Mutia, in the recent years, entrepreneurship ecosystem building has become somewhat of a field in the world of small business support. It is because of other psychoeconomic factors that started 2 decades ago. I would like to attract your attention for POC, for Mr. Thomas L. Friedman's named or titled "The World is Flat." A brief history of the 21st century outlined the impact that technology has had on the ability for people to start business that can effectively compete the large cooperation. This paper doesn't serve as an exhaustive guide to how ecosystems are built, and its primary purpose is to spark your curiosity to seek out and learn from the best practices we mentioned throughout. Most ecosystem builders are lifelong learners, and some of this work takes decades to many face its impact. So, Doctor, accordingly, could you please just explain for us how to build a successful entrepreneurship ecosystem?
Okay, thank you for this question, Dr. Mushira.
Doctor, you are our teacher in the ecosystem entrepreneurial as entrepreneur in Amman Arab University.
Thank you. Thank you for this question, Dr. Mushira. The starting a business that can quickly scale is now easier than ever before. Because of the nation, we have seen the rise of the auxiliary industries that both support and benefit from a new business formation in symbiotic relationship. Some examples are popular television shows such as Shark Tank. Okay. Yes. An increase in startup acceleration.
Yes.
And to some extent, co-working spaces. There are also support services that have a more formal structure with government and non-government both. Okay.
Yes.
Services that have a more formal structure with the government and non-government backing life.
Yes.
As a community development, financial, institutional, other help dispose capital, provide business consulting services, and monitor small business like maybe small business development center and service corps of retired executives. Finally, there are the economic development organizations focused on improving the economy.
Yes.
These organizations exist at the local or state and national level. This organization primarily focus on driving job creation, business attraction, and retention, and fostering entrepreneurship and small business growth. According to International Economic Development Council, the 4 pillars of economic development include prospering, skills, innovation, and livability.
Yes.
With amended these broad entrepreneurial activity is support at various level based on awareness as the model I spoken in my presentation, and understanding of the importance impact it can have economic development. God willing, I could answer, Mushira.
Yeah, you have that, Doctor. So accordingly, Doctor, as you told, as we all know that entrepreneurs are key contributor to job creation, economic stability. So your long-term strategy should include ways to support their success by building maybe effective entrepreneurship ecosystem. Maybe for me, having worked in over 100 communities for over 10 years or 15 years, let me say. I see many entrepreneurial people responding to external events and change that impacts your community, and they require ongoing adjustment to affect lasting and meaningful economic change. So accordingly, Doctor, I would appreciate you if you just tell us some strategies to sustain your entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Okay, Mushira, this is a difficult question. Okay, no problem.
Yes, Doctor. This is only, yes, we just send this a question for you because it's very hard. We need someone to answer.
Okay. The ecosystem building is real work, and invitations can fill when the necessary time and resource commitment aren't taken into consideration. Dedicating staffing as critical to long-term success. Moreover, when you apply for a grant or seek funding, think about how staffing need can be written into your application. A few positions were recommend you consider are network builders. The first network builders service as the program director, managing relationship and overseeing operations. Next, okay. Network communicator, it is critical to share information about your work and separate success with the community. Another one, network navigator. Often entrepreneurs need a knowledgeable person to help them connect to resources. The navigator provides a direct link between services within the network and the entrepreneurs. And monitoring satisfaction as well as economic impact. We see, finally, a variety of staffing models include the cooperation between more than one organization. This approach, but this important approach has resulted in sustainable success for take a collaborative approach to staffing and funding this position.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
God willing, I succeed in this answer, Mushira.
You did, Doctor.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your kindness. Now, just let me just escape to Dana. I want to attract your attention that I have a good, strong relation with this girl. She's the one. You cannot imagine how she involved in techno-legal. We have worked with her. I have worked with her more than 5 years. I didn't see such a person who detected for his work like her, who promote women, who promote the work of digital like her. So when I want to ask her, I ask her with passion because I know the way you are thinking. Thank you, Mr. Michael, for your laughing. Okay, so in the 5 years of operating, Purple Ocean for Technological Empowerment has assisted almost 100 organizations with entrepreneurship and community development initiatives, helping them define and reach their unique goals for success. While our expertise lies in the field of entrepreneurship-led economic development, we have supported data connection, data analysis project in other industries such as broadband, healthcare, experiential learning, affordable hosting, blah, 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 etc. So Dana, I'd like you to tell them, you know that our Arab community in general is unfamiliar with entrepreneurship-led economic development. So how do we facilitate discussion around the topic and begin building our ecosystem? I know that you led many successful projects here in Jordan in this field, and you're working with from the farmer until the elite people in this field. So accordingly, Dana, just please, we want you to explain for us, how do we facilitate discussion around the topic and begin building our ecosystem?
Okay. Excuse me, Dr. Mushira. Just yes, we have 1 minute to wrapping up this sessions because the other sessions is the keynote speaker and our you have 1 minute to answer, Dana. We appreciate your potential and support for the conference. Thank you so much.
Never mind, Doctor. Never mind at all.
Okay, so first of all, thank you, Dr. Mushira, for kind words. So let's just answer this question quickly. The question is symbolize the concepts. Let people know about the startups projects by media, social media, influencers, symbolize the entrepreneurship and symbolize the startup projects, do a flexible legal framework, do not make things looks like impossible and mission impossible for people. Let them start from the beginning. Us as expertise, all the legal services provider should support the entrepreneur concepts. The media, the social media, the influencers, the community influencers, and as well the event that we have it in our Arab communities should support the ideas of entrepreneur, and then we can enhance each element of the 6 elements for the entrepreneurial ecosystem elements. So this is it shortly and briefly. Dr. هنادي, thank you so much على المبادرة اللطيفة. انت هيك يعني ضويتي على شيء بمجتمعاتنا العربية كثير بنحبه. دكتور هنادي, again in English, thank you so much for being the great bright for the entrepreneur future in the MENA region. Dr. Mushira, thank you so much for kind words. Dr. Mutia, thank you so much for a great roundtable. Thank you so much all. My pleasure.
Yes, I'm really happy to discuss all of this with you, and I really appreciate all of you for your attendance, and I hope that this discussion continue out in our organization and into your families and the friends. Before I close, I'd like to thank each one of you. I'd like to thank you, Dr. Hanadi, for inviting us for such a great conference and bringing your expertise to our gathering. You as organization leaders have the vision, the knowledge, and the experience to help them be our way into the future. You are truly our greatest assist today and tomorrow, and we could not accomplish what we do without your support and leadership. Through this discussion, I ask you to stay engaged, keep us proactive, and help us shape the future of organization specialty field. My personal respect and thanks go out to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctora. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Hanadi, thank you very much.
Thank you,
And
Dr.
to all,
Muti.
thank
Thank
you
you
for
all the
all.
speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Mike, Professor Mike, the mic with you. Professor Mike, he will taking a chairing sessions for keynote speaking session Horizon 1. He will be the chairing the sessions and he will present all the presenters. Go ahead, Professor Mike, the mic with you.
Okay, thank you, Hanadi, and thanks for inviting me. And again, thank you for putting together, I believe this is the third year we've been doing this, and you're put together another wonderful conference, provides a wealth of knowledge and information for everybody. It's a marvelous thing you're doing. Okay, I think we were scheduled for 3 keynote speakers. It's my understanding that Jonathan Lodge is not going to be able to make it. Is that right, Hanadi?
Yes, please. Yeah. And Beverly will taking place, and the new presenter will come and taking the Beverly place.
Okay, so the first one is my dear friend, Dr. Beverly Anderson. So I see she's online and smiling. So I'll ask her to
welcome, Beverly. Welcome, Professor Beverly.
There you go.
Okay. My entire professional life has been focused on various aspects of business. For many years, I was a professor. I taught, researched, wrote, and consulted on business topics. When I retired from full-time teaching, I decided to embark on a new area of study, that of Western philosophy. 3 years ago, I enrolled at a 4-year program at the University of Chicago in liberal studies. I am now in the 4th year of that program. And the presentation today is the result of an attempt to integrate my recent philosophical learnings with my previous understanding of innovation. So it's a rather offbeat presentation. I will begin with a quote from a well-known American serial entrepreneur, Roger Ailes. He said, "True innovation lies not only in looking to the future, but in understanding the past." So let us look to the past, the beginning of innovation. Early in my University of Chicago program, a course included the readings from Aristotle's Physics. One statement in those readings really resonated with me. That is, nothing comes from nothing. Everything comes from something. What is the something from which innovations come? Where do they come from? I concluded it must come from some idea. Someone has to have an idea to begin an innovation. And we studied Descartes, and Descartes said that ideas cannot arise from nothingness. An idea is the result or the effect of a cause. Well, what on the earth is the cause of ideas? Where do they come from? Well, Descartes gave us a theory that one idea may give birth to another idea. But then the question is, what is the source of the first idea? Is there something else that exists? What comes first, the chicken or the egg, as the saying goes? Descartes went on to theorize that ideas could come from 3 bases. One was external sources. Second was that it is innate within us. Within us, we're born with it. Or 3, that our mind is able to generate new ideas by itself. Now, looking at these three different ways, he said from external sources, it would be something that we would perceive through our senses. We'd see something and it triggered an ideas in our mind. We heard something. Maybe some of you will hear something in this presentation that will trigger an idea. There's light, sound, colors. But these are different things, some of them from nature, some of them not from nature, that give us an idea that is the genesis of an innovation. Now, the second possibility, according to Descartes, was that it was internal. We were born with this knowledge. Now, Socrates thought that the soul was immortal. He felt everyone had a soul, and that the soul had learned everything. Nothing prevents man from recalling. And later on, Descartes even said, when I discovered things for the first time, it does not seem as though I were learning anything new, but rather as though I were remembering what I had previously known. Now, what put that in us? We aren't sure. Maybe something divine. The third idea, The third idea is the starting point invented by self. And this requires that the individual is a genius. They come up with something new, very original on their own. Ways of thought that are so intricate, according to John Henry Newman, that they're almost beyond our understanding. Now, there are some other places that we may get ideas from. If you read the Old Testament, in a book of Ezekiel, he got the idea for the wheel from a vision he had. Now, I personally have never had a vision. Maybe some of you have. I haven't. So I can't really speak too much about the visions. Now, there was Einstein had what he referred to as thought experiments. Now, this is really, some people said he almost went into a trance. It was a form of meditation. And one of the things he said, he got most of his ideas from when he was in some form of meditation. His E equals MC squared. One of the quotes by Einstein that I'd come across I really like: logic will get you from A to B, but imagination will take you everywhere. I love that quote. Then I have down here Zen mindful meditation. That was what Steve Jobs used. He meditated every morning for an hour before he went to work. And he said this is where his ideas for all of the innovations that he had came from, through his Zen meditation. But we do know that not everyone thinks the same way. For example, a recent book by Temple Grandin that came out this year, the book's called Visual Thinkers, says that some people are verbal thinkers, think sequentially from A to B to C. Some people are visual thinkers, but even visual thinkers, some people think in terms of objects. I have a dispenser here. You may think of a machine or an object, and you may see some object. But other people who are visual thinkers think in terms of spatial. They think of networks, systems, ecosystems, how everything works together. They have a broader macro view of their way of thinking. 100 years ago, in 1922, there was an article in the Political Science Journal by Augman and Thomas that said there were really two factors in developing innovations. One was the mental ability of humans, that we've already discussed, the ideas, where it comes from. But they said that there was also the existing status of social and material culture. For example, they said you couldn't have invented the steamboat unless someone had invented the boat previously. So many of our innovations today rely on technology which has been previously developed. What is the state of our technology? What is the state of our material culture? But also society. Are we ready for this kind of innovation? Some things come we say before their times, that they were too fast, that society wasn't able to accept it. So therefore, they said that you have to consider both the human element, the mental ability, and the social and material culture. Now, if we assume the world stays the same, there would only be one starting point for an innovation. But we do know that our world is in constant motion. And this was one of the things that Aristotle talked about. Things are constantly in motion. And so therefore, there are multiple starting points of ideas. These multiple starting points mean that more than one person may come up with the same idea. We have many examples of simultaneous innovations. And I just have a few here. Calculus came up with both Isaac Newton and Gottfried Leibniz in the 1600s. The theory of natural selection, both Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace in the 1800s. The bank automated teller machines by a UK citizen, John Shepard Barron, and Don Wetzel in the US in the 1960s. Both came up with this idea. Then we have Jonas Salk and Albert Sabin, who came up both different starting points, but they innovated a way for a polio vaccine. And recently, in the past couple of years, we have seen the different pharmaceutical firms come up with different vaccines to fight COVID. They've all had different starting points to come up with these new and interesting ideas. Aristotle said that you have to have the essence of a starting base, and that may be from nature or not from nature. In other words, you can take a machine, you can take something and improve upon it. But it has to start from some form of matter. And he said there were only three things you could do with this matter. You could either add to or increase it and enlarge it, or you could decrease, take away from it, or you could alter its basic characteristics. Those are the only three things that you can do to matter if you're going to innovate or create something new. I have an example here of Apple Corporation. This is increasing inside. In 2010, Apple Corporation took the iPhone and came up with, by expanding it, the iPad. This is an example of increasing in size, adding to. They also used to decrease. They had the iBook portable that they shrunk down and made the clamshell. This is an example of shrinking it. They made it smaller and easier to handle. Then you have an example of altering the basic characteristics. And what I'm using here is an example. There are many others, but they went from the Macintosh desktop computer to the iBook laptop computer. This was going from a desktop to a laptop. They altered the basic characteristics. Now, one of the things we do know, you can have a combination. You can alter characteristics and make it larger, et cetera. But you have to have some process to do this. This will take an iterative process of trial and error, as we know. Anytime someone is trying to create something new, there's going to be trial and error. My favorite example of that is Bentley in the UK. In 1913, he had his automobile, but he wanted to make it go faster. He had a major problem, though. The engine was too heavy for the automobile to go much faster. And he was trying to figure out how he could make the engine lighter. Now, the major source of weight in the engine were the pistons. And he couldn't figure out how to make the pistons lighter. And then he became acquainted with aluminum. And he thought this would be a great thing to use. But there was one problem. Aluminum melts at a very low temperature. So therefore, it wouldn't work in an engine in an automobile because it'd probably melt. So through trial and error, he tried aluminum with many other elements. And through many trials and error, he came up with the right combination of copper added to the aluminum which allowed it to function at a higher temperature. And this then allowed the pistons for the automobile to go faster. But just at that time, he switched to helicopters. So the pistons then went into helicopters rather than his automobile. Now, Aristotle says you have to also consider, for the sake of, why are you inventing something? Why are you having an innovation? What's the purpose of your innovation? And this is one of the things we know with all innovations. It has to have some value added, or there's no sense doing it. And there's various things that could happen. Is it for nature? Is it more sustainable? For health, is it going to prolong life? Is it going to cure a disease? Is it going to bring humans more enjoyment, entertainment? Is it going to be more efficient, more effective? Is it going to have lower costs? What is going to be the progress that they will attribute to the innovation you are attempting to have? And this is one of the things you have to figure out, the purpose of the value added. Is it going to have value added to the consumers? Now, we do know there are a lot of unintentional innovations. This is a coincidental clause, according to Aristotle. When you're trying for one thing and you end up creating something else. And I think the best example I have of that is Dr. Spencer Silver, who tried to develop the super strong adhesive for 3M company and ended up creating the low-tack, now known as our Post-it notes, which are so successful. Now, was this luck or chance? According to Aristotle, this would have been luck. He said that luck is when you're trying for something and it turns out to come successful. That is what luck is. It's a result of a deliberate choice. Is this a divine thing? It's bad luck if it doesn't turn out well, but good luck if it does. He differentiated that from chance, which is a coincidental cause, but you weren't trying for anything. It just happened. And I have the example here of Newton sitting under the tree. He wasn't trying for anything. All he was trying to do was maybe take a nap, and the apple fell on his head, and it gave him the idea of gravity. Now, how are we going to put all this together? Now, this is one of the things that we have is that you've got to put your ideas together, the kernel, the idea, where the idea came from. You're going to have to go through trial and error. You're going to have to figure out the purpose of it. You're going to have to put this all together to create a viable innovation. Now, John Henry Newman came up with a term, illative sense, that he described this unconscious process of the mind, how we put it all together, that the mind seems to be able to get it all together to create an innovation through inference and assent and knowledge. And this is one of the things that he created the term for, because he couldn't figure out anything. He said it was a mystery. Now, what's the future of innovations and entrepreneurial systems? We've talked about the past. I've went way, way back to the past. What is going to be the future of innovations and ecosystems? Let's look at the innovators and entrepreneurs. Today, the Earth has 3 times as many people as it did in 1950. This means that there are most likely 3 times as many geniuses out there. Logically, we will have approximately 3 times as many innovators creating new opportunities for entrepreneurs. Will thinking be expanded? Will more individuals engage in visual thinking through the practice of meditation and other mind-enhancing activities? We really don't know about that, but it's becoming more popular. Artificial intelligence aided innovations. AI is particularly adept at the iterative processes. AI can go through iterations much faster than any human. In addition, AI can quickly gain knowledge that may be useful to human innovators. AI-independent innovations are also possible. According to reports in 2017, AI bots at Facebook created their own language for communication between themselves. In the future, it is possible that AI bots will be able to better scan the environment and develop new ways to face the world's many challenges. What about the social and mental culture, the ecosystem? The rate of technology innovations has increased exponentially for the past 100 years. In the future, the predictions are that technological change will accelerate at an even faster pace. There are some concerns that social culture, which moves at a somewhat slower pace, will not be able to competently adapt and use the rapid advances in technology. What we know for sure, though, is that the universe is in constant motion. Change is inevitable. The environment will change, humans will change. There will be vast opportunities for innovation and ways to adapt to this new and ever-changing world. I'd like to thank the many great philosophers that I've been studying at the University of Chicago for the past 3 years: Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Descartes, Newman, and others. I also would like to thank Hannadi for allowing me to giving me an opportunity to give a rather offbeat presentation on innovation. And I would like to thank you for listening to my presentation. And perhaps something I said or some idea came to you during the presentation that will give you a basis for creating something new and different in your own innovation. Thank you all for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much, Beverly. I thought that was excellent. And, you know, I've always been a big proponent of education as a lifelong process. The fact that you had such a distinguished career in teaching and research, and I've listened to a lot of your research presentations, and then you went on to continue your education. I think it's just marvelous, and it's a wonderful example for other people. Good for you, Beverly.
Lifelong learning is very, very important. It really is.
Yes, yes, it is. I try to emphasize that to my students, and they sort of figure, well, when I get done out of here, I don't have to worry about this anymore. But I keep telling them education is indeed a lifelong process, and you never stop learning. I try to learn something new every day, I tell them, so we can continue. Thanks again. Okay, the next keynote speaker, Dr. Harvey Kesselman. He's the president of Stockton University. And as most of you know, higher education is going through a number of challenges today, and it's yet to be seen what happens in the future. One is the use of technology. I think because of COVID, technology had to be used a lot more, and we'll see how that impacts further into higher education. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Harvey Kesselman to the conference.
Well, hello. Am I on?
You're on.
There you go. Hello, Beverly. It's very difficult to follow Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, and the like, but I'll see what I can do. I'm going to look at this topic a little bit from a slightly different perspective, that of a university president, how many of the tools that are currently available to us are used on literally a day-to-day basis, and the way maybe a chief executive officer of a university looks at the world, particularly post-COVID and what we've just gone through. And so if we're looking at my agenda today, I'm just going to talk particularly 20 minutes. When you ask a president, you limit that person to 20 minutes. I have three areas. We can, our introduction usually goes 20 minutes, but we have 3 areas that we're going to look at: data, the whole issue of data; 2, leadership opportunities and adaptive leadership; and then remote learning and remote work, which of course is a topic not only in higher education, but in virtually every industry across the world. Data governance. Let's start with data. And I think this is really significant because of the amount of data that we have available to us that, as recently as maybe 10 or 15 years ago, we did not. And so one of the objectives of a university president or provost or dean and the like would at least begin to understand the protocols regarding who owns the data, how is it to be used, how is it to be stored, most importantly, and particularly now, how it's to be protected, and then for how long do you keep data? All of these things matter, and I can provide some examples, which I will later on, of the kind of data that we have at our fingertips that we didn't before, and that we certainly wouldn't want the rest of the world to have available to them. So to put that aside for a moment until we get to the more detail on that. But data governance is a critical issue on college and university campuses throughout the world. And the second thing, of course, is with data governance comes data literacy. And that is, how do you analyze data? How do you understand it correctly? Because it's very, very easy to misinterpret information. I think we see that all the time. I mean, we've gone through eras of fake news and everything associated with what that means and how that comes about. The incorrect assumptions that we can sometimes make because we have a wealth of data available to us, but we don't go through it at the level of detail that you may need to go through it. And as a result, sometimes we reach inaccurate conclusions. I think we saw a lot of that during the COVID era. And then certain data points actually hold more weight for us, certainly as individuals responsible for colleges and universities, than other data. In other words, all data are not equal. 4 types of data, and let me give you an example before I go to this on the last one, and that's data literacy. One of the things that I try to do, particularly that last point, certain data points hold more weight than others. On an biannual basis, I do it both in the fall term and in the spring term. When I hold, large group meetings with literally our entire faculty and staff to review important data for the health and vitality of the institution, as well as to try to portray pictorially for folks what the trends are in higher education. Because I think it's important, not only do we we are aware of what's going on in our own institutions, but beyond that. I think sometimes, particularly, when we get so focused into our discipline that we lose sight of what's going on beyond our discipline. And that's one of the things I try to do by presenting data in pretty easy formats. But I don't show every piece of data we have. I show what I believe are the most important pieces. That's one point I wanted to bring up. But let's take a look at 4 types of data analytics. And now with the availability of software that allows us to go through these simulations and the like, it becomes a lot easier to look at data this way. So I'm going to lay out 4 different types of data. Descriptive data, which if we were to put it in, terms such as, here's what happened. Okay, we describe exactly what's happened, whatever that may be, and I'll give you an illustration. Diagnostic data, why did it happen? Predictive, what might happen in the future? And prescriptive, what should we do next? Descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. All 4 of those areas are how one can look at data. And I'm sure there are more, but they're the 4 brackets that we try to do at Stockton, and certainly the Stockton administration does. And I didn't talk to you about that, what Stockton is, a university, approximately 10,000 students, 3,000 residential students in southeastern New Jersey. It's on a 1,600-acre campus in the middle of the Pinelands National Reserve. I call it the garden part of the Garden State in New Jersey. But we also have a campus in Atlantic City, an urban campus, which is a very different kind of an environment. So we have a multi-campus university in southeastern New Jersey. Michael Busler, who happens to be a great faculty member there, and I appreciate his insight. That's why I'm here today, as a result of him and several of our business faculty, who I hope are listening. You're not getting graded, so if you're not listening, that's okay. You'll be forgiven. But to go back to these 4 things, let's go there. If you look at it on this sort of chart we pulled together, like value, Bob DiMaggio actually, versus difficulty, the hindsight are your descriptive analytics and your diagnostic analytics. And if you looked at the history of higher ed and how we present data, both internally and externally, and how many of the entities that evaluate us and rank us and the like, that's how they're looking at us. What happened? Why did it happen? From a hindsight point of view. And there are many leaders that's how they do their job. They want to know what happened, why did it happen, and then they let others figure out, so what do we do from here? And that's where you get into the other 2. What might happen in the future, your foresight in the future? How do we use that data to be able to predict with some degree of accuracy, because there's not 100% accuracy. And then what should we do next? Prescriptive. Once we know what might happen, if we believe this may happen in the future, okay, then what should we do next to be prepared for it? Obviously, none of us were as prepared as we ought to have been when COVID hit us. But had we thought about that, and there are always signals that these things happen, it's something that has recurred over and over again in history, okay, yet we weren't ready for it. And as a result, not only did colleges and universities shut down, whole states shut down, almost the entire country shut down, because we weren't able to accurately predict it, or we chose not to predict it. We didn't look at the data signs, and then we didn't think, what should we do next? So we were all running around trying to figure out what you should do next. And if this is that one lesson COVID taught us, is never to put ourselves in that position again, and always be prepared for the unexpected. So I think that's really, really important when you're dealing with data. And let me give you like a more micro kind of thing that, let's say, an enrollment management person on your campus is responsible for. So they're going to look at data analytics this way. Here's what happened. And this year, and I'm proud to say this was us actually, our first time enrollment this year increased 15% as compared to last year. Last year was, remember, year 2 of COVID. It wasn't the first term of COVID. Now, why did it happen? So we look at that diagnosis. Well, we had a 25% increase in campus visitations. Why? Because the year before and the year before that, less people were likely to visit the campus as a result of COVID. And so they didn't come here. And that resulted, we believe, we're not saying it's causal, but there's certainly a correlation, okay, and a 50% increase in applications. So that's when we diagnosed, that's what happened after we described that our enrollment, where the enrollment situation is. Now, what might happen in the future? How do we use that information to guide the actions of our enrollment management office and the actions of the institution to ensure that we have students in the future? Well, one of the things, if this is accurate, and even if it's not causality, we can't prove causality, we can certainly look at the correlation. We can say students who visit campus seem to be more likely to apply, more likely to deposit, and more likely to enroll. So what's the prescriptive, point that follows? What should we do next? Then hold more on-campus events to supplement more daily tours and open houses. Faculty-led seminars are terrific for that. Financial aid workshops, get people to our campus. That focus, that works well for an institution like Stockton. You was talking about University of Chicago. They get tens of thousands of applications for very selective seats, but most colleges and universities are not the University of Chicago or Harvard or Princeton or Penn, and they have to look at these kinds of data in order to gauge their next year's first time in transfer classes. Cybersecurity. This is as a president. Okay, I cannot overstate, and I can show you how powerful this is, how important cybersecurity is now. I think Microsoft stated in 2021, so this is current, education is one of the most threatened industries. And I can give you a zillion reasons why not. I will give you some. Malware, phishing attacks, more persistent now and advanced than ever. I think we're seeing it. I think in last night alone, I had 3 text messages that were all phishing attempts from Amazon or some other entity saying, if I don't link in, I'm going to lose, my rights to Amazon and the like. That's serious, because the weakest link in cybersecurity right now is human behavior, because we're the ones that make the click. We're the ones that allow them into our systems. So what we're doing at Stockton and many colleges and universities, and let me tell you how scary this is we utilize artificial intelligence to correlate cybersecurity threats into our technology landscape. So we're using AI to show threats, so we know how people react to those threats. And that is critical. So you need what? Strong IT, security team, ongoing communication, training for everyone on your campus, well-tested and well-documented. To put this in perspective of how important this is on a college or university campus, when COVID hit, even though we all shut down, we could still continue the teaching, learning process because of our technology. So even though it was a perfect scenario, we still could conduct business in some way because of technology. However, if our systems crash right now, okay, that will not hold true. We need technology to function. So as traumatic of an experience as COVID was, Imagine if we had no access to our technology, which is what happened, of course, during Katrina in New Orleans, but we're 10 times, 100 times, maybe even 1,000 times more relying on technology now than we were then. So I can't overstate, when you go back to your campuses, if you're not involved in the cybersecurity aspect of your institutions, please, okay, take some time, talk to your security people, talk to one another, because it is a huge problem on college and university campuses, and human error is the way. And keep in mind what we have in our systems now. We not only have student demographic data, but we have everyone's demographic data. So if you can get into our system, okay, you can find out everything about not only every student at the institution, but every employee at the institution. And that's very private data, because we're all within, we're not on the old Excel spreadsheets, it's stored somewhere in human resources. We're all in the same platform. And if you get into it, you've gotten into people's lives. And that is a very scary kind of thing. And I don't mean to get you like all crazed, but I do want you to, the antennas should go up so that you know the kinds of threats that we think about on a college or university campus. Now, let me switch gears a little bit and go to leadership and go back a little bit to what we talked about before. And that is the past, the present, and the future. And Beverly did a great scenario of that in her presentation, where she showed the evolution of innovation and how you go the past, the present, and the future. So let's look at from a oversight. Most presidents are locked into this. I'm going to be telling you right now. We're locked in the analytical view of how we look at things. We look at review key data. Do we meet our enrollment targets? Do we meet our financial targets? Those kinds of things. If there's a lot of yeses out there, we're happy. We move on. We go out to dinner that night. All right, and we're not thinking a lot further than that. But we have to begin to think further than that. We have to do it because things change so rapidly, and because of all the different scenarios that we're faced with. So, for example, now I would argue that the present is stewardship, where we've become a bit more inquisitive. If COVID didn't teach us that, it hasn't taught us anything to be more inquisitive. How do we use this information that we now have reviewed to strategize? How do we think about things, not just now, but setting us up for the future? Are students learning what they need to learn? This is something we talk about. This is something we say, but how deep, and we're all in this business, how many of us can absolutely say with, certainty that our students are learning what they need to learn for the future? I know they're learning what we're presenting to them, but are they learning what they need to learn? And how do we go about acquiring that kind of information? And then, of course, are students progressing at the rate that we would like them to progress? And then finally, the future, the strategic view, which is exploratory, which is adapting to the unknown, trying to determine the unintended consequences of our actions. Okay, how do we begin to guesstimate? How do we begin to think about what will happen in the future? How the mergers and acquisitions, which are now happening in higher education, will that affect my institution? Will that affect our sister institutions and the like? And what role will technology play in higher education 5 years from now? Not today, but 5 years from now. And do we ask ourselves this question: what might happen to our institution if X occurs? And we've got to continually do that, because we never know. In a state environment, if you're funded by the government, what happens? I mean, the system of Pennsylvania, where appropriations began to decrease rapidly, enrollments began to decrease rapidly. So some schools were forced to merge and things of that nature. So we always need to look what happens in the future. One of the things I do with my cabinet all the time is I think I only have 5 minutes. I told you, if I can get this done in 20 minutes, it'd be a miracle. All right, is the past, the present, and the future. And how much time, and I ask my cabinet to do this, how much time do we spend in each? Okay, and I want you to take this with you, take a snapshot and do it yourself. And how much time do you spend in each of these views? And what I try to get is 20% on the past. So we use that, we need it, we need to look at it. 40% to be inquisitive on the present, but also at least 40% of our time now, when we're meeting with our cabinets during our retreats, are spending looking at the future. So I think it's important that when you analyze whether you're doing it at how you're doing your home budget to how you're doing your work, your work-life balance. If you're looking at all of these things, I think you should see how you would fit and what percentages would apply to you and your university. Leadership opportunities. Some of the things we know that technology will do: virtual reality training and simulation, foreign language conversations with avatars and computer generated, restaurants and things of that nature. Education practitioners interacting with simulated school children. Look what we can do in our teacher preparation programs. Just sitting in a classroom with simulated responses by children. And then of course, patient simulation for healthcare, which a lot of us had to do when in fact we were going through COVID and our healthcare providers were shut down. Having artificial intelligence teaching assistants and machine learning chatbots and the like. These opportunities require substantial investments in equipment, knowledge, training, and technical implementation and support. But the real question is, once we do all of this, we have to go back to that question I raised a little bit earlier, and that does it improve learning outcomes, and do we know whether it's doing what we want it to do? And I think if you can be centered around what you believe is your mission, whether it's a University of Chicago has a significant research mission, okay? I mean, they're to create new knowledges in the field. Regional comprehensive universities like Stockton are really focused on student access and success because we have a lot of students who are, quote, can come, underrepresented students who have not come from the best high schools that we have to bring into our institutions. We covet them, but we have an obligation to ensure they have every opportunity to succeed. Students, however, want more choices now regarding content and delivery. It's out of necessity, because many of the new students had 2 years of this in high school, and so they've been accustomed to online education, so they want to see. And this scares me. I'm 71. Okay, I like face to face. It gives me enthusiasm. I worry when I have to see fully online degree programs, certificate programs, and training credentials. And I know there's a convenience factor there, but I don't think I can be as effective. That doesn't mean we can't be. It's just one of my hangups. And we have to all, analyze ourselves to see where we sit in this. We must continue to explore new teaching and learning strategies throughout, utilizing the most up-to-date technologies. And the students, all of our students, must have access to these resources and services that they need. Okay. And that doesn't always happen equally in our society. And I think most people know that. And the quality of academics and customer service should never decline if you're moving to a more online environment. Finally, everything can be successful if it's centered around your mission. If you try to do more than who you are, okay, then you usually don't succeed. And we need employees too now, want more flexibility. There's more of a demand for work-life balance and being involved and more engaged in what's going on in your life. But we still must be effective in delivering customer service to our students. And we also need to adapt to all of the new technologies out there, not just one, because they can be swallowed and changed overnight. And I'm done. So did I do it in 20 minutes? I can't hear you, Michael. You're on mute. Michael, you're on mute.
All right, how's that?
That's better.
Okay. Good. You did very well, Harvey. Thank you very much. That was very informative, I think, for everyone. We did have a speaker that got ill, so we do have some extra time. So you certainly didn't run over, and we thank you so much for that. I wonder if I could ask you a question that some people may find interesting also. There are a number of high school graduates who feel more comfortable at a much smaller school. Because some of these smaller schools with fairly low enrollments are able to give them the kind of attention that they want. And some have been very successful starting out at smaller schools. The problem is with all the issues that you highlighted as going forward, a lot of these smaller schools are having trouble just making it. You mentioned in Pennsylvania with the reduction in funding, some schools had to merge. I know here in New Jersey, I think it was Bloomfield College was taken over by Montclair. So I think you're going to see more of that happening in the future. And what my question was, how do you see these smaller schools in the future? You think they'll be able to survive, or you think we're going to see a lot more of these mergers going forth?
It's funny you asked me that, because I just did an interview with Inside Higher Education. We spent a lot of time on that question. 3 years ago, even 4 years ago, I would have said, the landscape, the marketplace will survive. It'll be slightly changed, but it'll survive. I'm a lot more concerned now from what I'm seeing. The small privates, Cabrini just yesterday, Cabrini put out a call for merger yesterday. I think financially a lot, unless they're well endowed, okay, the small privates I think are seriously, some of them are in serious trouble. And one of the things, to put this in perspective, one of the things even the public institutions in New Jersey have done for those folks, and this is, we have actually lobbied on behalf of the small privates, because we believe they make it, like you said, Michael, they can make a very important contribution to the overall higher education landscape. There's something like 5,000 colleges and universities in the United States. Clearly, we could do with fewer than them. I don't think there's any question about that. But given the cost to stay, number one, the maintenance of our buildings, which when you see the kind of rampant inflation that's going on now, so what it took to fix a sidewalk 4 years ago, it's going to take a lot more now. And if you don't have that, so everything from all your capital improvements to the cost of the technology is not inexpensive. So the cost of the technology, all the costs associated with it. And if you don't, there's a limit to how much we can raise tuition and fees before you get the kind of incredible pushback that we're getting now. So I think if your revenue base has to be more modest in growth than your cost base, by definition, you'd have a structural deficit unless you can make it up philanthropically or get larger, if you're public, larger appropriations. And I'm not seeing that, because there's a loss of confidence in higher ed by the general public, which is what you're hearing more about, and they're not as willing to invest as they once were. And as a result, that causes shifts in the marketplace. And that's one of the reasons why when I talked about what you should look about in the future are these kinds of things, and how do we navigate that kind of a landscape? And so I do see more mergers. I'm hoping it's mergers and not closures, because closures are just traumatic to the student and the faculty and staff who, particularly your tenured faculty and staff have given their lives to their institutions. They don't want to even hear that concept. But so I'm hoping there are more mergers. The problem is when you, and I'm looking towards the Montclair Bloomfield experiment, because when you look at a public institution overtaking basically a private institution, they have different unions, they have different pensions, they have different healthcare plans. There's a lot of things that have to be worked out to make it work, and it needs a lot of compromise and a lot of collaboration that we're not that used to doing, because unfortunately we're competitive for students, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we had COVID helped there though. COVID forced us all to work together to come up with joint solutions. And one of the things that I noticed in our state was the cooperation between and among the presidents. Not only the presidents, we always are usually reasonably cooperative because we share the miseries of the same positions. But below us, our provost met more, our VPs for admin and finance met more, all the key human resources people met more, all the key administrators met more statewide, because we were all in the same unknowing position. And I worry so we can take what we learned from there to apply to what we haven't yet confronted, but it does not it looks worrisome, quite frankly. I'm an external optimist, which is why I'm saying, I hope it's mergers and acquisitions, so to speak.
Let me ask you one other thing, if I may. We have some extra time here again, because one person got sick. Higher education is having a problem with enrollments. Certainly, better than me. What we're seeing, I think, is low birth rates, 18, 20 years ago, so there's not as many high school graduates. I also think we're seeing a reduction in the percent of high school graduates that go on to college. And I think there's been a perception, at least in the last couple of years, that maybe a college degree is not worth what we thought it was worth. And there's people going out and avoiding college. What do you think about that going forward in the future?
There is that perception. I mean, that's the whole thing about the return on investment. I mean, there are now journals, magazines, and like that's what they feature. What's the ROI? You could look it up. You go right online to say Stockton's ROI, and you'll see 4 or 5 different entities that will give you their assessment of that. So yeah, I do think that there's questions concerning the return on investment, particularly when people see costs of $50,000 and $60,000, and you're talking $60,000 a year, even though they ultimately don't play that. There's the posted price, the sticker price versus the real price. But for students who are not, who are first gen, who are underrepresented groups, they don't sometimes realize because they're not having people, assisting them in their house who had never gone to college. They see that figure. They say, why should I do that? I can't afford that. That's more than my household makes. And so there is a real potential crisis, and we are losing, the traditional 18 to 22-year-old because of the demographics, not in every area of the United States or the world, but certainly in certain portions of the United States, you certainly see it. We happen to be in one of those portions. Now, there are other ways to make that up. One of the ways is, try to get other markets, whether it's what's now called the non-traditional, which has become more traditional student, the older student who wants to come back, get a degree, who needs to change their career because their whole economy, their whole profession may be outdated and the like. So there are other ways, utilizing online to reach further markets and things of that nature, and to do things, creative things. One of the things a lot of colleges and universities are doing now, and we certainly have been doing it, and that is have what we call dual credit programs with high schools. Start in the high school, get students to see the advantages of attending college in high school. So they get ahead, so it's more cost effective for them. They know they can succeed, and they're on their way while they're still graduating high school this could go to any high school, can make this work. So I think it's to continually try to get more students in the pipeline and a higher percentage of students in the pipeline. We're losing males, quite frankly, at dramatic rates, not just, African-American or Latino male, but all males at a higher rate than we ever had in the past. The college going rate for males have actually begun to decline, where it's not the case for women. And so women are consistently, coming in, they graduate at high rates, they attend high school at higher rates, graduate high school at higher rates, go to college at higher rates, and are more successful when they're in college. That down the road is something that we need to look at from a societal point of view to address partially what you just brought up.
Yeah, I think the last figures I saw, and again, you know more about this than I do, but I think roughly enrollments, I think at Stockton and nationwide, are a little over 60% female and probably a little under 40% male.
Right, absolutely, and climbing, and the women category climbing. There's no question about that, and you're seeing that, and that affects all, the whole pipeline. It also it affects down the road the job market and everything associated. So where are these males who are not going to college? Where are they going? And if we don't provide that an option, for those males, you get anger. Okay, you get anger because here they've been told this is what's going to happen, and they're latched out of, quote, and I'm being very provincial, from the American dream. And if they're latched out of that, okay, what's their option? So, and you see what's happening in our society. So I think it's important that we look at the trades. I think, plumbers, electricians, carpenters, they're great careers. I mean, they really are high-paying careers. And we need to do something for those who want an option other than college, who are worried about paying for college, to be able to, be part of the old, apprenticeship system. But we can't lose the underrepresented population, because that's the only growing demographic in the United States. And that's the underrepresented populations in the United States. And we must make sure that those groups of students, potential students, have an option for higher education. And we're doing everything we can to get them to graduate high school and come into higher education. If we fail to do that, then you will see how doomed we really are. If we are successful, which I have every reason to believe we will be and can be, I think you can see the tide begin to turn.
And of course, that presents a whole lot of challenges, new challenges, trying to reach out to people who maybe didn't consider going back to college, or maybe they did, they just didn't know how to do it. And, what kind of credits will be accepted? What do I have to do? I've been out of school for 10 years. So I think too, the universities are going to have to get more innovative in how they admit these students, get them in, and even in the delivery system. You mentioned the use of online. I think for those students that may be of a particular benefit.
Yeah, and prior learning assessment. I mean, we need to look at people's prior learning and see if we can somehow, prepare. You're talking about situations where you want students to show instant success, okay? And if once success breeds success, it's momentum. We know that. So if we can. That's why I said get down into the high schools if we can do it. If we can do that and get students who have been exposed to this and say, oh, I can actually do this work, and I can see the benefit of doing this work. And you folks, I can't overstate. And I'm going to say this, I'm going to put it back on the faculty, of which I will be, once I retire, I'm coming back to you. I'm coming back to the faculty. So I'm with you on this. You make a difference in the lives of our students. When they connect with you, when they see you and they get to learn from you the kinds of opportunities that they can have. And you don't have to program in any field, you want to show them that it's about the educational experience, about what you learn, how you can present ideas and the like, how you write, how you communicate. All of those skills are the skills people really look for ultimately long-term. And you're the ones who are best at equipping them with those skills so that they can then recognize, I can do it. And once we do that, then, I think that's why we do this. That's our calling. That's what, Socrates and Plato and Aristotle was talking about. Okay, Beverly. And so I think it's critically important that that's what all of you and all of us try to do. Never forget, all the buildings are wonderful, but when a push comes to shove, we are in the teaching, learning business. That's what we're in. The transfer of knowledge from our generation to the next generation and the creation of new knowledge by combining those.
That was exceptionally well done, Harvey. There was a lot of great points you pointed out. This conference is about innovation and entrepreneurship. I think what you're saying is universities have to be able to innovate too, and maybe even take on that entrepreneurial way of thinking to try to succeed going into the future.
Absolutely. Well stated, Michael. Good to see you all. I have to go to another meeting.
All right, we're good. We're going to move on here. We have just 1 minute left. If anybody wants to add anything. Okay. Good, then. I guess we're just about done here. I think we have one minute. So I guess we'll sign off on this one and we'll move right on to.
Yes, hi, Paul. How are you?
Oh, here comes Sanadi. She'll fix everything. Sanadi? Okay. I thought that was Sanadi. Okay. It is just about 11 o'clock, so I guess we're moving on. That's Eastern Standard Time on the US. I know everybody's in a whole different time zones. I think what we do now is move on to the next roundtable. Somebody shake their head, yes. Beverly?
It's mine.
Oh, okay.
I chair this session.
You chair this session, okay. Then I'm going to stop talking and let you take over.
Okay, this is the next keynote session. And we have 3 speakers. I see Dr. Perry is here. Malcolm, it's good to see you again. Saw you last year. It's very nice to see you again. And is Paul here? Paul Sheedy?
Yes, Beverly Ball, will coming in within a few seconds.
Oh, okay. And the Baroness Rajakic. Is she here?
Maybe she will join soon. Let's Mary start.
Okay, that is perfectly fine. We can go ahead and get started. Each speaker will have 20 minutes. And Malcolm, you are up number 1. But one of the things that Malcolm is a visiting professor at the University of Surrey. And when I was reading his biography, we got our PhDs the same year. So
just last year.
It was a great year, wasn't it? I just wanted to say. So we've been around for quite a while.
Indeed.
And so I am going to turn it over to you, and you will have 20 minutes. And we hope everything goes well. Okay?
Thank you very much for the introduction. And let me just share the screen, which is not as easy as I thought it was going to be. Here we go. And if I put it onto this view here, 1 second. So let me just put it into. Okay, I'm not sure what you can see. Can you see? Can you hear me and see everything?
We can see it. Do you want to make it full screen? You can click on the presentation mode at the bottom of you're there.
It works. Marvelous.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And to put some context to this, I'm in 1935, the British botanist Sir Arthur Tansley coined the term ecosystem. And he used it to describe the relationship between biological communities and non-biological environment. But it's now widely adopted for other complex systems, of which entrepreneurship is one. And the way entrepreneurs interact with a wide range of variables is important, which if they get it right, it can create wealth, or if they get it wrong, it can still bring experience and human capital to a community. So they've gained in value, and their impact has also been of great interest beyond the individual characteristics of these people. And many people are starting to consider the external factors that are most likely to benefit their performance. And following that, when looking forward, what new tools and opportunities in the social and business landscape they can use to drive growth. One second. Next slide. So I'm just trying to move the slide along for myself with my notes. Early research on this was published by Siegel Quince Wicksteed in the Cambridge Phenomenon. That was in the 80s. And it set out the way academic discovery and entrepreneurship was pushing out technological innovation in a region surrounding a university. And in 2018, not so long ago, the same company, Siegel Quince Wicksteed, published further data on this relationship. And this reinforces the need for a series of links between a number of planned elements that include policy, and those that are influenced by personal choice and opportunity, and how these need to be connected in a mix of knowledge, skills, and business expertise. And of course, physical factors that match the preferences that influence individual choices, support families, and are affordable to young innovators. However, there's also a subtext to each of these headings that includes effective regional governance to maintain each of the elements that make sure they remain in balance and operate effectively. I believe Silicon Valley has become quite overcrowded. At a more detailed level, it's now widely recognized that the relationship between R&D and innovation can be enhanced with the presence of corporates and other startups, but it can also be driven harder through the presence of innovation cultivators that include incubators and accelerators, tech transfer offices, business mentor programs, and access to early stage business finance, and some of which are provided and operated by private investors. Y Combinator is the most famous probably of those, while others are by universities or public authorities, which are coming common as well. And to help to spread ideas, it's useful if these institutions encourage both inter and cross-disciplinary networking to help build a wider understanding of the technicalities of a discipline and any business opportunities. But today, the potential value of these relationships is being accelerated with the injection of high-power computing and big data in the many dimensions of AI, which is helping entrepreneurs to add even greater economic value to science, technology, engineering, and social science. And large companies are using this to build new levels of entrepreneurship and increase their focus on startups involved in the realm of AI and building the AI ecosystem. And governments are using it to understand society and the public realm. So how's the macro elements of this ecosystem shaping up? In a broad-based commentary from my colleague, Professor Andrew Rakowski, he's from the university, and he's in our Institute of People-Centered Artificial Intelligence. He's in the discussion, he's noted that in the UK and other countries, the academic, business, and government interest in AI is fast-moving, fragmented, and extremely competitive. And this urgency is being driven by a belief that the winner takes all, with companies and national governments recognizing that whoever dominates AI will also go on to dominate economically, politically, and militarily, particularly where the filing of patents has become such an important aspect of the technology. And it may result in the control of great swathes of functions, with concerns about the potential for increased levels of coercion or more powerful forms of persuasion of whole societies, which would be in the hands of few through surveillance capitalism. And at present, there is no agreed market event or structure, such as new regulations, major procurement, or national infrastructure projects to create an ecosystem that brings companies together or to drive investment, which is what has been successfully achieved in, for example, the sectors such as mobile telecoms, transport, and space. However, there is some international interest in the lack of current arrangements. For example, the OECD AI Policy Observatory is actively collecting, analyzing, and curating data from those national policies that have been published on issues such as guidance and regulation, governance, financial support, and provision of training data sets, and the main AI enablers and other incentives. The OECD data also compares national policies and priorities, such as their position on human capital, technological competence, and industrial and business opportunities, as well as social development and access to data sets for training. And in some instances, the policies also reflect the degree of expectation that AI will link economic structures to government interests, from which a number of elements of geopolitical intent can be inferred, like using national data to direct education programs and a national curriculum to build the skills necessary to drive and manage an economy that is heavily dependent on AI. And I believe an example might be in China. Other policies relate to access to national data sets that are being collected by governments and commercial interests. And in some countries, the development of these policies is being made visible through such documents as the UK's AI roadmap. And I'm sure there are other countries that have the same. And the OECD is also using Google searches to see the distribution of international interests in various applications of AI, particularly patent levels. And that's coming through, showing differences across Europe and across other parts of the world. The OECD has also published a number of recommendations to government in terms of the evolution of the AI ecosystem. And these have been reinforced by the World Bank. And they include facilitating public and private investment in R&D to drive innovation in trustworthy AI, and to ensure there is democratization of the ecosystems. And this involves making digital infrastructure, technologies, and mechanisms more widely available, because some people are excluded from this, particularly facilitating access to data and relevant knowledge, and empowering people through education by supporting the development of skills. So these can help people and to support workers to secure economic opportunity as these economies adopt higher levels of AI transition. And finally, cooperation across sectors and borders to ensure responsible stewardship of trustworthy AI. Despite these national policies, it's clear that AI ecosystems are largely being driven by commercial imperative rather than government policy. And in terms of corporate interest in the technology, corporate investment tells us an important story. Amazon leads the pack with a figure of around 30 billion a year investment, and Alphabet, Google close behind, and chasing them are the other big names one might expect. and annual patent activity is high, which is could be a long-term problem for many companies and countries under existing patent laws. And private companies are now increasing their input into the scientific literature, exceeding that's coming out of universities. And currently this level of interest in AI is highly US-centric, but there's evidence that China is also driving hard, and their government expenditure links closely with a commercial imperative. The level of interest in the technology that makes up the current AI family resulted in a current global shortage of AI talent, which we heard from some of the last speakers. To resolve this, many large corporations have created overseas research laboratories, including in the UK. They also help these large corporations, it also helps these large corporations target domestic markets by setting up AI labs. Facebook, Google, IBM, and Microsoft have an estimated 62 AI labs between them, and they're also targeting startups and SMEs for skills. And it goes further, with some universities finding it more difficult to attract postgraduates into their academic community as early stage researchers, and some are losing tenured academic staff and researchers that are going into industry. And with a long-term knock-on effect, it'll affect academic research, which is why so many national AI policies reflect a long-term strategic intention to build capacity. Also, although some are taking a more protective approach than others. However, one view is that there is a lack of international coordination of policy, so the demand for a tight labor talent market has become highly competitive. However, based on the International Association of Science Park data, of which the Surrey Research Park, and I've been a member since 1984, from their worldwide membership, there's still a healthy community of AI companies being formed, with just over 20 of their 335 membership reporting the presence of AI businesses, which is 20% of the 335 membership reporting these businesses. And this translates into more than 2,000 AI companies, startups and scale-ups, with some 1,000 new AI companies developing over the past 3 years. That's 2019 to 21. And this growth in the interest in science and technology parks and areas of innovation is also reflected by data showing an increased proportion of venture capital going into AI companies over the period 2012 to 21, rising from less than 5% to in excess of 20%. The focus of these in the UK, where the data is more refined, data from based on data from Surrey's AI team as well, and listed here, they show a strong interest in fintech as well as marketing and advertising, but it drops away in more regulated areas of healthcare and others. And you can see the range here from fintech right down to transportation, which is relatively low. Despite the drive in this startup scene, it's still in its infancy. And that has raised a number of questions about the way the AI ecosystem will influence its future. These include its ease of access and ease of use, the rising call for policy controls of data capture and privacy, perhaps in relation to data collection, the role data has in generating business ideas, and what is the best system to capture this data and its cost. In terms of exploitation to do this, how best to use this to grow a business, and what and how customers view the relationship. As a customer, I personally hate chatbots, but I also hate hanging on the phone for help. So there's a kind of balance going on, I guess, in every individual. The view of investors in these startups is changing, and how to structure a company to commercialize and grow the business, which includes the necessary skills base. And also, who owns the IP that comes from the data is an interesting question when you look at some of these issues. And the value of the data on any exit that you might make, which is still a matter of debate by WIPO, which is actually carrying on a significant debate without any conclusion at the present, as far as I know. I hope some of what I've said has struck a chord with you. And for me, it's been a pleasure. So thank you very much for listening. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. You didn't even take your full 20 minutes.
Okay, well, I cut some slides because I thought it was too long.
Well, you took 15 minutes and 11 seconds.
Okay. I wasted my morning.
So I think that's fine. I really liked your presentation. I think it's very interesting when you talk about the ecosystem. I wondered, and the sort of the human reaction to dealing with bots and all of the AI is, I think this is really going to be an interesting area of research in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if academic researchers will engage in it or if it's going to be the businesses, do you think?
Well, I don't think that businesses particularly worry about it. All they care about is can they make it into a commercial business? And I think that that's the role of academics. And I guess if policy flows from academic activity, then governments are going to show an interest. Clearly, there are some trading zones like the European Union and the US, which are very concerned about access to data and how it's recorded. But I don't think that that's universal. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, businesses will take what they can, I think. I mean, they have to be ethical, otherwise they fail to trade. You can look back at what happened with Shell when they sank that oil rig. But there is still a long way to go.
Okay, is Paul Sheedy here?
I am. I'm here, yes.
Oh, okay. It is good to see you again.
You too.
And Paul is a serial entrepreneur, and he gave a wonderful presentation last year at this conference, and I'm looking forward to hearing his presentation this year. And so I'm going to turn it over to you, Paul.
Thank you so much, Professor. So yeah, we've a lot has happened in the last year. So we've been working now, really focusing more on AI. So hence the relevance this year over last. We've very carefully looked at the issues happening with the basic model we had, and realized the urgency for forwarding and enhancing the way we make buildings much smarter and cut our cushions. As you know, the building sector is the biggest emitter of carbon, 40%. So it is the one with maximum sin on its plate. And we've realized the more and more we dig into our occupancy data, the more solutions we can find. What I'll do, I'll take you through a brief presentation.
Do you have
I do.
Screen share that you want to do?
I'm going to bring it straight up for you now, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Right, is that showing up okay for you?
No? Well, it says you've started. Yes. Yes.
Fantastic,
wonderful
fantastic.
Picture.
Well, yeah, well, wonderful in ways. A very beautiful photograph, but many sins being committed here, I'm afraid, Beverly. What we see in any city, Kuwait, London, New York, you name it, Hangzhou, where I'm also based, is this. We see these buildings lit up like a forest of Christmas trees. And the truth is, they're not really being used by people working around the clock. And when we go into the granular detail of why these buildings are lit up all night long, it's a litany of sins which should not be committed. So we will be bringing technology in that allows the buildings to understand what to do more. So Unified is all about building intelligence. And as I stated, in the last year since we last presented, we've really focused on the AI side and how that data pushed through the right channels actually gives you a lot of the solutions of where we need to go in the future. So our sort of mantle is that you cannot manage what you cannot measure. And really, I think the building sector, the commercial real estate sector has got away with a lot of sins for a long time. And I'm afraid we're calling them out. And thankfully, I think we're in a situation right now in the world where between the war in Ukraine, thankfully, the world taking net zero seriously, the need for people to realize we have to change and lower our energy emissions, it means that this is probably the hottest time we've had in many years. So what we help companies do is really analyze what is really happening in their buildings to enable them to deliver the data they should focus on to hit their net zero goals. And again, what we have now is things like ESG ratings, where buildings have to get up to a category C by 2026, category B by 2030. And sadly, many are miles and miles away from that. So although we're going into recession, although things are not good for this sector, they've had it good for a long time. And now they need to start making changes and moving forward. So really what we're doing as a company is collecting the data on the occupancy, with that information, delivering wisdom back to our clients. Now, we've moved ahead, Beverly, since last year from just occupancy data to embedding into this a lot of environmental data. So looking at the CO2, the humidity levels, the temperatures of each building. But then as I'll take you forward, looking at the impacts of sunlight, of weather, of what we have in the UK, far too much of train strikes and tube strikes, what the impact of children's midterm breaks are. And more importantly than anything else, the impact of the new culture that we see in many, many countries, not in all countries, but in many countries, of this hybrid working and how that's affecting the cost basis rising rapidly. I've just literally got back from Vietnam, where I saw very clearly that everybody's back in the office every day. And the impact of that, what people are not thinking about is that, you know, my office here is running full capacity 5 days a week. Except if my staff work from the office 5 days a week, but other staff here, you know, might come in 1 or 2 days. The rest of the days they're at home using energy to heat their houses, using the lighting, using the kettle, using all that stuff. So we're running the businesses as they were, and then we have the extra impact of people now working at home as well. So it is a worst case scenario happening right now, and hence the sector is waking up quite quickly. Now, I'm going to show you the sins of the world right now. This is the carbon emissions per country. Now, as we see very clearly, China's there at 7.2, the biggest emitter, but it also has 1.4 billion people. When we look at India, India is also at 1.4 billion, about to overtake China next year. And today is significant because today is the day we've hit 8 billion people in the world. And it is human beings that are causing these issues. Now, the outlier, as you'll see, and I know this is not politically correct today, but the big outlier there, I'm afraid, is the Middle East at 19.2 tons of CO2 per head. But Africa right down at 0.7. Now, we're going to see a huge change in Africa. We're going to see a huge change in India in the next decade. And what we're trying to say is technologies like our technologies and automated BMS systems, etc., are the solution. And what we've built around this is an ecosystem of very passionate people with no egos in the room, who together can deliver for this sector, the biggest emitter of carbon, the systems to change the way they go forward. And we have to start moving on net zero today, not tomorrow. It's absolutely vital. So, as I mentioned earlier on, and I think I mentioned even last year, that the whole office place has fundamentally changed. And no architect ever designed a building for COVID-19 happening or hybrid working happening. And we're seeing massive numbers of people not using an office anymore, huge changes in how an office is actually managed. And here in the UK, we've had a 400% increase in energy in the last year. And that is hitting the bottom line. That's also hitting the fact we are using more and more energy. And I almost feel this perfect storm is what's needed to slap some heads together and make them realize now is the time for change. And we will be forthrightly making sure we sing from that same hymn sheet. So pretty much, if you talk to JLL or CBRE or Savills, whoever you might want to talk to, it is widely agreed that at least 30% of energy in a building is wasted. And as I said last year, at the end of COP26, when India and China copped out and didn't sign up to the final agreement with Alex Sharma to carry on coal production, well, if I can stop, if our technologies, if not mine, but the technologies in this sector can work together, we can stop this 30% of energy being used. And that means we stop 30% more coal-fired power stations being put online. And I'm really hammering home, the more we wake up to the fact we change lighting to LEDs, we start putting in intelligent BMS systems, which are building management systems to control air conditioning, faster we can get to here, you know, and change the way we emit. Now, there's only around 4% of the world's most prestigious buildings we would call smart buildings. 96% plus are really quite dumb. And in many ways, if you're putting in small amounts of technology, which start giving you the data on what's happening in the building, then you have a smart building. It might not be the best polished brain in the world, but you have a brain that is now making sure it is doing the right things at the right time. Now, an illustration here at the bottom is a building which we've been managing for many, many years. This building takes 570 hot desks. And this is normal. This disparity in Monday to Friday working is absolutely normal. On a Friday, we see as low as 2% of people coming to work in this particular building. And overall, around 10% of people come to work on a Friday in the UK. In all the, I don't know, must be about 26, 28 buildings we were monitoring in the UK. Yet they still run as they did pre-COVID. They still have all the lights on, all the air conditioning running. They still have all the same number of security guards, restaurant staff, cleaning staff, etc. And you sit here, my frustration levels, Professor Henderson, are so high of why, when you have data to change, are you not changing? And a lot of this is just downright laziness of the sector. And what we're not doing any longer is staying quiet. We're waking people up at a rapid rate. And look, what I can't do, I will do eventually, what I can't do today is solve all the world's problems and solve all of the sustainability goals. I work very closely with some wonderful people in New York on education and on poverty in Africa, etc. And that's not what I'm here for today. What we're focusing on is these ones today that we can make an impact on. How we can change in industry, innovation, infrastructure, how this data can change the way they work, lower increase the sustainability of cities and communities, responsible usage of energy. And my goodness, if we just all think a little harder, we can make these changes massively. And as I mentioned earlier on, everything we do here is about partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. No one company is going to solve all this. No one AI technique is going to solve this. It is a case of us all working together, being the best we are at what we do, meshing together different techniques and delivering to the buildings exactly what they need to do to lower their carbon emissions and stop the nonsense that's going on in the world right now. So I'm going to take you through some of the 5 areas that we as a company are more focused on. So we help the building sector with the security side. So we know who is where in a building at any one time. Should Professor Parry come to me and decide, actually, I want to go to 54 and see who the view is, well, when he's detected there, he's breached security, and that will be alerted. If some of the sites take my Picasso, which I don't have, out of my building, we know that Picasso is moved. We've basically made both people and assets a detectable unit. And when they're working normally, that's fine. When there's a change, we know that change has happened and we can alert security. We also help with reception staff, greater attention. As you walk into a building, we detect who you are. They are allowed, the reception team then engage with you because they know who you are, the face and profile is there on their screen. But the big core focus I'm here today to talk about is on net zero targeting. How, by looking at the occupancy data, meshing that with environmental data, pushing that data into intelligent building control systems, BMS systems, etc., you can really understand how to change a building and work better. But also on the facilities management side of a building. I'll have a graph I'm going to show you later on, which is quite embarrassing because I had no idea that the floor plate here with lots, I've got a lot of companies here, how much of a male-dominated sector this is. It's embarrassing. But it also illustrates how the cleaning has never taken into account the difference between the male and female ratio of this floor or any other floor in the building, the usage per day of the building, if it's 10% or 100%, why are we still doing what we did in 2019 and cleaning every 2 hours, restocking a kitchen every 3 hours? It doesn't take into account that. But most importantly, as I mentioned last year, what I'm laser focused on as well is the safety and security of high-rise buildings. The building there behind you, you can see in the background there is actually the tower in Shanghai. No, in Shenzhen, my apologies, Shenzhen. I've been in there, it's 147 stories tall. You cannot get out of that building, same way you cannot get out of 22 Bishopsgate in London, a building with 13,000 people and 2 evacuation stairways. And no idea of who is in the building. Now we're in 2022, and that is shocking. And our technology is so simple to deploy that we would know exactly how many people on each floor of the building, how many of them have a mobility issue, and more importantly, the fire brigade in Shenzhen or London or New York or whoever else or Kuwait on the way to any building have the data they need to know what they should do next. And this is where AI comes in. It's looking at the data in real time that makes an instant decision, then constantly refines itself so that we have fire brigades who know what they should be doing. We don't end up with situations like we did in London with Grenfell, where 72 people died. Now, this is an illustration, a very simplified illustration of Manchester Metropolitan University that we work incredibly closely with on a real evacuation of that particular building. And what we show in real time is, so this is sped up, by the way, because otherwise we'd be sitting here for 10 minutes watching a graph move very slowly. What we do is at the point the alarm is triggered, we know how many people are on each floor of that building. We also know how many of them have got a mobility issue. Now, my dear chairman, who I love dearly, is 72, but he is no Usain Bolt, and I'm on the 39th floor of this building here. He's going to cause a major issue walking down 39 stairs, flights of stairs. He's going to be quite slow. He's going to hold people behind him. We know where the people with mobility issues are. We know where your fire wardens are. We also know when the fire services are entering your building through each stairway, how many are where. They can be guided about where they should go. We won't end up with this issue we had that happened in 9/11, where we had 412 firefighters in New York lost their lives in those Twin Towers, searching floors which we would have known were actually empty. And this is, you know, it's being blunt, but we can't have this happen again. And the risks, I'm afraid, for high-rise buildings are simply too high. They are very safe, incredibly safe, but when things go wrong, they go drastically wrong. And as you have seen in Dubai over the last years, there were some spectacular fires, you know, between the address, the very ill-fated name, the Torch, which went on fire twice, and other buildings. And the problem we have, and I have this, I'm particularly focused on the City of London here, we've got a lot of very high-rise buildings, and in the City of London that has roads that were hundreds of years old and are not fit for fire engines to maneuver around and be able to do anything should one building go up. If one building goes up and debris falls off at 40 degrees, I'm afraid they're all going up. And we can't have that happen, not in 2022. So I'm working with the City of London now on the sustainability. I'm on the Sustainability Committee. I'm on the Skyline Task Force. And we have got to implement change and make this happen globally. This is going to change the way we run buildings. What we do in terms of the AI techniques here, and we're working with some companies in Australia, is that in real time, when a fire evacuation happens, we not only know the occupancy of every floor of that building on 10 a.m. on a Monday morning when it might be a maximum capacity, or 10 p.m. on a Friday night, we also know as each person walks into each stairway, what's the capacity and how slowly each stairway is moving. And as we use AI techniques, we can start pushing people into stairways by changing the signage, the dynamic evacuation signage through companies in Australia to push out the balancing of each of those stairways to evacuate them in the most balanced way possible. And that is going to make a massive change. And again, what I'm trying to do is make sure that, one, we get the occupants out of the building, two, we minimize the risks for the fire service of any country around the world. Now, very simply what we do, we install these sensors, we configure inside the access card of the building our new technology, which is non-powered, deliver the data, and then deliver the actionable tools, whether it's alerting security or reception of fire brigade, or the data on what the occupancy of each floor is, what the humidity, the temperature is of each floor, and then from that, change the way you run your building. So this takes you through, I won't bore you with our reports, but a lot of very, very deep level reports that allow you to understand the building better. But again, this is important. This is where the environmental meshing is important. In this building here, on a Saturday and Sunday, the air conditioning gets turned off at 2 p.m. Now this reason this graph is in here is an illustration that on a sunny day, one side and only one side of the building, the temperature spikes incredibly quickly. The rest of the building has no effect. So as we bring in technology, as we bring in data like weather data, if I know we've got an overcast day, well, it's not going to affect the humidity, the temperature of this building at all, because the sun isn't going to come in, it's not going to have a spike like that, and you can turn your air conditioner off at 2 p.m. and have no effect. If it's going to be sunny, then we have to think differently on how we run the building. And again, here is an illustration of the facility usage of the toilets in the building. And why are we getting the facilities management teams to clean every 2 hours when clearly that is not the case? And it's a small item, but when you've got a 50-story building that's being cleaned every single 2 hours with no consideration of the occupancy of the building, then you're wasting a lot of, bleach and manpower, etc. So there's a lot of areas where we can focus in and make a big difference. Now, what I want to talk on here is why we moved this year on bringing in artificial intelligence and predictive analysis of what's going to happen in a building. We looked at all of the variations from the tube strikes and train strikes, to the midterm breaks, to the weather patterns that happen. So we saw some strange things. For example, if it rains heavy on a Tuesday morning, it does not affect the occupancy of the building, because if you weren't at work on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, your guilt conscience kicks in and you go to work on a Tuesday. If it rains on a Monday or Friday, less people again go in than were even expected. So we see not only weather data having effect, but we've also seen what day of the week that psychologically affects the occupancy of the building. Well, what we're trying to do is deliver maybe 48 hours in advance to a building, to a done building, what they need to do in terms of how they change their BMS systems, how high the air conditioning is on, what time it starts at, what time it can be turned off at. And as we work through the various different types of AI techniques, we ran all of them through systems. We then checked and looked at the recursive benefits, the drawbacks, ran all this data through blind, and then did some testing on that data. And very quickly, we realized that actually the ones that we thought were going to outperform the Shima and the random forest actually didn't. And the recurrent neural networks are the ones in the end that actually gave us the best data. So here's an illustration of what happened with the random forest. What happened was, as we saw differences happening on a day of the week, they got exaggerated out more on a short term with the random forest. And you can see that as we validated the data, it showed the same there. And as we moved into reinforced neural networks, we got far closer. Now, as we ran more of this, we ended up with the actual and the forecast being very, very tight. Now, this is over a short period of time. What we need to do is look at an annual basis of a building, because right now it's 4:39. It's dark already, so the sun isn't going to affect the air conditioning. And we are seeing more people come to work now in the UK because the heating costs at home are actually too high. So as I mentioned, we ran the various different solutions on weather, on tube strikes, etc., to give that data to look at how it varies, not only on the culture, but also on the factual side of the building. And we go in, we're only putting in very, very small amounts of data. We were correct with an 8%. Now, as we run that more and more, we think we're going to be right up to about a 98% probability on exactly what the occupancy will be of that building going forward. Again, it's all about real-time insights to deliver the cost reductions and deliver safer buildings. So with that,
Thank you.
On time.
You're perfect. 20 minutes exactly. You timed that beautifully, Paul. And I'm so pleased that you've made the progress since last year. This is, your business is doing well, I think.
And look, we got to, I don't want to be here today just to talk shop, okay? We got to get people changing and stop waiting for green hydrogen. Let's start doing things now. And when green hydrogen comes along, great, fantastic, world's problem solved. But for now, there's a lot can be done. And we need people to sort of focus and get with the program.
Okay, thank you so very, very much. I wish you all the best. I mean, what you're doing is just wonderful. Is the Baroness here?
Professor?
Yes?
It's here. I think we have Dr. Hassan Al-Bahrani will take a place. Dr. Hassan, he is specialized in AI. He will present today a great topic about the Six Sigma and how is Six Sigma changing the world with their strategy. Okay, Beverly, I will leave the floor for you to introduce Professor Hassan Al-Bahrani. Go ahead, Professor.
Hello, I'm going to, there you are, right? Please unmute yourself. You can unmute yourself.
Can you open the mic? Hassan, لو تفتح المايك.
Hi, good evening. I hope that my voice is clear. My honor to be as a practitioner in this conference. Welcome you all, and I hope to be exactly on time with my topic and this presentation. First of all, I would like to appreciate the organizer, those behind the scene, all the practitioner organizers, companies, institution, organization that they are participating in this conference with a variety of ideas that of course will lead us to a better world and happier world. I'll try to share my screen and just let me know if it is already there, shared. Okay, I will click.
Good.
All right, is it shared?
Go ahead.
Okay, this is just introduction of myself, my background as an engineering from Kuwait University, having specialized in performance management, then moved to my second major of data analysis. Based on that, we are also, I'm certified in Black Belt Six Sigma project in addition to the Kaizen. My MBA in Harvard studied, increased my knowledge, which I'm founder for a company, accelerator company within Kuwait. So why I'm talking about Six Sigma here before we move to digitization, and what is the link of digitization and ecosystem, artificial intelligence, and what is Six Sigma exactly? Six Sigma is a part of solving a problem, breaking through that allow you to make use of statistics, data analysis, which lead you to reduces error and mistakes. The purpose is to improve overall the life cycle or the cycle time while reducing the manufacture defects with no more than 3.4 defects per million units of events. I believe my topic today is related to the conference track as a best practitioner for innovation, in addition to number 8, innovation approach for teaching entrepreneurship for creating those tools is really Six Sigma is really important for those. I will give you a practitioner project that have been implemented within different sector in Kuwait through KOC as an oil sector, or my private company as a co-founder for Accelerator. Black Belt Six Sigma start with the 5 phases. Define phase, where you define your problem statement, project objective, and related business case. SIPOC, to understand the high level of your process map, why you need to do this, what's the purpose, what's the way forward, or the goal you need to achieve at the end of your process in case if you find any defects in your process or you need to reduce your cost. Then you need to study that process map, the constraints, and based on that data, you need to brainstorm what countermeasure against your constraints. Further, you take it to the future plan for your process, the future improvement of your future process, and then pilot it before your full-scale implementation. Once you find your process map, once you find your waste within defects or defect within your process, of course, you can utilize the ecosystem, you can utilize the smart system developed in-house to be used to eliminate that defect, especially the waste for waiting time. And so I will give you an example of one business case happening within Kuwait Oil Company, how we did achieve of reducing time by eliminating waste. Services conducted within the field, process owner a project by the first map of the first phase of Six Sigma, which is the defined phase. You have to define the project objective, why you need to do this. SIPOC is the tool help you of identifying your process. Who is your supplier? Who's your input? What is your exact process, the output for your input, and who is your really direct customer? In this case, our supplier, the department within the company, inputs number of forms, number of data that's input within the company, what is the process in the company, and at the end, the customer, are they satisfied with the end service of the product? This is the second step of how you define your how to measure the third phase for Six Sigma, how to measure your data to find your defect. Once you do the process map, this is the current state example of one of the process map. It is in 2-page. You study each task and the duration, the waiting time. You identify the added value task and non-added value task. What do we mean by added value task and non-added value task? The value task that those input is critical to identify to the end of the process or the end of your service or product, or non-added value task, which is not definitely need to be within your process. Once you identify it, you need to measure the time of taking that task completed or not, duration of waiting time. As per our example, we can see that the total waiting time in that process is around 42. The total process time added value is only 4 days, and total leading time is 46 days. So the value added task related to the total leading time in that process, it was only 1% only. To identify the waste, and you put your future plan for that process, we identify the future process map that should be added value to that process. Eliminating the waste, increase the added value time, try to identify why we have current waiting time. Is it due to task duration? Is it due to the inventory management system? Is it due to motion, geographic between department, or geographic between service? So once we identify the future time, you calculate again before you start your smart system, what is the value added if you did that future process map. In our case, the value added increased from 1 to 3%. Of course, you see it as a 3% is not that much, but I can show you what is added to that company to increase the value added from 1 to 3.25% in that process map. Of course, you need to involve all the departments by conducting different workshops within the company or the organization to let them understand their own process, to let them understand the full macro and micro process. And then once you complete that, you need to agree with that department of what is the pilot project that they need to identify, agreed about how to move forward to the future process map. Using the data that collected in the company, it shows that within 2 years of implementing such a process map, it was the median process time from 44 days, and it reduces to 27 days for only one task. Of course, the data collection is more than 4,263 events of data collection to identify that project. Then we move for implementation. The implementation takes place using a smart system to allow the workflow to do the process instead of manual paperwork, eliminating the waste of motion or transportation or paperwork, so that it will eliminate
It appears it's frozen. Can you? Hassan, can you hear us? Oh my. I'm not exactly sure what I should do under this situation because I think his screen is frozen. We'll see if he comes back in a moment.
I think that was more than a frozen screen, Beverly. I think he actually got cut off.
I think he did get cut off. How did that happen, I wonder?
I don't know. Technology is marvelous as long as it works.
Isn't it? Technology is marvelous. You know, that was one of the things that when in Paul's presentation here in Chicago, that they just had an article that people are trying to override the automatic systems. They don't like what it's doing. And this is one of the things that I was thinking about in your presentation. That, you know, they have the smart thermostats and all those things, but people don't want to, they want to constantly find a way to override the system that is trying to be more efficient. And I was thinking of human behavior and how that goes along with it. Oh, are you?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry about the connection.
Yes. Okay. Well,
I don't know what happened,
back.
really. I don't know what happened, but it's okay.
I'm sorry, you're going to have just a few moments left because our session has to end in eight minutes. So you've got 8 minutes.
Yeah, of course. I'm trying my best to be quick and within the 5 minutes. Okay. At the end of why we need to utilize Six Sigma, because it focuses in the process with the employee. At the end, it will lead to customer satisfaction, which reduces your financial cost within your organization. Another project that we have implemented within different sector within Kuwait with my accelerator company with the digitization sector. We need to focus on inventory management system within Ministry of Interior. Inventory management system allow us to save more than 1.5 million KD by implementing inventory management system for Ministry of Interior. The same project have been implemented in inventory management system for Ministry of Health, which save for Kuwait more than 3.7 million KD. Contract management system, we identified by implementing Six Sigma in Ministry of Health, also in different departments, that they need to utilize a contract smart system, which save more than 1.7 million KD. Another Ministry of Education, the same target of implementation we identified by implementing Six Sigma and smart contract management to Ministry of Education. So this is a few practitioners. I don't want to take more time of that. The more beautiful that you can see here, the voice of customer. I don't know if the video is working or not. Here is the voice of one of our customers, how they are happy by identifying digitization within the sector. And this is the end of the presentation. I will give you a takeaway at the end of the 2 minutes video, what we need to do with ecosystem.
Unfortunately, I don't believe you shared sound when you shared screen.
Oh. So I don't know it's okay. It's okay. At the end, I will move forward to take away from my presentation. Do not start any digitization without analyze of your process, macro and micro process. Use a Six Sigma or Kaizen as a tool to identify your waste, how to break through your quality of service or defect within the process, then implement the ecosystem or smart system or the digitization sector within your company or organization. I'm really passionate to make it happen. So thank you. Thank you for listening, and I hope I didn't take and will be exactly on time within my presentation.
So sorry about the technical problems we had. Technology,
Yeah,
you know.
it's okay. It's okay. At the end,
it happens.
The voice. Yeah, about the voice of within the video, it's okay. But I believe I delivered the message for the Six Sigma, the idea of Six Sigma, why we need to use it within our process, use the data to identify the defect within the process before implementation of digitization or any smart system within the company or organizations, institution.
I think all three of the presentations we've heard today make use of data. This is one of the things they're looking at is the data. And this is such an important message that you have to have the data to make the correct decisions. And I think,
of course.
but this was with all three of the presentations today. They talked about this need to do this. I think we have exactly, I think it's 1 minute left. If anyone wants to make any comments.
Please come forward. I'm ready for any comments.
Any comments that one would care to make? You can unmute yourself. I thought all three presentations were really excellent. AI, what's happening to it, and Professor Perry talked about all these things that are happening with AI, which sort of bothers me as I'm not sure society can keep up with it. That's my one concern. Can society manage to keep up with what's happening technologically? And Paul's presentation was just great. And Hassan, I think your presentation got the message across, even though you had some difficulties. Okay, and I want to thank you all for being here. And I want to thank Hanadi for putting this session together. And
thank you so much, Beverly. But be with us, please. Supporting us and waiting, Beverly.
Oh, yes, I certainly will.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I think the next presentation is Patrick Rooney is going to be taking over.
Yes, Patrick.
Good evening, you all. I'm having a problem with my camera at the moment. I apologize.
No problem, Patrick. I think it's coming in.
I think it'll be remedied here in a second. You'll just bear with me. I will see what I can do.
I'd like to remind all presenters, if you're going to show a video, be sure to click sound to share sound.
Very good then. Let's see if I can make this work now. I'm not sure, but I'm going to keep trying here. It's good to see you all this year. I'm glad to be back from the things we've been having to deal with on the planet Earth for the last 2 or 3 years. And it's a privilege and an honor to be here today, joining you all to talk. I was going to speak and encourage a discussion on the topic of the economic benefits and the metrics that stakeholders like to see from the participants in incubators. So, hold on a second and see if I can get the video to come up. I don't know why I'm having a problem. It always works.
Can you check? Yes, good.
Patrick, finally. Thank you. Well, that was a long delay.
So let's just, if you don't mind, Dr. Hanadi, what I plan to do is put up that slide deck. And then maybe what we could do is talk a little bit about, I'll be brief and to the point, encouraging the discussion from the others here in the meeting, if that's okay with everyone. Hearing no arguments to the contrary, let me then get this deck up for everyone to take a look at. The very beginning of the deck is just going to be a brief overview of our incubator accelerator program here. We're located in Northwest Florida in a city called Pensacola. If you all are not familiar with the shape of Florida, it would be the very left top corner of the state of Florida. And no, we're nowhere close to Disney World. Sorry to say, but let's just share that screen now so you all can see this deck, and then maybe we can talk about it. So this is just a picture of the entrance to the building. I just wanted to give you a picture. There you notice the shape of Florida in the lobby. The discussion of what do we do here? We're a program of an organization called Florida West Economic Development Alliance and Pensacola State College. This is the structure under which we are founded by those two organizations. The goal is stated actually in state statute, in the state charter of Florida. This is called legally an economic development center and is on a college campus. It is a remote college campus, not on the main campus of Pensacola State College. It is in the middle of downtown Pensacola, Florida, which makes it very advantageous in terms of the local amenities and the, if you will, the urban setting that we're in. Although a small town, we are the oldest settlement in the United States, having been discovered quite some time ago by the Spanish Navy. So that's a little history. The goals that set forth are, we're trying to help entrepreneurs reach their next level. As you all probably are very familiar with incubators, here are the things that we provide: office space, coaching, resources, development opportunities. How we do it: community, collaboration, co-working, and coffee. Now, let's talk about the economic benefits. The stakeholders and funding sources fund the program significantly. We do not break even, if you will, on a financial level. This is an investment by the community, primarily the college, the city government, and the county government. They're the three main funding sources here for this incubator program. We follow the NBIA's Metrics for Entrepreneurship Centers. It's a guide that was published in 2017. The original guide was actually published in 2007 and then revised 10 years later. We use the data set, plus we've modified it some to take into account the current state of the gig economy, if you will, the use of not payroll, but contractor resources. The next step we do, and I'll show you the data capture set in just one second, we take this data and we share it at the summary level with the University of West Florida's Haas Research Center. They can then calculate the economic impact of the results of these metrics that we capture. That is a fairly nominal cost to us. There is a much higher cost of about 3 or 4 times more money. They take each individual startup firm and they take the metrics for each firm by the NAICS codes, which are the industry categorizations here in the US. And those codes then drive different multipliers. So they get a much more accurate calculation of the economic benefits. This is what the data set looks like. I don't know if you all can see it, but Dr. Hanadi will have this deck available, I believe, for participants and attendees in the conference. So we track full-time employment, part-time employment. We also track contractors. In the US, a lot of companies have gone to not putting people on their payroll. This avoids certain payroll taxes
It also avoids the compliance rules for providing other benefits, such as healthcare insurance, such as retirement, and other such costs. Very common in the startups in America that are very cost conscious until they get to a more stable and mature level of revenue and profitability. The other thing we track would be, have their sales been, how are their sales tracking? Now, just this December 2020 was the year of COVID. So our tenant count, we had before that almost 50 employees in the building. A lot of people moved out of the building because of COVID. And then in the fall of 2020, we also had a hurricane that closed our building due to damages. So these are just some metrics that were really influenced by both the COVID and the hurricane in the area here. The key thing I point to you is from the stakeholders' point of view, they want to know, where are the payroll dollars, where are the contractor dollars, and where are the revenues coming from? One of our requirements to enter and stay in the program is that they must generate over 51% of their revenue from outside of the county. This is one of the most fundamental definitions of economic development. The latest research in understanding local economic development version 2.0 from some academics and researchers in the US is that importing wealth is the key definer of economic development activities. So the goal here is, are we importing wealth by sales generated outside of the area? And as you can see, that down on percentage of sales in the area, our startups are generating about 2/3 of their revenue from out of the area, thus meeting that criteria of importing wealth. So I'm curious to know what other people use in terms of gathering metrics and how much influence the stakeholders and funding sources have in terms of what data they would like to see. So I'll open up the discussion if that's okay.
You've got a minute and a half for discussion, if anyone wants to. If not, we could go on to Professor Ray Nussel. Is she ready here?
Did she join? No, can you? I think it's the Kevin is there and Professor Ma'moon should be
Kevin
there.
Is Kevin here? Then Kevin, we will go to Kevin.
Kevin is chatting with me. I don't know. He told me I don't know who's raising hand. Can you check who's raising hand? It's this one. Take it out. Yes.
Okay, so who is here?
I think Kevin coming in. I think. Yes, go ahead, Kevin. Beverly, Kevin, have 20 minutes because Professor Ron is not answering us.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was listed as I wasn't as a panelist, and so I was trying to raise my hand to say, hey, I'm here.
That's our apology because we are restricted to enter the people. Then we see you you write the name of your company. No problem at all.
Yeah, no.
Yes, welcome.
Well, welcome anyway. Yes.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for or I should say good afternoon from Austin, Texas. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll go straight into presenting. I appreciate this opportunity to share with you. Part of what I'm going to talk about in the context of innovation is what I call the Austin model. I'm here in Austin, Texas, and I'm one of the Austin ecosystem leaders, entrepreneurial ecosystem leaders, have been an entrepreneur in the Austin area since 1994. And the model is really different. And I think it speaks to the idea about what brings us all together today. And I want to actually make sure that I share about that. First and foremost, first, I want to tell you a little bit about Austin. You might have read this before, that all of a sudden, somehow Austin, Texas, which used to be a university town when I graduated from engineering school here years ago, became the biggest boom town in entrepreneurial ecosystems. Some lists have actually had us at the top. Some would actually have us be even more entrepreneurial than Silicon Valley in this day. And I'm not trying to take away from Silicon Valley in that there are things you can only do in Silicon Valley in the world, but I think that there's something that's really interesting to look at, and it doesn't stop at the border of the city of Austin. It actually has implications across the world. First off, we come from a culture that's a musician-led culture historically. There's a saying that says, keep Austin weird. We celebrate the individual. And part of the thing that I think is interesting is that the culture that I'm about to talk about comes out of this, the musician helping musician build their practice. A tech entrepreneur like myself I worked for Steve Jobs at one of his startups called Next, straight out of college. Fell in love with the idea of technology startups and the whole idea of working back and forth, in technology in Silicon Valley. But I came back to Austin because of this culture. And I want to set a context. So we've all heard this first quote that the future's already here. It's just not widely distributed yet, from science fiction writer William Gibson. My corollary on that is that all the world's problems have already been solved. It's just a matter of connecting the entrepreneur with a solution to the market with a problem. Invention happens locally, but innovation is a social construct that happens cross-border, cross-culture in many different ways. And from this idea that I'll talk about, we've built, our vision is a world of shared prosperity where, each individual place has its own unique insight, style, culture, frame, that sort of stuff. But the idea is by supporting entrepreneurs across these cultures, we can drive this type of innovation that has the chance to have this type of impact on the world. Part of the model started from this standpoint, though. I was an Austin entrepreneur with a really advanced piece of technology, at 24 years old, but my first customer was in Mexico. You have to say, how is it that I found that customer, especially before the internet really had taken off and things like that? That's part of what we've been doing is we've been building venture bridges. In 2019, we actually worked with the federal government of Mexico to build what we call now a venture bridge. In the graphic, it says innovation bridge, but we call it a venture bridge. That is, let's build a firm base on both sides. Like a bridge implies a firm base on one side, firm base on another side. We're not attempting, I sometimes like to make fun of Americans. I'm American, but I like to make fun of Americans, saying it's not about building McDonald's and putting them everywhere, because then you don't actually really get the idea of the venture bridge, right? We want to have partners in these other locations that have local insight. And then through doing this, we can help these entrepreneurs go back and forth. And a bridge implies that activity should go both directions. And this is what we've been doing. I'll give you kind of a high level of the venture bridge today. I will be speaking about a specific example or actually two different innovations when I speak on Thursday about this. But I wanted to, since this panel is about innovation, I really wanted to promote this concept first, because I think it's really disruptive on what's happening around it. But the idea is to help these entrepreneurs that are at these early stages gain access to the markets that they might not have access to. We heard from our previous speaker, he said that, if you can go outside of your area to get more than 50% of your revenue, then that shows that you're probably going to tip towards something that's really going to have impact. And that's the whole idea behind why we did this. And so in this case, we partnered with the federal government of Mexico. We've got a bunch of different examples that include in 2019, Mexico, Italy. In the case of Russia, we worked with the Eurasia Foundation to build a bridge there. Obviously, 2020 put a kibosh on everything. And so we readdressed this technology towards pandemics and got involved in the Texas Global Health Security Initiative, this initiative that's listed right here. But in 2021, working with the Hungarian government, launched a venture bridge between Budapest and Austin, Czech Republic in 2022. and now have activities happening with JETRO, which is the Japan Trade Organization in Japan, and then in Central America as well, on top of not just focusing on Mexico, but other countries in Central America. We've had quite a few of these bridges. The truth be told, there are several flags that are missing from this list, in that my personal travels over the last 6 years, including the last year and a half of COVID holding back a lot of activity, I was in 27 different countries. And the whole idea about this is we're truly committed to this idea on working with other incubators in other places to discover what is the talent. We almost think of it as a talent agency, although it's about startups. What is the talent that are driving these activities, that are driving these different things? And so we want to discover talent, develop talent, connect talent to opportunity, and help it scale. And especially on these early stage companies. On Thursday, I'll talk about a company that comes from Chihuahua, Mexico, which is a fairly small town compared to some of the larger towns in Mexico. But they have a technology that will save your life, in that it can detect heart attacks up to 8 hours before a heart attack happens. And what's interesting about that is, because it was developed in Mexico, it was developed in a really low cost kind of way, versus healthcare in the United States is really expensive. It's like we kind of gold plate things here in medical technology in the United States, but these entrepreneurs working with doctors in northern Mexico were able to do some pretty impressive things. That's why this building bridges is so critical. I could go into our venture engagement model in terms of short time. I won't go into the details, but the idea is relationships should be built in phases over time. And that's part of what I think many of us that have gotten to work cross-culture have realized and see. And this kind of gives you a taste of how we think. And including, we've had activities. This is one that we did with the University of Agder in southwestern Norway. Again, we're not trying to put a tech ranch there, but build a venture bridge to help drive these relationships. Innovation is social. And if there's not connection, and I don't mean just connection between the large enterprises, but at the most fundamental level, and the entrepreneur, and in this case, entrepreneurs and students back and forth, this is what really can drive change. Another example is a lot of people think that we are very focused only on Austin, because I use the metaphor of the venture bridge, but some of the most recent activities happened between Norway and the Czech Republic. And I'm quite proud that as the network articulates itself, we're seeing these type of connections as well. 3 weeks ago, I was in Uzbekistan, and similar type of connections. One of our teams in Uzbekistan has now connected to another team in the Czech Republic. These type of connections, a lot of times our entrepreneurs at the early stage don't have the funds to drive these kind of activities. But if we can help them at that early stage, there's some really powerful things that come out of that. So we've got a number of different initiatives, both around electric vehicles, patient care, mental health, a number of different things that I could go into more depth. But really what I'd like to do is to say, it's my honor to be here with you today. And in the context of a group of people that are driven by vision and values, let's go change the world for the better together. Thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to getting to build bridges and relationships cross-cultural, across the world with you together. I'm convinced that our entrepreneurs have the solutions to the problems that our world is facing. Thank you. I can take questions if there's, I don't know, Professor Beverly, I see you speaking, but I think you're on mute.
Is Professor Habib here? Professor
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
I didn't know if you were in Bangladesh or where you were. Where are you?
Now I'm in Bangladesh. Yes, yes.
There you are. Very good. Do you want to get your... Yes. Yeah. Are you in Bangladesh or are you in the US?
And now I'm in Bangladesh, from my home country.
Okay, very good. I'll let you give your presentation, and then the ones that are here can exchange ideas. Yeah, since we've had
Yeah.
How's that
Thank you so
work?
much.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You have 20 minutes, Professor.
Okay, sure. You see my slide?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to give a special thanks to organizer to organize such kind of I would say the massive organization of the global conference all over the world. So special thanks belongs to Dr. Hanadi and her team. And particularly, if you look very carefully in this conference, there are lots of issues is there: innovation, technology, artificial intelligence, entrepreneurship ecosystem, and so on. So my discussion as the practitioner's point of view, innovation towards the digital economy. In fact, I'm the academician, so I'm not sure that why I'm involved with the practitioner's role, but I like to talk about from an academic perspective where what I have noticed from my observation. If you ask me about the digital economy, then I like to start it this way. Our digital technology, if you look very carefully, last 10 to 20 years, it has been expanded a lot. And now come to the question of how we can apply this digital economy in the online domain. And particularly during the COVID period, like the 2020 and until now, this period we have understood that how we can involve with this kind of online domain. So digital economy can be divided into three components: e-business, e-business infrastructure, and e-commerce. So as we have some time constraints, so I don't want to go details of discussion, but what is our understanding is that our business, our infrastructure, and our commerce, everything should be the online mode. So what you said that electronically. And now come to the questions when you talk about the digital economy. So when it depends on the online mode, there's the other few issues will be there. And then if you think about the innovation in the digital innovation within the digital economy, then we have to think about the practice of implementing modern digital technology. In that case, we can think what kind of technology, like wearable devices, chatbots, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain, etc. To solve the business problems by optimizing the processes, improving the customer experiences, and delivering the new business models. I again remind you what I mentioned here. In a nutshell, we can say digital innovation is the practice of implementing our modern digital economy. So in that case, we have to apply our digital technological advancement. As we are talking about the technology within the digital economy, then we have to think about the internet, cloud computing, big data, fintech, and other new digital technological advancements are used to collect, store, analyze, and share the information from the supply to the customer end digitally and transform the social interactions in the social media. So now comes the question is what kind of media you have to prefer. It depends on the different country. There is a different one. So some places they are familiar with the Facebook, some of the places they are familiar with the Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn. So it depends on that, how we have to interact with social media due to the digital economical condition. And I again remind you that when you are talking about the digital platform, you are talking about the social media, there is another vital issue is coming, that is a security issue. I'll talk about this issue later on. And if you look very carefully at digital transformation, as what I said, that if you come to our Asian countries, particularly the South Asian countries, you can see this one, our digital transformation was slow. So the last 10 years, it was not very going first. But fortunately, during the COVID period, we always mention one thing is that COVID is giving one kind of opportunity for the South Asian people. So they start to think how they can cope up with this kind of digital transformation. So then everywhere they start this kind of platform to use the digital transformation instead of the earlier analog transformation or the face-to-face transformation. So I would say that COVID-19 period give us one opportunity to think about the digital transformation. So now come to the question is that if you ask me about the four main areas of the digital transformation, then I would like to focus on the few opportunities. First of all, process transformation. So we move to the analog system to digital system. So our all kind of transaction if you think the input, process, and output, we think that how we can improve. And not only that, I would say that more up-to-date, like automation process, so that we are going to move that kind of level, how we can move that level. As you know that I'm involved with the University of Texas Arlington. So what we noticed in the USA, they are the ahead of technology. In fact, if you compare the Asian country, but Asian countries, they did this on particularly the COVID period and after the post-pandemic time. Now they're planning how they can cope up with this kind of digital transformation. Secondly, we have to think about our business model transformation. Our earlier business model, and due to the digital economy, digital transformation has been changed. So even our business model, like our vision, mission, our goals, objectives, everything has been moved to the digital transformation. And next to the question with the domain transformation. As we understand, the digital question is that the domain, our domain is a very vital issue. So earlier domain and nowadays domains will change. I would say that is enhanced. Particularly our young generation, even that a certain group of people, a aged group of people, they're also used to this kind of the transformation. Can you imagine that nowadays, even the age of 60, 70, they are familiar to use a Facebook, they are familiar with the Twitter, something. So even if we do any kind of business model, so the digital transformation is possible. Domain has been changed and transformed. Go to the next one, the cultural transformation. If you ask me about the cultural transformation, then I would say that what I said earlier, now suppose I'm in Bangladesh and the conference is online and you are in the different countries in the world, like USA, Dubai, the Kuwait, and other country, but we are now in the only online platform. So our cultural diversification has been occurred due to the digital transformation. So culture has been changed, cultural transformation. And nowadays, suppose a few minutes before, I had one live talk show on supply chain talk in London, UK. So I delivered the lecture the few minutes before the London. So what I said, our culture has been changed. So due to the digital transformation. Now we are coming to our digital economy. We like to utilize the digital transformation in our digital economy. But what I said earlier, if you talk about the digital economy, then you have to think the few pillars. So basically the 4 pillars we have to think in the digital economy. Ethics. Ethics is a vital issue. So now, nowadays, as you know, that we have lots of things in the digitalized, but ethical issues should be maintained. There is no compromise with the ethics. We are talking about the social development, but when there is no ethics, this social development will be useless. So this is the first one. Secondly, social fabric. Until what level you can go. That even in our country like Bangladesh, the digital economical condition is improved. So even the village area, the rural area, we can see the social, they have some social bonding, social interaction to the digital economy. And then what I said that we are talking about the pillars of digital economy, economical condition. That what I said earlier, that when you go to the digital transformation, we have to ensure that cost. And because there's a cost is another issue, whether we have the infrastructure or not. If you have the infrastructure, that's fine. If you don't have that kind of infrastructure, this is another issue. We have to ensure this kind of infrastructure. Because our target economical development, but without infrastructure, sometimes very difficult. In that case, the government level or the local international sponsor would be helpful for the infrastructure development. And finally, we are talking about the pillars. So this is the next one, the security issue. Data security, information security. When you work at the digital transformation, we have to ensure this is a security issue. And sometimes we can do we have to work on the copyright issues, intellectual property right. You like to organize any kind of conference, any kind of social gathering, whatever. But security is a fundamental issue. So it is one of the key points, the data security, information security, whatever. So we have to start to think when you work with the digital economy, this is an economical development, but at the same time, we have to think the security issue. Now, we have to go back to our earlier thinking, what I said, the digital economy, innovation in the digital economy. Now, how we can apply? As I'm the supply chain student or supply chain professional, so I would always mention one thing is that we have to start to think from the supply chain, means for supply to customer. So now if you like to implement the digital economy in the whole supply chain, then you understand that we have to go to the decentralized. And we have to think of the production home. When you're talking to the production home, that time automation is very important. Digital economy is a vital issue. So we are talking about the automation, digital transformation in the business. So definitely in that case, our digital economy is a vital issue. I just remind you one issue is that the transition to the new model, I mentioned earlier, the transformation of supply chain will be underpinned by rapid wholesale digitalization. We are talking about the digitalization from the supply to customer end. So the every end we have to start to think, even the factory, warehouse, retailer, and we have distribution channel, our transportation, everything will be digitalized. In that case, we can apply the automation so that our global trade will be the paperless and based on the digital economy. You know that what we are mentioning earlier, I like to discuss with you. I like to share my thought with you so that you have to come to some few more discussion from the participants, particularly the practitioners group. We have to start to think that digitalized relationship between the buyer and supplier. So now comes the question how we could ensure this one. What I said earlier, that if we apply the digital economical condition and we have the infrastructure, we can produce this kind of robust supply chain between the buyer and supplier. So what I said that is based on the digitalized. We mentioned earlier advanced technology, but if you think that advanced technology like artificial intelligence, if you think of the Industrial Revolution 4.0, some of the countries are using the Industrial Revolution 5.0, like the Japan and the South Korea, and even in the Europe, lots of countries they're using this one. We have to think about the Internet of Things, IoT, blockchain, big data, etc. You know, when you're talking about this kind of technology advancement, you have to think of the cloud computing. So again, come to the question data security issue. So that the supply chains could quickly switch to the alternative providers, but our regular suppliers face the disruption. As you know that we are facing the disruption due to the two reasons. Earlier, we faced the disruption due to the COVID-19 situation, 2020, 2021, and until now, we are facing this issue. And secondly, due to the war between the Russia and Ukraine, we are facing the supply chain disruption. And this supply chain disruption would be resolved by the digital economy, by our digital transformation. And in that case, we need that kind of innovation. But before going to this kind of innovation, what I always mention that we have to do the mindset change. There are some people in the world, they do not want to change the mindset. So in that case, innovation is our highest priority. We are talking about the total quality management, quality improvement. But in what I said earlier, our first initial step should be the mindset change. Whatever for the businessman, whatever the suppliers and whatever the customer and whatever our intermediate bodies, if we could not change our mind, then we can apply the digital economy. You know, there are lots of people in the world. They do not like the ATM machine. They do not like the credit card. They don't like the debit card. They always think that face-to-face interaction will be better than any kind of digital transformation. So that's why you said that it is another discussion how we can change the mindset among a lot of group of people. Finally, this is a time. Let us create our smart, agile, industry-driven, resilient supply chain with maintaining the ecosystems. And whatever we do in our business, we have to make sure one thing is that it should be environment friendly. We should not take any decision that is against the environment, that is against the green, against our climate. So that we have to think how we can apply the digital economical condition, technological driven, our society produce the better quality products for the betterment of the society. That could be our key to building a global trade and investment network that's capable of any kind of supply chain disruption we can resolve by this kind of technology driven our supply chain management. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much. I believe there are lots of questions and queries will come up from the participants. Feel free, you can discuss, you can share with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did Professor
Beverly, I think Dr. Samira wants to speak with Professor Ma'moon.
Oh, yes.
Yes, I have a question for Dr. Moman. Thank you very much for your presentation, but my question relates to automation, especially for is any organization that's an old organization that accumulated a lot of papers and very much dependent on paperwork. Paperwork requires signature of so many layers for approval. So how do you see this can be improved by digital and automation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Samira. I like to start that one, what I said earlier, mindset change. So if we could not change our mind, then sometimes it's very difficult to accept the technology advancement. We know that there are lots of paperwork. We know that there's a question of the signature. Why not? We can accept the digital signature, e-signature. So in that case, maybe we can apply some security issue. Even we can apply the double-level security issue, so that at least we have to ensure that digital signature will be secured, will be maintained, that the security policy. But again, come to the question is that the issue is that our mindset change. So there's some people that thought that we shouldn't accept the digital signature. That is very difficult. But what I mentioned earlier, sometimes the situation demands. Our COVID period, like COVID-19 pandemic time, we noticed that we should accept the digital signature. So if we could accept that kind of things during the COVID time, why not? We can apply these kind of things during the automation process. And I would say that if we could not approach this kind of automation process, sometimes it's very difficult to improve the whole society. So society development depends on the automation, no doubt, but we have been that kind of acceptance level. And I believe that day by day, we can go to the more security policy. We can actually more data security, so that at least we can get some acceptance level. We know that it is not possible to go to the upper standard at the initial stage, but that is our ultimate target, how we can improve that kind of standard. At least we can maintain the security, so that automation will be the smooth way you can proceed. Thank you.
Professor, would you stop screen share so we can get everyone's picture on?
Yes.
That's good. So you can raise your hand if you would like to make a comment now. Anyone, you can open your mic, ask a question of Patrick, ask a question of Kevin, ask another of Professor Habib. Or would you like to quiz each other?
Now plan to talk. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask a question of Kevin. Maybe I missed this, but Austin just being west on Interstate 10, several hours from here, how are you all funded at the tech grants? I'm just curious.
So the Austin, we're actually a privately funded model. We were Austin's first privately funded incubator. Now we partnered with a lot of different organizations, including the Austin Technology Incubator, which is part of the University of Texas system. But our funding was 100% private. Now, as a technology entrepreneur before launching Tech Ranch, I did come to the table with a handful of resources that gave me the freedom to launch this. But in our earliest stages, all the way back to 2003, part of what happened is when I had the vision of what was possible with these venture bridges, one of the first connections was with the Chilean government. There was a senator who was a presidential hopeful at the time in Chile who saw the idea behind how to build these bridges. And I mean, he reflected that same thing. And so part of what happened is we were able to quickly launch into a way of driving that back and forth. In fact, that work for anyone that's familiar with the Startup Chile process or the Startup Chile program that launched at the end of 2009, beginning of 2010. In some circles, I'm seen as the proto-entrepreneur of that program because of the work that we did, with it not being about, well, I don't know if this gives an idea. Maybe I can go into more details, but maybe that answers your question, Patrick.
It does. Thank you.
Other comments, questions?
I think, Beverly, you can ask now the others What is your opinion? What is your opinion about the future of innovations and AI ecosystem in the coming year?
Well, that was one of the things that I ended my presentation with. What I saw as the future of it is that I think there's going to be definitely more innovators coming on board. As we know, the population is increasing, so therefore there's going to be probably a commensurate number of innovators. I see you have your hand up, Professor Habib.
Yes. Thank you. I'd like to add the one thing as you are talking about the innovation. You know that I just compared the few facts so that you can understand. So suppose our South Asian country like India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, if you come back this area, basically we are the behind of the technological advancement in the, if you compare with the like the 2010 or 2000. But we are very fortunate, particularly in our country, Bangladesh, under our current Prime Minister leadership, we improved Bangladesh, like we call it now digital Bangladesh. Now, can you imagine that our about that 80% people, they're capable to do the like digital transaction, financial transaction, even in the village area. So there is the interesting thing is that nowadays they are using the smart device, even the like low-income people, like those are working in the like the housekeeper, those are working in the like the living cost is very low, but they are familiar with this kind of digital innovation. And it is the one kind of key point that in future, maybe I believe that our innovation will be there, but definitely there is a few other issues. What you said earlier, if you think about the like environmental issue and climate issue, then we have to think, because there is some of the sustainability condition, we have to think the environment as well. So sometimes it's good in terms of the like the digital transformation, paperless works. So there will be no analog system, no paper. So it is a good for the environment. But question is that what the earlier mentioned that our mindset change. Some people, they don't want to cope up with this kind of culture. So this is another issue, another discussion is that. But we believe there is a opportunity, lots of opportunity of the innovation and creativity and digital transformation, even in the like this kind of developing country. So, and as you know that I'm also involved with the Malaysia, as I'm the visiting professor there. So what we notice that even that some circumstances, this country like the India, Bangladesh, South Asian country, they're better than like the other country in terms of digitalized, because there were lots of people, what you said, so lots of potentiality, and they can lead that technological advancement, and they can apply this one. So I believe that there is lots of opportunity in this kind of country. Thank you.
Kevin, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to actually ask more generally to everyone, you know, given that our model is fundamentally about collaborating, I'd like to make sure if it's appropriate, I'll share my LinkedIn, but I don't know if there's a best way to follow up just to say, we'd like to have the opportunity to collaborate with other incubators and partners out there. And I think that the frame of the conference, if there's a way of more appropriately doing that, I would gladly receive connections and talk about how we can create this lattice of bridges across the world. In my view of the innovation, you know, a lot of what we can do, even in different levels of development, is create connections that then help lead people on both sides of the connection. Now, that being said, not just looking at one point-to-point connections, I'm hoping to go farther than that. If there's anyone that like that, know that I'm very open to those kind of connections.
Me too. I'm with you.
I will share right there is my LinkedIn, and then this is my email. If anyone would like to have a follow-up conversation about that, I'd be very honored to do that.
On the what if you go in through you can contact the other people, you know, and send messages to them.
Sounds great. I've asked my assistant to one of the downsides to my background is I'm dyslexic, so a lot of times I'm working through my assistant on certain things, but I will do my best on that.
You can do that. Okay. Did you have another comment? You still have the hand up, Dr. Habib, and I just just wanted to make sure. Did anyone else have anything before I say too much? Is one of the things that I think that the difference between innovators and entrepreneurs is one of the things that sort of fascinates me, because they're slightly different, because the innovator is the one who wants to create something, and the entrepreneur is the risk taker who wants to make it successful. Is the way I have always sort of looked at those two different ones. For example, you had the McDonald's brothers came up with the idea of fast food restaurants, but it was Kroc who made McDonald's successful around the world. So one was able to take it going along with it. And one of the things I'm curious to know with you who are involved in this, people who are both innovators and entrepreneurs. Do you think that's a unique combination? Do you think that's more common, or do you think it's more common that there's innovators and there's entrepreneurs? I'm curious.
In my experience, one of my advisors and friends, Dr. Metcalf, actually says it this way. He says, "Invention is a flower, and innovation is a weed." And I love that simple metaphor. If we look at most of the companies out there, even Tesla is a great example. Tesla was started by two inventors. It wasn't really started by Elon Musk, even though Elon Musk gets most of the credit for that organization. I do think that there's a certain set of style of thinking that we see at the initial stage. And now the key thing that I would make the distinction around is looking at the inventor, the engineer versus the innovator, because I think there might even be a three-way distinction. Inventor, innovator, and entrepreneur. I have some theories about this, just because, a lot of times what our work is to do is to help the engineer transform into the entrepreneur, or to help the scientist transform into the engineer, transform into the entrepreneur. That's not always a gentle process. And a lot of times it's easier, as is spoken about in the E-Myth, the book, The E-Myth, to actually bring a team around that individual versus trying to transform them.
Yeah. I'll get to you in a moment, Patrick, but I just want to respond. I've worked with a lot of inventors who think it's they've created the most wonderful thing in the world. But then you go, what's the use of it? What's the purpose of it? Will anyone buy it? And they're really questioning it. But I think Patrick is going to want to say something, because an incubator is really designed to hopefully help the innovator become an entrepreneur, right?
That is absolutely correct. I really like Kevin's metaphor on weeds and things. That's really kind of cute. I guess to me, as a serial entrepreneur, even at this point in life, I'm really pleased to have joined the team in my 11th startup just last month. It's in blockchain tech and in MarTech. And I stay energetic because of innovators who appreciate that I have built many businesses. Besides working as the director of entrepreneurship in this incubator, it's not full 40-hour-a-week position. It's 32 hours a week. So I still have time for other startups. But I think I would just sum up and say the E-Myth is a great reference point, because when creative people decide that they really don't like working for people, when they decide I could do that better, that's the path to a real learning opportunity. Because as a CPA, formerly with Deloitte, I pretty much risk averse. Well, when you're an entrepreneur, there's a lot of risk you don't even understand when you open that door to that path. So for me, it's really about learning the skills that even I did not have as a practicing CPA, of managing people, taking creative and innovative products and services into building, testing, and launching, and even selling businesses in my career. And so there's a lot to that. But it all starts with that one day when you say, I could do it better than these guys I'm working for. That's all. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else like to ask a question going along?
Change it from ask the question and does anybody want to contribute?
Yes, would you like to contribute your ideas?
The concept that Patrick is just speaking about, I think, is really critical, especially as we look across country for the all these different dimensions of culture. One of the things that I've benefited from and getting to work internationally and getting to live outside of the country, I lived in Mexico and I lived in Chile during my entrepreneurial career, is to take advantage of the different understandings of the different cultures. One of the things that I'm really happy about is to shift away from just the Silicon Valley. This is the way things happen. Of course, the bulk of the media, at least that I see, is still very Silicon Valley centric. And I think that sells us short on what we might be able to do on helping entrepreneurs transform, or helping the scientist or the engineer transform into the entrepreneur. Because if all we're talking about is Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk, and we're really missing what's possible. And that's where this multi-dimensional, multicultural approach really can inform something much deeper, especially in the context of innovation that we've been speaking about.
One of the things Dr. Habib said was we talked about society.
Yeah,
and I think
I'd like to add something as you're talking about the Elon Musk a few times, that Twitter and other issues. When you work in the multicultural, that is very easy to do the innovation. Suppose when you work in when I'm working in the University of Texas Arlington, what we are doing, international students, particularly those who are coming from the different countries, like China, like India, like the Korea, particularly the Asian country, we notice that they have lots of innovation. Unfortunately, when they're working in their own country, they are not getting the support, they are not getting the infrastructure. But when they're getting the infrastructure, when they're getting the full support from the university, they did the lots of innovation. And when we can create some industry affiliation for their ongoing research project, definitely they can add the more values. So it seems to me that what is my understanding, as I'm the Bangladeshi nationality, so what is my understanding, my approach is that we are trying to do this one thing, is that more connectivity, more networking among the different group of people, the different multinational countries. So multi-countries, multi-continents, multicultural. So, and I believe that if we could continue this kind of initiatives, that will add more values to the society. Because innovation will come up by the brainstorming, by the discussion, cross-discussion, like the intellectual discussion, experts' opinion, practitioners' opinion, academic discussion as well. So I believe that this kind of conference would be the one kind of initiative for the next innovation, most creativity. Suppose today I interact with Dr. Kevin, Professor Patrick, and other people. So maybe we can connect, and maybe when we are visible in the LinkedIn, so a group of students, a group of connected people, they are familiar. So they can apply this kind of platform to the interaction. And we have to encourage this kind of initiative, networking issues, and because our ultimate at the end of the day, how we can contribute to the society. So when you have this kind of mindset to like to contribute to the society, there is a country does not matter, that culture does not matter, the color does not matter. Matter is in our mindset. We like to add the values to the society by our innovation and creativity. Thank you.
Yes. I was going to say a countryman of yours through the microfinancing won a Nobel Prize from Bangladesh. And yes. And that was one of the things that's creating the ecosystem. I mean, that was an attempt to help an ecosystem for small entrepreneurs to develop their system. I think that microfinancing was a good example of an innovation that went a long way towards creating a lot of successful entrepreneurs in Bangladesh.
when it also shows that it goes back to the thing that we're talking about breaking this idea that I mean, this is where I differ from Peter Thiel greatly, in that he says that innovation mainly happens around places like Silicon Valley and
Yes.
Tel Aviv, whereas, the example that you're talking about from Muhammad Yunus and microfinance, that first $27
Yes.
that he talks about, it's a brilliant example that shows the shift of innovation, and that's what I want to point to. That's what I think that's a more elegant example of showing how innovation's not just happening back in Silicon Valley. And this is where I take Peter Thiel to task. He's definitely doing something, but hey.
Yeah.
I think Patrick has his hand up. Did you have your hand up, Patrick? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
No, I'd spoken. Thank you.
Yeah, as you mentioned about the microfinance and then Nobel laureate, Professor Dr. Yunus. Basically, that Professor Yunus, he always mentioned one thing: the social business. So whatever you do, we have to think of how we can contribute to the society due to social business. Because without the business, we cannot come up with sustainable something. Even when you like to go for this kind of microfinance issues, and your ultimate target contribute to the society by the development of the poor people or those kind of people. So ultimate target is our concept, the good concept, but unfortunately sometimes there is a possibility of abuse this kind of microfinance system. And again, it depends on the infrastructure. So when you have a strong infrastructure, even if you have a good innovation, it will be the sustainable, it will be the fruitful. But if you don't have the strong infrastructure, sometimes it will not work properly. I know this kind of microfinance they are trying to apply in the different country, but unfortunately that few of the countries they could not succeed. But same model. So it depends on that how the people they have been involved there, how they will monitor this one, and how they can confirm the sustainability of their concept. So I believe that this is a good initiative, that microfinance initiative contribute to the social business society. But at the same time, I would say that monitoring issue is very important, and how we can implement this kind of microfinance for the betterment of society. Thank you.
Well, a business model is not going to work the same in all different cultures. You're going to have to adapt and adjust to make it work. And that's one of the things that I think is realistic. And Kevin's work in Mexico, I also lived in Mexico. and it's a very different culture. And so therefore you have a very different environment. And so you always have to tweak things. And I think this is one of the things that sometimes people are unwilling to make the adaptations that are needed in different cultures when you go forward in this. Is anyone like to have, we've got 2 minutes left or a minute and a half left. Anyone for final words for this session? I thought it was very interesting. I thought it was a very worthwhile session. I hope you agree. Anyone? Minute and a half?
I think David is ready to deliver the mic from you, Beverly.
Okay,
David.
That's fine.
Thank you so much, Beverly, and all the speakers for your presentations and for your value-added information.
Well, thank you, Hanadi, for putting this together. You're wonderful.
Thank you, Professor.
And I will say, Hanadi and I did a couple of presentations on incubators ourselves a few years back.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Ma'moon. Thanks, Patrick. But be with us, please. David, you can start.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Hanadi, and everybody who's here. We are back again for another year, the third year, as I think others have mentioned. So thanks again for putting this together, Dr. Hanadi. What an achievement to get so many professionals and practitioners from the industry together, along with the very many participants that we have this year. So let me go ahead and share my presentation here in this session. Number 2, practitioner sessions about strengthening traditional and virtual services. We are certainly proud to be here for the third year. And today I'm going to speak about something new that I didn't address before. I'm going to talk about how to launch on-demand workshops so that clients can take training in their own time. But it would be appropriate to just say a few words about Growth Wheel for beginners if you don't know us already. Growth Wheel is a simple framework that practitioners are using when they are advising clients. It shows nothing new, but 4 areas that all businesses are working on and all advisors are working on. Help businesses create a great business concept, something attractive, a product or service or technology that someone can buy, build an organization behind it, get clients, keep them and grow them, and make money while doing it. Growth Wheel breaks down those well-known areas into 20 focus areas, and that gives you the Growth Wheel framework. What we do in our business is we train advisors in using this framework. We have a business tool stack with more than 100 tools, and then we have a digital platform, a CRM system that is used by incubators and SME support organizations. Growth Wheel is used in 68 countries around the world for the last 15 years now, and we have translated Growth Wheel into 19 languages, including Arabic. So it is available, both the software and the tools. What I'm going to talk about is our insights from doing more than 200 webinars, if not 300, and online courses. And we have had more than 1,000 participants just the last 3 years. And what we believe is really that the time has come for remote learning for at least 3 reasons that will be well known to you. First of all, we've all gotten used to it. Just today, this conference is a perfect example of just that. As we all recall, it wasn't like this 3 years ago. So we've gotten used to it. And for some things, it's even better than a regular conference or than a regular workshop or training session. One thing is that we're all sitting here right up with close to our screen. We got a close-up view of the slides instead of sitting in a hotel room on a distance in our own chair. And we've learned to use Zoom and other similar technology. So certainly that's one reason why the time has come, but also we all watch homemade videos. We are used to watching things on demand when we go on YouTube and we learn how to install a ceiling fan or whatever we do. So this whole idea of just watching content on demand when we want it in our own time, even at our own speed, is something we're all used to. And yes, there are hundreds of million users that are already on some of the e-learning platforms that you may know very well: Udemy, LinkedIn Learning, Coursera, Skillshare, Udacity. There are many. For example, Udemy has 40 million users. So there's absolutely a case to be made that we are all ready for on-demand learning. Now, how do you set up such a program if you would be considering that? I'm going to talk a little here about your program purpose, why you want to do it, about your course program. I'm going to skip how you outline an actual course, but this is something we train advisors in, how they really create an outline and a structure for these courses. And then I may touch a little bit also on the course materials that you might be needing. What I'm going to show you are some tools you can use. So you can write me or my team at hello@growthwheel.com, and we will give you a copy of some of the tools I'm going to show you that you can use to plan and prepare an on-demand training program if you want. But let's start here with purpose. And I was told by Dr. Hanadi I have 20 minutes, so I'm going to make sure that I cover things sufficiently. I did prepare for 10. But let me start here by mentioning 7 good reasons why you, if you are a practitioner, if you run an entrepreneurship program, an acceleration program, or are a private consultant for that matter, 7 reasons why you would want to offer an on-demand recorded client training program. First of all, it is a great way to educate clients, of course, to do training sessions, and you may not have time to do it. If you do it on demand, you can educate your clients better. You can certainly improve your productivity. Once you have made these recordings, they will have an eternal life as long as you want to keep them going. So from just making the effort once, you just get so much benefit from all the follow-up and the lifetime of this content you produced. You may get more client signups. The people who can't make it on the day of a physical training session will do it another day, anytime that works for them. And you may even have higher client engagement. They may actually engage by chatting, by filling out, surveys, by completing different kinds of tests and so on. And one reason is that when you have an LMS platform, a learning management system, you can require that people participate in these things before they can proceed. You may get more client loyalty because you offer them more. Just imagine you did 12 workshops every single month. You would have something to offer your clients. It can help strengthen your brand position as someone who offer high qualified training. And you might, lastly, even have income from these courses if you charge $20, $25, $50, $100, $250, or whatever you think is appropriate for your content. So let me show you the first tool that I have for you. This is what we do for entrepreneurs, and now we also do it for professionals. A simple decision sheet that we actually use. We train and certify professional trainers, workshop trainers. This is one of the tools we use for that. You can get it for free, where you can look at your different events and just describe the details of it. What's the purpose? Who's the target client? What is the needs this program will satisfy? How would you describe the program? Who's the responsible team and stuff like that? Also, we have another sheet, which is for the individual workshop that you might be planning. What is it that the value proposition of this workshop, particular one, who will be the participating partners, who's the instructor, and all those decisions that you know you have to make. But here's a simple decision sheet to take you through it. Now, there are many different types of training events, which is the next thing I'm going to talk about that you're also very familiar with. But look at this when you see them and really see how you have a choice. There are some events that you can do in person and also live online. It could be a networking lunch and learn. Bring your lunch, sit by the Zoom screen, and we will go over some content. Some of you may even brought your lunch or an afternoon tea for this very session, so that's possible. You may have a user group meeting. So you are getting together, people who are using some kind of software, your software, other software, to really exchange experiences. You can have a demo day, of course, where one entrepreneur or a group of entrepreneurs present their solutions. You can have a hackathon even online, I think, and you could do a documentary screening. There's a lot of really good documentary films, and you can get people together on a Zoom call and watch that. So those are things that you can do, but cannot really do recorded. You kind of have to be there. But then there are options where recordings are possible. Special topics event. You can talk about digital marketing. You can talk about AI. You can have external speakers. You can do a seminar or a certificate program. You can do a conference as we do today, or workshops where people are allowed to spend time working on their business during the workshop. So here's the next tool for you. Workshop selection, a simple list of some of these different options where you can decide, are they useful or not? Are you going to do them online or not online? What's the content? How many participants do you expect? And so on. Just a little helper to kind of think through what are the kinds of events that you want to offer. One discussion, of course, is in this world of virtual training and education, should you do on demand or live online? On demand when you watch it when you want to, or live online where you have the instructor. And there's certainly great things about being live online as we are today. You have that feeling of being in the same place. We all scheduled here to be here on a particular time. It happens right now, first and foremost, even if you can possibly get the recording. You can ask questions to the instructor right away and participate in the chat. And then just this feeling of being here today that we all have right now, right? We have dedicated ourselves to be present here right now. That's not the same feeling you have when you watch a video on YouTube. And that's important for communication, relationships building, and all those things. However, there's also great advantages of doing on demand when we can all do it in our own time and our own speed, in the sense that we can watch the video again if we want to recap something. And also we can even put it on 125 speed, 150 speed, or even 2.0 speed. So you get through content that is, not relevant or that you get very quickly. So there are ways to do things like that. So on-demand courses in a nutshell would be that you record content, maybe 50 minutes. You can, of course, record any number of minutes that you want. Maybe you break it into 10 small sections in your presentation. So each presentation is a separate thing. It will be asynchronous learning. So instructor and student are not there at the same time. They can still have a dialogue, but not at the same time. And you would be using LMS software, learning management software. There's a whole bunch of these out there. So clients can sign up. They can pay if you take that payment. They can go through course paths. You can have testing. You can have assignments. And people will automatically, without any hands-on from you, get a certificate at the end that you have designed and that they will receive once the system detects that they've completed the course. So one of the little nice features about an LMS system is that you can decide an order of videos. On YouTube, if you put stuff up, people can take any sequence, but sometimes pedagogically, you want people to go through a certain path. You want them to have checkpoints, tests. Maybe you even want them to have a meeting with you before they can proceed in the course. So this way that you can sequence things and keep track of how people are progressing is a great thing. Another thing that we like a lot, because we make tools, is that, of course, you can make materials available for downloading. So at any point during the course, entrepreneurs can download reading resources, different kinds of materials that we offer. So the case for on-demand is, again, you can take the training for your clients or your entrepreneurs that you work with. They can take that training in their own time. They can slow down and speed up as needed. And also, they don't have to interact with other participants. That can be nice sometimes. We all like to read a book by ourselves sometimes, and we like to take training sometimes by ourselves. So we can focus on the content maybe and not necessarily participate at some times. However, the really big advantage of on-demand is, of course, for the course administrators. If you're someone who may not be a trainer, but you're just administrating a pool of training that you need to get to your incubatees, participants in your acceleration program, the entrepreneurs in your municipality, in your government-funded program, or whatever you do. So for you, you can really attract more participants, even outside your own time zones, because you could basically offer a program globally. And there, when it's on demand, people can see it in their own time. You will see as a course administrator that some participants just learn better and faster in this way. And you will get this residual value from your time investment that once this content is out there, it just keeps on giving, and you can keep on signing up participants. You need to update that content from time to time, but certainly for a year or longer, it's probably good enough. You also get analytics, so you can really see who is participating, how much time are they spending. And if you collect demographics, you can get a lot of data about who is it that is taking this training from you. Moving on to the course program, you need to decide what are the topics you're going to offer. I just want to show you some examples of what the things that we offer in Growth Tool for your inspiration. And what I'm showing you is something we also offer for you to download. So you can create your own program based on this inspiration. Here, for example, is an example of a 5-workshop program for second stage companies. The first one is called Module 1, Get a 360 View on Your Business. It's about really looking at things from the top, from the big picture. We use our framework Growth Wheel for that, but you could use any framework, Business Model Canvas, or whatever you wanted to. Module 2, Design Products that Customers Want. What is it really that are the features and the value and the outcomes that clients are looking for? Number 3, hire your next employee with profit. Companies should not hire people to have more expenses. They hire people to get more income. So how is it that you do that? Define that job, figure out how this person pay back their own salary at least once. Number 4, get new clients through networking. And number 5, convince lenders that your investment will pay back. How do you go to the bank, an investment that, or investor for that matter, and convince them that these plans that you have is actually going to give a profit so you can pay them back as well. We have 20 different modules that we have defined for different areas of business startups and growth. And all these descriptions of our courses and what they contain is available for you if you write me at hello@growthwheel.com. You can get this as an inspiration and create your own. But this is at least an inspiration for things that you may want to have in your program in your own way, or you can make a selection from these. So again, hello@growthwheel.com if you want this. We even have a tool for that is also included. You can look through some of these headlines, decide if it's relevant, and specify your content. Maybe under communication, you want to focus on social media. Maybe under technology, you want to focus on AI, or whatever you think belongs in your program. We even have a tool here to make a workshop calendar. So you can start thinking about what is it that you're going to offer month by month, maybe next year in 2023, how's your program going to look like? And then as I have 5 minutes left, I will move on and just show you an example, a real life example of our online academy that we call Growth Wheel Online Academy. And that is a page that users can go to and they will be able to see that some courses are promoted. And we offer a number of different things. We have a continued education program for Growthville certified advisors, but we just recently started to also offer our content through partners. So here's an example of an SBDC in the United States, a small business development center in Mississippi. And what we have done for them, and which we do for our other partners around the world, is we set up a custom LMS system just for them. And then we put on our recorded content that they can then offer for their clients. So again, we don't work directly for entrepreneurs in Growthville. We work with the professional advisors, the consultants, the government programs, incubators, accelerators, sometimes CPAs who offer content for entrepreneurs, and many other entrepreneurial support organizations. So now it's a co-branded website with Mississippi SBDC that features these courses. There are on the LMS platform a way that clients can go in and make a quick self-assessment. They can find their local center, and we set up this page so there's links straight to this organization's own website. We also show an example of the instructor and share that there are tools involved. So clients can now log in and see a selection of courses that they can start working through. We can decide the sequence, or rather Mississippi SBDC can decide the sequence that they want, and they can monitor how they complete the different courses. The client, there's an intake form that can be customized so they can collect demographic data. And once again, there will be tools to download. So the business advisors don't have to spend time emailing and sharing them. And then I just want to show you here a little example of, just to get a feel for it, how an introductory video could look like. So here is a video with our instructor, Elizabeth, who's just making a brief introduction to the course. Here's how it goes.
Welcome to this Growthville On-Demand workshop, where you can work on improving your business in your own time. It's great to have you here and that you've taken the time to focus on one key part of your business today. This on-demand workshop is about how to design products and services that your customers really want. Having a portfolio of great products and services is one of the ways you can grow your business. My name is Elizabeth, and I will be working with you through this workshop to help you make decisions and take action.
So that is just an example of that. And you've seen these e-learning courses before. What we've done is to package these so they can be distributed to our clients so they don't have to make it themselves. So here's something to consider if you wanted to outsource your learning management platform. We certainly help our clients to build and maintain the entire platform so that our clients can just focus on the content. What do they want to offer? They have recorded webinars sometimes, and other times they don't even have time to do these recordings, so they simply offer the content we have already recorded. We would certainly help train the producers of content, can be advisors or instructors, so they know how to make great content that fits on demand. It's a little bit different than just doing a webinar where you kind of is rolling on for 45 minutes. You need to be more structured when you do on-demand content. Break things down in small pieces, and as much as you can edit a webinar and cut it up into pieces afterwards, you're much better off if you prepared this to be smaller segments so people can just watch a few videos before they return to the training. So there's a lot of advice on that in how to make content. Also, what you'd be looking for if you were outsourcing is to find someone who can produce reporting for you. You really want to see some analytics so you can focus on the highly qualified clients who are actively engaged that you want to reach out to and work with, and maybe pick up those who are not so active. All that information is available. And then also, maybe you actually want to make this an income model. So you can work with your partner, whether it's someone like Growthville or someone else, to say, you know, what is the best revenue model for this? So you can offer this content. As we do, we offer our produced content to our clients, and they can just set a price. And then there's a chance to get shared revenue from that. That is what I had to share with you today about how I see one of the ways to innovate for practitioners is to take great advantage of on-demand learning in a time where so many people are doing it. They're used to doing things asynchronously, and there's so much value to be created by using this format. So as I talked about a little bit here, your program purpose can be many different things. You need to set up a course program, and we have some inspiration for you. We didn't talk about the outline today, but we did talk also about how it's important to have course materials. so that clients can download them and work on their own. And with that, Dr. Hennadi, I'm going to finish my presentation for now and see if there's any questions or comments for working with on-demand training here today.
Thank you so much, David, for your detailed presentation with amazing strategy 360 innovation, 360 growth wheel. And this is used, well-known, used now for years and years with highly successful implementation. In fact, now it's not time for questions. You need to finalize all the speakers. I think Dr. Samira now time to present presentations. Dr. Samira.
Sure. Thank you very much, Dr. Hennadi. And it's very nice presentation from David, Mehdi, and it's good to see very nice group going to present through the session. Actually, I want to give a case study on the how to shift organization to become more productive, more and much stronger, especially in innovation, entrepreneurship, and creativity. So I would like to share my presentation, if you may allow me. Can you see it?
Yes,
Yes,
maybe go
yes.
to full screen, but we see it. Yes, thank you.
Is it okay now?
It is.
Okay, so my presentation will be a case study in Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research and as a research and development institution. The cursor is not moving. I have to exit here for a minute.
Slide isn't moving. Can you check the slide moving?
It's very slow. Sorry. Okay,
Yeah,
let
no
me. Okay, just to let you know, KISA was established in 1967. This is a picture of the administrative building of the institute. And its role and responsibility is to disseminate science and technology, not only in Kuwait, but also in the Arabian Gulf region. So KISR is a scientific, technical, and consultative entity for several governmental and private institutions in Kuwait. And KISR is very keen to enter into partnership and agreements with international and regional institutions and in different fields. And of course, this is to exchange knowledge and expertise. KISR has a very optimistic and very challenging vision up to year 2030. It is aiming to be acknowledged as internationally as a region's most respected science and technology and innovation and knowledge gateway, and recognized as a driving force for sustainable economic prosperity and enhanced quality of life. Of course, talking about transformation of traditional R&D institution to become more productive and stronger in innovation and creativity, there are three dimensions that have to be considered here: the structure, governance, and process. And mind you, I'm talking about institutional changes. And this requires that we build up a good structure that's flexible and responsive to any change, and that we align our research with long-term countries' priorities and strategic interests, and to develop strategy to address research and development, not just research. As KISR is an old, 55 years old, established a very traditional system, and focus in very specific areas of research. This change in time now with the more challenging environment, especially moving into digital transformation, innovation, and expansion of its capacity to meet these challenges. KISAR focused its research based on the country priorities in certain areas, which is including Water Research Center, Petroleum Research Center, Energy and Building Research Center, and Environmental Life Science. And it is supported with the science and technology sector, which includes techno-economic and system and software development departments. These four main research centers work in very specific programs in order to capitalize on the available resources and enhance our capacity with manpower that will be able to meet specific targets and goals that change every 5 years based on the national interests and priorities. So, for example, the petroleum has several programs, refinery and production enhancement and corrosion. Water research look at desalination, wastewater, and management. Environment, for example, has the environment sector with different coastal management ecosystem, marine ecosystem, and terrestrial. Aquaculture, food and nutrition, biotechnology. Energy has other energy, renewable energy, efficiency, construction and building, and sustainability and reliability infrastructure, and nanotechnology. These centers provide the capabilities, the infrastructure that will enhance the productivity and assist the staff or the researchers to develop ideas and projects. Most of our projects are client funded, so it's very challenging, and they put a lot of time, the researchers, to secure funds for their projects. Yet they have to develop new ideas, innovative technologies, and they process it through another division. So KISAR established this division in order for IP licensing, IP management, and IP right protection. And the research continues to produce these new know-how and technologies that are later in the process of receiving all this licensing will be opportunity for establishing business for the institution and develop more and more human resources. Now, if we look at the records, we see because KISAR did not have a system to develop this IP and to register patents for in the past. So it started very recently, almost 10 years of period. And so we started to develop records, and we are still very humble productivity and patent application per year. But most of the subject fields are material, lab testing, equipment, nanotechnology, water treatment, and renewable energy. And these know-how are main types of IPs generated, resulting from a wide range of research projects in the Institute. Likewise, for each sector, maybe the most productive is the Energy and Building Research Center, has a maximum number, 43 up to year 2020, and followed by Water and Petroleum and Environment. I'll give some examples of some of the innovations, like the device and method for measuring effective soiling on photovoltaic devices. Very recently developed technology for assessing, helping the solar energy PVs efficiency and reducing the soiling effect, especially in areas like desert and arid lands. Next is another technology developed to reduce saline water course, and this is a mobile system that uses two types of technology, forward and reverse osmosis. So it's very practical, it's mobile, simple, and reduce costs and energy consumption. Another one in the corrosion, also you use a machine for monitoring and assessing corrosion in material. Another one is for waves, breaking waves, and it enables dissipate wave energy in different situations. So this is just an example of the different centers, one single example for each. But in general, technology, KISAR has to think of developing a platform for encouraging entrepreneurship and a business-oriented research as an technology business incubators. And this has been developed now strategically in the 9th strategic plan, which is 5 years plan, and it ends in 2025. So the goal of TBI to assist technology-oriented entrepreneurs and startup development in business, and also it will provide workshop and guidelines, training, actual contribution with the provided funding and facility. KISAR, of course, TBI will be an opportunity for the young scientists and for networking their achievements in the organization. The other emerging important technology platforms, as was mentioned, is very important for digital transformation, and especially this advanced technology like big data, artificial intelligence machine. It's important for the organization to provide all necessary tools and equipment and to train the staff and to build up its capacity to be able to achieve these. We also, in addition to these flagship projects that's been developed on a long-term basis that is more oriented to the national need, it's big projects like dealing with climate change, economic transformation, health of marine waters, and so on. KISAR, it's very important for its image in the social media to be more active and to encourage virtual meetings of its staff and to conduct these training on communications. The capacity building and the culture of the institution are important for development of a new generation of leadership in science, in R&D, and developing the institute for the future. So the manpower and management, technology, and computer skills are continuously provided to the young scientists, all those new employees. Even the employment process is now more automated, is through the system, and encourage young Kuwaiti scientists to work in the institute. In conclusion, I would like to say it's important to have resources in the institution to develop the structure, the governance, and also to put policies and protocol clear for the staff and shared in the portal of the institute, so everybody has an access to it. Strategic planning is important to direct the institute to be able to implement within a certain budget, within a certain resources and capacity, and will be achieving its goals on time. And strategic partnership is important in order to enhance the quality of work and to share and exchange of data and information. Establishment of IP process is important. At the same time, the commercialization of this innovative projects to reach the market. And luckily, KISAR received the Council of Minister approval just recently to establish a holding company in order to commercialize its project outcomes. An established platform of emerging technologies, bridging research to market, commercializing, highlight success stories, and share it with the society. And I'd like to thank some of the people who had me in the presentation, Ms. Iman Al-Awawi, Director of Commercialization at Fatima Science and Technology Innovation Department. And thank you very much. I'm willing to answer any questions. Thank you.
And Dr. Hanadi, I'm going to leave it to you to put the next speaker on the floor. I do believe it's Safura Tan coming to us from Malaysia. Are you with us, Dr. Hanadi? If not, since I'm leading the roundtable, I will take the liberty to introduce you, Safura. Good to have you back on the conference. We recall your presentation from last year. Oh, there you are, Dr. Hanadi. I'm stepping in for you to introduce Safura, but you made it in time. So please, Safura, I think the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, David. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, awesome. So yes, I am supposed to be coming from Malaysia, but today I'm from Milan.
Not so late.
So I'm in Milan now. It's 7:36, so it's better than 2 o'clock in the morning in Malaysia. So today I'll be talking a bit from a practitioner point of view in the ecosystem as an ecosystem builder. It's just going to be a quick overview of what's happening in Malaysia and what are the challenges we face. So I'm going to zoom out for a minute and let me just share my PowerPoint. Okay, can everybody see it? Do I need to expand it? Right. So so in Malaysia, we have around 30 million population, and we have around 1 million registered businesses. And 85 to 86% is micro businesses. And that's where our SMEs are mostly at. So I'm actually a consultant, Stratnavigo Consulting PLT, and I actually am a Growth Wheel business advisor with David. And there's a reason for it. When I go to my challenges part, you'll see the reason why I'm a great proponent of Growth Wheel. So let me just quickly zoom out when we talk about business. So business is all about creating and capturing value. I think most of us all here know about the 3 prongs of market desirability, business viability, and operational and technical feasibility. The challenge, and I think this is not only in Malaysia, but a lot of countries that entrepreneurs, they are what we call necessity entrepreneurs. They go into business, they become entrepreneurs because it's necessary for their work, for their life. So livelihood, especially when we talk about the pandemic, the situation has employment has decreased, and now with the opening of the market, people who became entrepreneurs out of necessity, now they are going back to work. So the challenge of an ecosystem builder is to look into those things, the external environment itself. So coming back to that, what I like to look into is that, hey, as an ecosystem builder, we have to understand the dynamic business life cycle. This looks pretty, it goes up and slightly down, and this is definitely sourced from Growth Wheel material. And as you can see, there's multiple phases in a business, and the challenges is that each phase has a different sort of challenge. Uncertainty, too many things to do with few resources when there's startup. Pre-growth, you've got founders who become the main bottleneck. You've got growth, suddenly they've got market, they got traction, they put everything into pressure, they mature, output starts to stagnate, and finally they have to, come into new ideas. So I believe some of the speakers before I popped in for a short while talked about this and said, business model changes, different focus, different needs as the company life cycle changes. So I think this is really important to showcase the challenges faced by an ecosystem builder. Do we, as an ecosystem builder, have the capability and the capacity to understand and to guide these entrepreneurs to the next level? Okay. Having said that, entrepreneurs also, and also ecosystem builders, we have to say, we've got to know where we are at. Where are we at this point of time? What resources do we have? What do we know? What we do not know? And what are the trend and environment factors that are impacting the business? So in Malaysia, the challenge here is that we have a lot, many people who are business coaches, business advisors, but again, it comes from different perspectives and it tends to be very individual from their own experiences. Then we go to the, understanding the business model. So this is just one tool that, typical business advisors or business coaches in Malaysia use, but the challenge is very superficial. They use it very superficially, do workshops and attend to it, but they don't go into deeper to have decisions and actions. So again, when we talk about business, we want to help the entrepreneurs in the ecosystem as ecosystem builder to create and capture value to get the sweet spot of business. And typically businesses, they either start with, I've got a product, I'm going to sell it, or I've got a technology and I am going to sell it, rather than from a market desirability point of view. Very rarely they start from a market desirability point of view. And this is also a challenge faced by the ecosystem builder because we ourselves are entrepreneurs, to some extent. We're selling the service of business advisors, business coaches. So we need to also have that ability to understand our market well. Okay, so the next step when we talk about business, when zooming out, we're talking about defining where we want to go. In Malaysia, we have that what we call in Malay, we call Dasar Keusahawanan Negara 2030. We want to be an entrepreneurial nation by 2030, taking into consideration that Malaysia has been stagnant as a necessity entrepreneur system since the past, I think, 2 decades or so. So we want to break out of it. We want to do it 2030. So that's our definition when we talk about entrepreneurship ecosystem. So then we need to determine how we're going to get there. And one of the things that we are looking at is strengthening the ecosystem itself. Okay. We're talking about training. We're talking about finances. We're talking about market access and so on and so forth. Right. Then the challenge is that when we talk about entrepreneurship, it's all about exploring and exploiting. The challenge here in Malaysia is that most of the government agency who are handling entrepreneurship are from the government. They are civil servants, okay? I'm not saying it's good or bad, but I'm just saying there need to be a mind shift, that mindset shift from being just there as a program owner to also have entrepreneurship mindset, so that's where they need to be able to look at the continuum of exploring and exploiting. So I always would say that one of the things that we need to look at is how to make the whole ecosystem more entrepreneurial. Okay, so I'm not going to go into it. So finally, I would say, not this, before I go to the final one, is to develop a detailed action plan to execute the strategy of, Dasar Keusahawanan Negara Malaysia. Okay, what are the decisions needs to be made and what are the actions that need to be taken, and then to execute and evaluate. So to me, and this comes to my final slide, which I talk about the mindset and the action shift that needs to happen in Malaysia. From my experience as a practitioner, one is entrepreneurialism of creating and capturing value should be embedded throughout, not only as a business owner or as an entrepreneur in the truest sense, but also in the civil servant, in the government, looking at entrepreneurship programs. Why? Because we do have a ministry dedicated on entrepreneur development and cooperative. So for me, again, we should embed entrepreneurialism throughout the country. Second, technology should be considered as an enabler, not as the driver. Entrepreneurs are the drivers. So we should actually look at how we can have the entrepreneurs have their mindset and action shift towards utilizing technology. Technology is not the end game. Third, a government investment in the ecosystem builder rather than directly to the entrepreneurs. That's what's happening in Malaysia. Because money is given directly to the entrepreneurs. The question of, for example, like me as a program, running a program where the program owner is the government and the money is given directly to the entrepreneur, commitment to the entrepreneur to complete the program is one challenge that we face. And finally, measuring quality versus quantity. So I think one of the things that Malaysia should look into is to utilize an effective platform to ensure collaboration. So that's why for me, I am, I've been looking around for multiple platforms. And one of the things I like to share, for me, Growth Wheel is it for me. I think it has a comprehensive a platform that helps us in our program to measure the impact of the programs that we are running. So with that, these are the 4 challenges we face, and I really look forward in listening from other people on what are your thoughts in helping us to be better. With that, that's it for me. I hope it's short and sweet.
Both of that. Thank you, Safura, as always. Very sweet and precise. Dr. Hanadi?
Yes, I think it's now time for remaining. It's around 10 minutes.
Yes.
Can you make it open discussion between the speaker, David?
Yes, absolutely. And
Dr. Samira is there, Sifora is there, and also
yes.
the Patrick is there. You can ask Patrick. I like Patrick.
Very good. Good.
Except our apology for Jeff. Jeff have emergency case, as you know, and everybody know now. Again, corona and other viral, it's infected all the world, and some people, it's their voice is gone, and just they send me apology via email. I think now we have time to discuss with the speaker. And yes, David, there are Dr. Dana. Dr. Dana is a lawyer, and she's speaking about a great thing about how we develop the technology related to the legal aspect. And I think this will be the future of the legal now. All the legal aspect and consultation, you can take it by your app. You just log in the app, and the app using AI and connecting all the law worldwide while you putting your case, and the app is answer you instead of contacting the lawyer office. And everybody knowing through the world. The lawyer expenses through the world or the services is the top ranking. This is the richest people through the world. It's the lawyer. This is not from my mind, but this is the statistic presenting that. Then if you give some time for Dr. Dana speaking about this app and about the services. Go ahead, Dana.
Many thanks for a great introduction, Dr. Hanadi. I know like what I will say, it's against us as the founder and the CEOs of TH and DH law firms, MENA regions, but yeah. Today, I would love as well to make it as open a discussion for the last remaining 10 minutes about how we will use the technology into legal to enhance more the concepts of entrepreneurial ecosystem base. We have, I will tell you about some projects that we did, some projects that we already had for the startups and SMEs in the Middle East, and how we use the technology into legal to start to platform these entities. So first of all, my name is Advocate Dana. I'm working in the techno-legal sector in MENA region. So today I will talk for this open discussion about how we can get smart applications to enroll the law in establishing the startups, and to see how we can create platforms for innovators, and how they will register their intellectual property rights into these legal platforms. As you know, the entrepreneurs usually they do need all the support and the community capabilities to let them start their businesses and they start to their projects. So usually the obstacles standing on the legal time frame, and specifically in our Middle East, North Africa communities. So we created a sort of innovation called Support DAM, which is DAM in Arabic, support in English, which is enhance the role of legal services providers to register the intellectual property rights for the startups and the entrepreneurial projects in the Middle East. This is first as well. Then we created a platform called Innovea. Innovea can show you what you have like sort of similarity for the already registered patent and trademarks and copyrights for the project that you are thinking about. This is so good for like as first phase for the entrepreneur to start like look into the legal covered framework and how they will utilize the laws into their projects. Usually, this kind of services for the techno-legal or to enhance the technology with the law services provider used for the technology systems or the smart application system. However, this could be implemented by using the artificial intelligence techno-legal projects by this sort of services into more sectors. And the state of Iraq has been having a success story for that, for using the recyclable waste to make it and sources into a valid and environmental energy. And the law, the covering law was provided by UK legal company, and they used the merging between the legal technology, AI, and these ecosystems. So this is Dr. Hanadi, the things that we were talking about into that. The questions are open, Doctora, for the 5 minutes remaining.
Any contribution?
Yes. So if I may take the lead, of course, encourage everybody to ask any questions or give comments in the chat. But I have a question for Dr. Samira for a start. Dr. Samira, we have, of course, on this conference, representatives from all over the MENA region, as well as the rest of the world. And you mentioned in your presentation the importance of partnerships for KISR. So I'm sure many would be interested in what are the kinds of partnership you would be looking for, or maybe you have examples of some of the partnerships that you may already have entered already at this particular time as an inspiration for others here at the conference. And you are muted, Doctor.
دكتورة سميرة أيوة.
Yes, I will answer your question very quickly, because this partnership we do is usually done through the embassies for international organizations. The interest comes from their side or our side, and we meet together with the scientists. But otherwise, our scientists themselves request collaboration with some of the academic institutions, universities, for doing joint research projects. And this is how we do the partnership.
Very good. Thank you for clarifying. So
I have a question for Dr. Samira, if you please.
Please.
Yeah. Dr. Samira, I saw in your presentation when you were talking about the innovation that you mentioned some of, like, let's say it's not an obstacle, but it was like let's say, a lack of resources for registering the intellectual property rights for the innovations, or you may have concerns in this topic. So I would like to hear from you more about this thing. As well, when you mentioned a few of the conclusion and the recommendation, which is point number 4, and I would like to your kind side if you can clarify about it, which is establish of IP process that they can facilitate and enhance the idea of innovation and secure the property rights for inventors. So I would like to hear more from you for the 2 topics that I mentioned to clarify with you, please.
Sure. Regarding the first question, the incubator, this is a new approach for the Institute that is being planning in the planning stage of development, because entrepreneurship, without supporting it with the interests of commercialization, may not be successful. This is why we now have a strong foundation for going on to commercialization by support from the government. So the entrepreneurship is more encouraged to our staff to be involved, but the system hasn't been fully developed as yet. Now we are in a stage of processing this as soon as possible in order to encourage our young scientists to develop their ideas, to be able to develop it as a business later on. In respect to your question for the IP process, this is done through the Division of Commercialization, which has a department that will has a very specified protocol and developed a system that the staff follow in submitting their application for any design or new idea or know-how to be to gain their property rights and to develop it further into a prototype and then later into actual research that will achieve some positive and will be registered and developed later into technology or know-how. This is how we do it through the division itself. Of course, there are trained staff who assist. Some of them are engineers. They evaluate the idea and they give recommendations, and they do intensive literature review to make sure it's not been already patented, or it's been already used economically, it's not feasible, and so on. So after that, they process it through a legal sector, and they have a committee to review it as well. It is usually registered in the United States of America, and there are certain fees for the registration, and this is how we do it.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you, Dr. Samira. And
Thank you,
I want to
Dr.
make sure
Samira.
we also hear from Sephora. So we have 2 minutes left, Sephora. You mentioned in your presentation that the mindset of governments is very important. You also mentioned how you recommend that the investment goes directly to programs rather than direct to entrepreneurs. Here's a difficult question. How would you create an environment or a situation where there is more creativity in government? What does that take to achieve that? Are there any ideas you have seen work? What would you yourself propose if you were to have that same entrepreneurial spirit you spoke about, have that be present in government? What would be your advice?
Thank you, David, for the opportunity to answer that question. It is something that we are doing at the moment. I would like to start off with a basic workshop of design thinking, perhaps, because I've been doing initially doing that, and it takes. It allows these, government to look at things differently, looking at from a design perspective, understanding how to measure the outcome that they want from the programs. Because normally, entrepreneurship is very, when we talk about entrepreneurship, it's very individual. It could be customized. There's certain elements, in the process that we can classify, categorize together, but the journey is different for each individual. So having that ability to look from a user perspective, things like that, I think it's really, really important. So exposure to, the fundamentals of innovation, design thinking, and things like that would definitely help them, for them to embrace the need for them to be different, to be more effective. So that's what I would say.
And with that exact line, we are right on time. Thank you to the panel. Thank you, Dr. Nade, for having us. It's been a pleasure to have this discussion, and look forward to participate in the next part of the conference.
Thank you so much, David. And thank you for all the speakers with their participation and contributions. Now we need to start to go for practitioner session 7, innovation approach in teaching entrepreneurship and creativity. Who's chairing the sessions? Mrs. Mariam Dabahi. I think Mrs. Mariam is there to taking the place for running the sessions. Can you check, Mariam, it's in? Yes, Mariam, start. You have 20 minutes to present your presentation and running the session.
Hello. Can you hear me, دكتورة؟
نعم تفضل يا حبيبة قلبي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Today, inshallah, I will share with you. I will start with you, inshallah, session 7. It will be about innovation approaches to teaching entrepreneurship and creativity. Let me first thing, I'm very happy to participate in this conference, and many thanks for Dr. Hanadi to give me chance to present some ideas or to present my research paper on this conference. Thank you, Dr. Hanadi. Let me present first myself and speaker in this sessions. I am Mariam Hassan Ali Isa Dabahi, computing, creative design, and innovation teacher from Emirates School Establishment. And the presenter, our second speaker will be Dr. Majd Al-Maher, lecturer in Zaytuna University of Jordan. And the third speaker will be Ahmed Abdullah Ahmed Johar, Awesome Counselor, University. So let me start motivation for this session. You know that our topic today is innovation approach to teaching entrepreneurship and creativity. So how to use innovation approach in teaching? By using this strategy, we have lots of strategy for the innovation approach in teaching. Let me show you the strategy about the design thinking process. What is the design thinking process? A design thinking process is a set of structured strategy that identify challenges, gather information, generate potential solution, refine ideas, and set solution. There are 5 phases to the process: discovery, entrepreneurship, ideation, experiment, and evaluation. For each phase, a student and teacher can follow the following patterns. Let me show you the patterns that the student and teacher can follow. I have challenge. How do I approach it? I learned something now. How do I interpret it? I see an opportunity. What can I create? I have an idea. How can I build it? I tried something new. How do I make it evolve? So all these strategies are ways to form innovation and inspire creativity in the classroom. Teacher can start with one new project to see how things go with their student while revising, learning, and building repeatedly. Innovation is a necessary change we need in school today, and it can begin with you. Okay, how it's begin with me? I will give you now a real case study that I write it, which is about an emergency service facility site selection, a clustering based techniques. I use artificial intelligence to let our life more easier. How to let our life more easier? In which concept? Let me introduce my project to you first. Selecting and finding best location for facility station, such as police stations, hospitals, are among major goals of the most local government worldwide. Unsuitable location for a facility would adversely affect that facility in providing effectiveness services. So a solution to a general facility site selection problem should decide both location of the facility station and coverage area of each facility station. So research objectives that I already work on it: design a new model by applying the artificial intelligence, new model structure for facility site selection, creating data set with multiple parameters, apply real case study, emergency station in our country, especially in Dubai City. And then I use some algorithm to ensure a good performance of the model and evaluate it using different algorithm and metrics. So what is the methodology that I use it or I created here to create a structure or model, an artificial intelligent structure that will support government institution to select new places for a new building of the new institution. So how I solve a problem location? What is the methodology that I created to solve a problem location? This is the methodology that I work on it. It will be the facility site selection model for facility station. You need to create a data set, coverage area, and road network. And I apply here an elbow method with k-mean clustering, and I evaluate the matrix in my algorithm. So here I create a new algorithm that will combine that data set, coverage area, road network, elbow method with k-mean clustering, and I evaluate these metrics that I use it in my methodology. So to analyze the methodologies that I go through with, let us go through the route network. So how I use the methodology in route network? I need to fetch network graph for the area. I need to extract graph nodes and edges for the street. And I need to reproject network graph using UTM zone to the matrix major. So I am now showing you how we can apply creative ideas as a project in our classroom. So here I'm use the case study, real case study, and how I apply, how I create a new structure, a new artificial intelligence structure. So then this is for the route network, and then how we can update the nodes and edges in our route network. So I need to collect all the parameters in my data set to link it in my new network, and then I need to analyze the coverage area for the existing facility station. So if I need to create, let me give you an example. If I need to build a new hospital, sure, I need to take in my consideration the available hospital that we have it now. Then I will select a new places to create a new hospital. So I will create a hospital depending on what? What is the parameter that I needed to take it in our mind to create a new hospital. So here I need lots of parameters, and I need to coverage what we already have of the stations and what a new station that we need to add it. And then when I will apply a method that relates to the machine learning, the artificial intelligence algorithms, I will apply elbow method with k-mean clustering if I when calculate the coverage rate of the existing, for example, hospital that we have it, if this coverage of the available hospital cover greater than 95% of the demand points, so no need to apply the algorithm. If the coverage rate of this hospital less than 95%, so now I will apply my algorithm. It will perform elbow method with k-mean clustering to find where I need to build a new, for example, hospital or emergency station. Then in my methodology, I need to validate the index that I use it in the algorithm. So I will use two algorithms, David Bolden's and gap statistic, to check, to validate the algorithm if it's correct or not correct. So this is what I explained to you now, all the methodology that I build it to solve the problem of the locations. So where I applied, I build the structure, and I build the structure and apply it by using real case study in my country. So an implementation about the artificial intelligence system that we created. The implementation of facility site selection model for the facility station is discussed using the case of emergency station of Dubai City, considering the existing emergency station. So I can't create model that will give me a new places without taking in our mind the available existing stations. So in my algorithm, it will combine the existing emergency station and after check the coverage rate of the existing facility station, then we can decide where we can build a new emergency station. So the proposed model will find an optimal location of a new facility station to be added to increase the final coverage rate. So the main goal here to add a new station. Why we add a new station? To increase the coverage rate within a specific distance. Here, important things. In my case, I write here, I don't want to be a government institution farther away than a demand point more than 12 kilometers. You will ask me why it's kilometer. Why you select 12 kilometer? A 12 kilometer Why I select 12 kilometer, because we have a vision in Vision Dubai 2041 that because we need to increase the happiness for the population that we have it. في الvision they said that a government institution must not be far away from the demand point more than 20 minutes. So that's why I selected 12 meters, because I checked in the Google map that it will give me, if I reach from this point to another point within 12 kilometers, it will give me around 16 minutes. That's why in our case study, we use 12 kilometers. We don't want to build the government institution far away from the population, far away from the demand points. We need to make everything easier for the people who live in the UAE. طبعا considering our system will consider the existing facility station within the same distance, also 12 kilometers. Let me show you what I did here in this project. Data set, I create the data set. I collect the incident location from the government institution. I collect the population, especially طبعا for the Dubai. All these study done for the Dubai only. I collect also existing facilities location, exact location for the facility station that we have it. And also I create a data set for the important location like the embassy, hospital, shopping centers, schools, hotels, all these. And I create local data set to apply it in the new model that I created. So here you can see how I analyze the network. I fetch the mapping for the Dubai and check the edges and nodes, and then I put the all data set and distribute all the data set that I created in the map. Then I check the coverage rate. If you can't see here with me, I put between 2 points and I check within a normal traveling day. Within 12 kilometers, you will find that we reach to the 16 minutes. So like what I said before, we need to not be far away. Any government institution must not be far away from more than 20 minutes. So if you can check here, if I have a distance between 0 till 25 kilometers, and we will check the coverage rate. If the distance, you can see that the coverage rate increase sharply till we reach 92%. So here it means that I reach 12 kilometers. That's why by using the mathematical function, I find that the best solution for our vision to select any institution must not be far away more than 12 kilometers. So to coverage analyze of the existing facility station, I select the emergency station that we have it in Dubai, for example, and we have 24 existing emergency station. So what we did here now, and I see that I have this 24 existing facility station. Now I need to calculate the distance between existing facility station to the demand points. When I calculate it and check the coverage, so I see here that the coverage distance, coverage rate, it reached to the 92.37% of the coverage. So here, when you check that coverage of the existing facility station, it reached only 92. But now in my algorithm, it says that if it's reached less than 95, it means that I need to apply my algorithm. So now I will apply my algorithm because the existing facility station not reach to the 95% of the coverage rate. So I apply K-means clustering and then evaluate it And when I apply K-means clustering, it showed me that I need to create 7 new emergency stations. 7 new emergency stations. Then after the algorithm show me that we need to create 7 new emergency stations, I validate and evaluate the result by using 2 algorithms, David Boulden's and gap statistic. And these 2 algorithms show me that exactly what I select, the 7 new station, David Boulding show me that yes, exactly 7 new emergency station we needed. It support my algorithm. And when I check with the gap statistic, it show me yes, it's exactly we need 7 new station that we need to build. So by using 2 algorithms, it showed me that the AI system that I created, it's given me an exact and correct optimal location for a new emergency state. As a result, yes. So here, as you can see here, the coverage rate of the existing facility station within 12 kilometers, it reached 92, as we said before. Then we apply a new AI system that we created. And after adding 7 new facility stations within the same 12 kilometers, we reached to the 98.34% of the coverage rate. So you can see here, I have the red one, it's the existing facility station or emergency station, we can say. And the green flag, it's a new optimal, we can say it's optimal location for a new emergency station. And we reach a result, we reach 98.34% of the coverage. Then to make sure that my algorithm, because when we use an algorithm in artificial intelligence, we can see here we have multiple or different clustering algorithm. We have k-means, we have k-medoids, we have many many batch k-means, we have fuzzy c-means. When I apply all these, it show me exact that what I selected in my algorithm. If you can see here, k-means give me 98.34. K-medoids show me that 98.26. Many batch 98.28. Fuzzy c-means 98.11. As you can see the result, it show me that k-means it give me the better coverage more than the other clustering methods. And it show us that the algorithm that I use it in the system, it's give us the better percentage of from all other clustering algorithm. So here also we can present by using different clustering algorithm, and this is what I selected k-means because it gives me higher coverage area. How we can search about the problem that we have it in our country, and then we find the problem and we'll check where researcher reach to what is the highest point that the researcher in all the worlds reach to the points. After that, I can give solution. I can combine multiple solution. Here, I need to show you that the AI support us to decide the government where they can build a new emergency station, a new hospital, a new schools, whatever they need. And thank you for listening. Let us go to the second speaker, Dr. Majd al-Muhir, lecturer in Al Zaytuna University of the Jordan. Feel free to unmute yourself, Doctor. Thank you.
أعتقد أن دكتورة مجد مو موجودة لأن ناديناها قبل شوي مو تبين أن هي موجودة، ودكتور محمود ودكتور توفيق للأسف اعتذروا لإصابتهم يعني في أمراض يعني غير مستعدين. الانفكتد الحين فايرال منتشر، فظاهر اتس انفكتد فايرال. الحين عندنا نقدر ناخذ احمد جوهر مستعد انه هو ياخذ تيك بليس، وبعدين راح نفتح الاوبن ديسكشن نكمل فيها السيشن مالنا مع الريمينينج فاليو سبيكر. احمد جوهر راح يتكلم باللغه العربيه. You can feel free to يعني activate the channel. They will translate it in English for other presenter.
بسم الله الرحمن
أحمد.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصوت واضح؟
نعم تفضل.
أحييكم في هذه الأمسية في المؤتمر الافتراضي الدولي للابتكار والتكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي والنظام الريادة تحت رعاية السيدة أسيل النيفي. طبعا اخترت أنا استراتيجية دعم التحول الرقمي لصالح ذوي الإعاقة، وهذه المحاضرة راح تكون يعني تحول جميل جدا في مدخل الاقتصاد. وأنا عارف أن المؤتمر الافتراضي الدولي والتكنولوجيا في مجال الاقتصاد ومجال نظام الريادة تحتاج أن احنا ننوع فيها في مجالات حياتنا وفي مجالات ما نحتاجه من أمور جدا مهمة للبشرية. طبعا أنا اخترت عنوان استراتيجية دعم التحول الرقمي لصالح ذوي الإعاقة والتنمية المستدامة. في ظل تنامي أهمية نفوذ الاقتصاد العالمي في جميع مجالات الحياة، أصبحت الحاجة ماسة جدا لتسخير جميع هذه التكنولوجيا الحديثة والابتكار والعولمة في نشر المعرفة وتعزيز الخبرات لصالح ذوي الإعاقة. طبعا الآن لدينا تقريبا مليار معاق في العالم. نحن الآن من خلال مؤتمركم الموقر راح نخدم مليار معاق في العالم، وتقريبا 80% منهم يعيشون في الدول النامية. وفعلا أنا سعيد جدا من خلال هذا المؤتمر أن أدمج هذه الفئة العزيزة على قلوبنا في مؤتمركم، لأن احنا فعلا نحتاج أن نقدم جميع الخدمات والسياسات والاستراتيجيات لدعم ذوي الإعاقة وكيفية تشجيع الشراكة المجتمعية لخدمة هذه الفئة. وأشكر الدكتورة هنادي المباركي وشركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية لإتاحة الفرصة لنا للتحدث عن هذه الفئة العزيزة والموجودة في كل دول العالم. نحن اليوم بأمس الحاجة إلى التحول الرقمي لخدمة ذوي الإعاقة، وخصوصا أن منظومة الابتكار اليوم منظومة جدا مهمة لهذه الفئات، لأنهم قاعد يعيشون في حياة جدا ضيقة، حياة جدا صعبة، حياة كلها مصاعب، ويحتاجون منا أن نكون سندا لهم ودعما لهم في أي تطور، في أي مؤتمر يقوم به المؤتمرات أو يقوم به الذين يعدون هذه الندوات. طبعا دولة الكويت تعتبر من الدول الرائدة، وتعتبر أول دولة شرعت وسنت القوانين الخاصة لأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. وآخر هذه التشريعات قانون رقم 8/2010 بشأن حقوق أشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. وانضمت دولة الكويت أخيرا في سنة 2013 للاتفاقية الدولية لحقوق أشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. دولة الكويت استطاعت أن تحقق الأمن الاقتصادي لذوي الإعاقة من خلال تعليمهم وتأهيلهم وتدريبهم وتوظيفهم وتوفير فرص العمل لهم، وخصوصا بتأمين الحياة المالية والحياة الإسكانية لهم. من خلال هيئة ذوي الإعاقة تم رصد ميزانية تقريبا 226 مليون دينار كويتي لتأمين الخدمات التكميلية لذوي الإعاقة. كما هو معروف أن ذوي الإعاقة بحاجة إلى خدمات متنوعة وخدمات مستدامة. وعندما نتكلم عن الخدمات المستدامة، أننا كيف نحقق متطلبات الجيل الحالي بشرط أن لا يعيق مصالح الجيل اللاحق. وفعلا من خلال مؤتمركم الموقر سيطرتوا على فكرة الابتكار والتكنولوجيا، ونحن اليوم في مجال ذوي الإعاقة بأمس الحاجة لهذه التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي، وأعطيتم فرصة للتحول الجديد في مؤتمركم لذوي الإعاقة في نقطتين مهمتين حصرت في ورقة العمل. أن احنا أولا كيف يجب أن نعزز الحماية الاقتصادية لذوي الإعاقة. اثنين، وكيف نحقق الرفاه للمعاق وأسرته والتنمية المستدامة. فإذا نظرنا إلى النقطة الأولى نجد أن تعزيز الحماية الاقتصادية لذوي الإعاقة تكون من حيث تقديم الخدمات الاستشارية. اثنين، تقديم الخدمات التكنولوجية الحديثة لهم. ثلاثة، تقديم الخدمات التقنية في جميع مجالات الحياة، سواء كنا في الشارع من حيث المرور، أو كنا في البناء من حيث الإنشاءات، أو من حيث الخدمات في دوائر الحكومية. النقطة الثانية، كيف نحقق الرفاه للمعاق من خلال التكنولوجيا الحديثة. وكما نعلم أن التكنولوجيا الحديثة ووسائل التواصل الاجتماعي بدأ يتطور أكثر لجميع شرائح المجتمع، ولكن لذوي الإعاقة نجد أن هناك تطور مع خدمات المعاقين من خلال الروبوت ومن خلال التكنولوجيا الحديثة. طبعا أنا كنت بألف كتاب في التوحد والعلاج بالروبوت، واليوم بدأوا يدخلون التكنولوجيا الحديثة لخدمة هذه الفئة، وكيف نستطيع أن نطور الخدمات لفئة التوحد وفئة ذوي الإعاقة من خدمات إسكانية أيضا من خلال الروبوت. وهناك الآن البناء الذكي الذي يعطي جميع الخدمات للمعاقين، سواء كانت إعاقات حركية أو إعاقات ذهنية، في مباني متكاملة. فمن خلال هذا الاقتصاد القائم على المعرفة وحاجات المعاق نستطيع أن نستفيد من مؤتمركم الموقر لتسخير جميع هذه الخدمات وجميع هذه التكنولوجيا والابتكارات. فعلا أصبحنا الآن في الريادة إذا طبقنا هذه الخدمات. طيب، إذا ما هي سياسات التنمية الاقتصادية لذوي الإعاقة؟ أولا، يجب أن يكون هناك سياسات التنمية الوطنية بالتنمية المستدامة. اثنين، يجب أن تكون هناك استراتيجيات على تضمين المعلومات وشبكات الإنترنت لذوي الإعاقة. ثلاثة، يجب أن يكون هناك رصد لجميع معلومات التكنولوجيا وتأثيرها في تطوير خدمات ذوي الإعاقة. نحن عندما نتكلم عن هذه النقاط الثلاث وهذه السياسات يجب أن نعرف أن جميع الخدمات التكنولوجية تنصب لصالح ذوي الإعاقة. نحن بحاجة إلى الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي، وهذه تساؤلات تطرح نفسها بأنه كيف ندعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا لذوي الإعاقة. اثنين، كيف نرفع من مستوى الابتكار وريادة الأعمال من خدمات تشغيلية وتأهيلية حسب السوق الذي يحتاجه ذوي الإعاقة. 2 نحتاج إلى الإسراع في خدمات الافتراضية لجميع الإعاقات، سواء كانت إعاقات عقلية أو إعاقات بصرية أو إعاقات سمعية أو إعاقات تعلمية. وبالتالي هذه الإدارات اللي احنا قاعد نتكلم عنها يجب أن تكون إدارات فاعلة مع شركات مجتمعية ندمج فيها ذوي الإعاقة مع المجتمع المدني. ثم نحتاج إلى برامج نقل تسويق التكنولوجيا، وهذه نقطة جدا مهمة، أن احنا اليوم يجب أن نطلع على جميع مستحدثات وجميع ما تم إنتاجه من تكنولوجيا في خدمة ذوي الإعاقة. فإذا من خلال مؤتمركم هناك في أخلاقيات الاقتصاد، وهذه الأخلاقيات الاقتصادية قاعد نسخرها لذوي الإعاقة، ومنها الإنقاذ البشري لذوي الإعاقة ومن ليس لديهم عائق. فلذلك هذا الانفتاح الاقتصادي والدمج الاجتماعي لذوي الإعاقة بمؤتمركم فعلا يشكر له، وفعلا هذه نقطة تحولية مهمة لذوي الإعاقة بدخولهم في مؤتمرات اقتصادية، لأن الآن الميزانيات اللي ترصد لجميع الإعاقات في العالم ميزانيات ضخمة تواكب مستلزمات ما يحتاجه هذا المعاق من الأجهزة التعويضية ومن التكنولوجيا الحديثة في المباني. إذن النتيجة أن احنا من خلال هذه الخدمات يجب أن نحقق شيء اسمه الكفاءات التكنولوجية. عندما نقول الكفاءات التكنولوجية المساندة لذوي الإعاقة يعني كيف نحقق الإشباع ونحقق الأهداف لهذه الفئة. ثم دور هذه التكنولوجيا في التنمية المستدامة، أحط شرط تحت التنمية المستدامة، لأن احنا الآن لا نرغب بأن نقدم الخدمات ذوي الإعاقة في التحول الرقمي لشيء مؤقت، وإنما نحتاجه لتنمية مستدامة حتى نضمن له العيش السليم والعيش المستقر نفسيا واجتماعيا. فهذا الإبداع العقلي والنفسي لذوي الإعاقة من خلال هذه التكنولوجيا نحن نكون حققنا أهداف التقنية التكنولوجية. إذن في النهاية يجب أن تساهم القطاعات المحلية في دعم المعاقين. اقتراح الخطط والبرامج يجب أن تتكفل فيها الدولة والقطاعات الخاصة لمصلحة المعاق، وأيضا يجب تكثيف البرامج التثقيفية لمعرفة حقوق المعاقين، وأخيرا رصد ميزانيات تواكب أهداف الخدمات التكنولوجية لذوي الإعاقة. أنا البحث عندي طويل والوقت لا يسعني إلا أن أشكركم جميعا. شكرا.
تفضلي مريم.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ أحمد جوهر، شكرا على المعلومات الثرية، ما شاء الله أعمالكم واضحة والجهود واضحة، يعطيكم ألف عافية ما شاء الله.
الله يعافيك.
باتريك راح يشارك معنا. باتريك are you here Patrick?
Yes, I can now. Thank you.
Yes, come in, Patrick.
Okay, thank you all for attending. Happy to jump right in, Dr. Hanadi, and join with the next topic here. I'm going to share some information regarding our experiences with using the tools that we became very familiar with over the past couple of years, primarily Zoom as a tool set, in terms of, well, what experiences are we using it for? And several of these have continued even after we've reopened the facilities. And so I just share those with you all briefly. We've been using Zoom links as a means for coaching and mentoring sessions. Besides those sessions for our own incubator tenant executive teams, the CEOs and sometimes the VPs. We've also joined in with another entrepreneurship center here who've launched the MIT Venture Mentor Service Program in the Pensacola area. We're on the organizing committee for that effort and also have participated in mentoring and in organizational meetings using Zoom. We are the hosts currently of a 1 Million Cups chapter in Pensacola. We had a record number of attendees both in person and also on Zoom in a hybrid format. We find that to be very effective. We had over 40 people in the most recent 1 Million Cups. It was 2 great presentations, one by a mobile application development firm based here in the building that is to help workflows in the musical industry and event management industries. And the second one was by a gentleman who was building large vessels for wealthy individuals who wanted to live on the vessels and be self-sustaining through solar-powered technologies and also green space in the ships to grow their own foods. Very interesting startup. The Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Gathering, we began that 7 years ago here to convene a meeting of the different entrepreneurship support organizations. We felt like there were several that were not connected and were not aware of one another. And we began convening those monthly meetings, and we know how to attract people to participate. If you feed them and give them coffee, they will come. We have donuts, that is an early morning meeting. And then same thing, we have a tenant group meeting once a month where we have tacos and provide the opportunity for collaboration and networking around the table in a large conference room area for our tenants and their staffs. And then finally, we've also sponsored virtual conference participation by our tenant companies in the incubator, one of which is held here, which is called EntreCon. Actually, I'm speaking at that event tomorrow. And that's a 2-day event in Pensacola celebrating during Entrepreneurship Week, similar to this fine event, Dr. Hernandi. We found the tools to work very well. We have retained hybrid capabilities where we have both in-person and Zoom through our facilities here at the CoLab Pensacola Incubator. That makes it most flexible for the most attendees to participate, to join in, and to learn from the sessions. Any questions or comments from the attendees and panelists?
Dr. Dana, do you have any contribution? Any contributions from?
Dana's muted.
Yes, so nice to see you here today.
Good evening.
Yes, my contribution is like I was really impressed with the 5 main events that you are organized for, like the hubs and the entrepreneurial basis. And I would love to know more if you have more initiatives for the students in schools or colleges that can enhance the new concept of the mostly like the entrepreneurs and the new SMEs and the startups, like such kind of events, like the main 5 events that you already talked about.
And it's coming. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yes, this incubator is a partnership between a state college, the Pensacola State College, and an economic development organization. And in fact, we have redesigned the lease agreement and the partnership agreement, where the college now offers a 4-year degree in entrepreneurship and a 2-year degree in entrepreneurship. The 4-year degree program is a bachelor's program that is finalized with a capstone business plan and pitch contest. The winners of the pitch contest are now admitted for free into the incubator as a part of our partnership. Also, I might add that the chairman of the of the business department at the college, is also a co-organizer with me for that Spring Venture Mentor Service Program. She and I and 4 others were trained at Boston or Cambridge, Massachusetts, in the MIT's mentoring program. I'm also on the College of Business Advisory Council at the university in town here, and also the Curriculum Advisory Board for the Department of Computer Science in the engineering school here. So I've worked with both college and university professors, faculty, and student organizations for years. They're also participants in our events. We have an event at the university called CodeFest, which is like a startup weekend. It's a 3-day event where teams come together with an idea, build a prototype, and give a pitch, and winners are awarded. And then we also work with the college and university on startup weekends separately. We also have a cybersecurity event that we have annually. Well, we hope to have it again. This will be our first one after COVID coming up next winter. So we work with the colleges and the students quite a bit here by engaging them in our programs. We give tours and we try to educate them. We also have a very active social media presence. I curate the content along with some other people. So it tends to be some technical or entrepreneur related materials, sometimes coding, sometimes digital marketing, sometimes blockchain, sometimes cybersecurity. We have a variety of topics that we try to expose our followers to. I hope that helps.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much for a kind clarification. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Patrick, would you mind please to explain while Dana is asking you about the initiative, about NSF initiative, about the innovations? They have a very large initiative from NSF in the colleges level and also in the high school, based on my knowledge. We discussed it with several practitioners years ago. I didn't remember the name of the initiative. I think you come across this initiative, right?
Well, I have, but I am not a subject matter expert. We did not provide a proposal to get funded. However, I have worked with the universities. He's the chair of their technology transfer and research department. And he did apply for a grant actually in clean technology related topics. And his principal investigator is actually one of my startup clients in the incubator. He is an environmental scientist who has developed a technology platform that can convert waste, solid waste, the things we put in our garbage cans, that some organization sends a truck to pick it up. He is developing and has developed and launched a program to recycle 80% of those materials and share the revenue with the customers, but by displacing basically landfills, which is where we bury things in the earth, which become a large cost problem along with environmental pollution problem over time. And he learned this, he got this idea in Iraq, believe it or not. He was an environmental scientist sent over there in order to solve a problem where they were disposing of medical and military waste products and burning them in pits in the ground, making people sick. And he came up with a solution to that many, many years later, unfortunately, but the technology didn't exist then because it extensively uses robotics technologies with artificial intelligence and image processing capabilities to sort the recyclables.
Mm-hmm. Yes, 100% correct. We heard about this project in Iraq. And I know like the main obstacle, or like let's say the main difficulty is like the sorting the waste, and as well to know and classify if this waste is like organic or none, because usually the organic used for the recyclable products add energy use as well. I know this obstacle, and currently we are facing similar difficulty in Iraq, but the challenge now is the water. The water become like so polluted, and we're needing to find a new solution for the agriculture base to solve the water issues. And we have this initiative that we start implementing for let people know about the new smart concepts of the hydroponic and aquaponic that can save the water in the state of Iraq. I know like such kind of topics or project, it's so expensive and feasible for the sorting project, and like raising the awareness into these communities, specifically for the land and places who've been suffered from wars and pollution. So yeah, this is correct. We heard about this project, and I really hope that they can complete their initiatives by sorting the organic waste. So thank you, first of all, for the first clarification. It was so useful. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. There is another incubator client that actually left for another city incubator program with more funding. And his hydroponics gardening technology has patented technologies with sensors, with an AI-based technology software product. He grows organic greens in containers.
100%. Like this kind of technology, we really use them specifically in the places in MENA region and Africa who've been suffered from the pollution water. This is the solution, because usually the greens is more likely to be impacted with the pollution than the other plants. And it's more as well impacted by the high temperature in MENA that we already have as a climate difficult and obstacle as well. So yeah, this is gonna be the new solution for saving the whole area from the pollution waters. Dr. Hanadi, are we still have time for the open discussion?
Yes, still we have 9 minutes.
And as well, I would like to open a subject which is related to the intellectual property for the initiatives that you would do, and is there any efforts that the organization do from intellectual property saving rights perspective? How either like raising awareness sessions or sharing the concepts or help the entrepreneurs or anything related to that?
Any contribution? Any contributions from the others? Still, we have 8 minutes. دكتورة حياة. دكتورة حياة.
دكتورة. نعم.
يا هلا، تقدرين تسوين contribution دكتورة حياة. about the
دكتور، إذا في ترجمة.
إيه في ترجمة. Go ahead in Arabic or in French. Better is in Arabic.
Better in Arabic, دكتورة حياة.
better in Arabic.
لأنه الحقيقة البرزنتيشن كانت باللغة الإنجليزية. يعني ما فهمت كثير يعني بكل
ما يخالف. لا تحاتين، يعني الناس عندها البرزنتيشنز ونقدر نسوي شيرينج حق البرزنتيشنز، وكان في ترانزليشن في العربي، فلا يعني بالعربي وبالانجليزي لا تحاتين. دكتوره اعطينا الكونتريبيوشن مالك. is the remaining is 7 minutes. She talking about the initiative. Go ahead دكتوره حياة.
دكتورة حياة
نعم، لو تعيد السؤال.
احنا كنا قبل عم نسأل عن الجهود اللي كانت محطوطة دكتورة في المبادرات الموجودة اللي كانت في السيشن، عن الجهود المحطوطة في جانب الملكية الفكرية، وكيف بنقدر احنا نحافظ على حقوق الانوفيتورز، وهل بمراحل البداية في التشريعات عندكم في بلادكم، مراحل بداية المشاريع الناشئة للانتربرنورز، هل بيكون في حماية من ناحية التشريع المحلي أم لا؟ هل في institutions ممكن تساعد الانوفيتورز بحماية حقوق الملكية الفكرية الخاصة بمشاريعهم أم لا؟ احنا اليوم حضرنا السيشن تاع سعادتك وكان برضه في مشار إلى بعض الانفنشنز، فبحب نسمع عن تجربة سعادتكم في بلدكم وفيما يتعلق بالملكية الفكرية وحتى بالبروجكتس اللي حضرتك يعني قمتي بقيادتها. Thank you.
شكرا دكتورة دانا. احنا في تونس مثل أغلبية دول العالم تقريبا موجود فيه معهد حماية الملكية الفكرية. يعني تنجم حتى تدخل على مستوى الموقع لهذا المعهد اللي هو لينوربي. لكن بالرغم من أنه فيه الحقيقة تقدم ملحوظ على مستوى حماية خاصة الاختراعات وحماية بصفة عامة الملكية الفكرية في كل الاختصاصات، لأنه لما نحكي الملكية الفكرية هي تنجم تكون سواء في الجانب العلمي أو الثقافي أو الفني، يعني تقريبا في كل المجالات، أو أيضا حتى على مستوى العلامات التجارية وغيرها من المجالات. لما نتكلم عن الملكية الفكرية مؤخرا تقريبا سنة 2019 ولما كنت يعني عضو في البرلمان، فيه تشريع مهم جدا والحقيقة يعتبر على مستوى تونس هو نوع من الثورة في مجال حماية الملكية الفكرية، وهو المصادقة على اتفاقية في شكل شراكة مع لويبي. لويبي هو لوفيس أوروبيان دي بروفي، اللي هو كما نقولوا احنا حماية الملكية الفكرية على مستوى الأوروبي ككل، لأنه تعرف أنه تونس هي شريك مميز للاتحاد الأوروبي. وعبر هذه الاتفاقية لما تسجل براءة اختراع مثلا في تونس، فيه لجنة ليس فقط على مستوى المعهد الحماية الفكرية في تونس فقط، لا، ولكن أيضا يجب أن يكون فيه احترام لمقاييس وأيضا نوع من الغربلة عن طريق الكوميتي في اللويبي. هذيك علاش يعني لما يسجل الآن، يعني تقريبا منذ سنة 2020 و2021 إلى الآن، عنده نفس القيمة لما تسجل في تونس كأنك أيضا سجلت على مستوى كل الدول الأوروبية، وهذا عن طريق الشراكة اللي تمت ما بين مثل ما حكيت تونس ولويبي اللي هو لوفيس أوروبيان دي بروفي.
يس اليوم كنا عم نحضر بالبرزنتيشن تاع سعادتك فيما يتعلق بالاختراعات او الامور اللي كانت ترند ومدارة من خلالك. بحب نسمع عن تجربتك اكثر اذا كنتي بحماية المصنفات الخاصة بتشريعاتكم الخاصة بالملكية الفكرية أو التشريعات التي ذكرتيها حاليا والتي تطال مستوى الاتحاد الأوروبي كإقليم جغرافي في الحماية.
بالنسبة لي أنا على مستوى حماية البراءات الاختراع هي ليست فقط على مستوى تونس فقط، ولكن أيضا على مستوى أوروبا، لأنه قبل حتى المصادقة على هذه الاتفاقية أنا تقريبا منذ سنة 2013 عضو في الفيدرالية الأوروبية للمخترعين، وأيضا الرئيس الشرفي للفيدرالية الفرنسية للمخترعين. عن طريق تلك العضوية فيه نوع من الامتياز، بالرغم من أنني عربية، يعني لا أنتمي إلى البلدان الأوروبية، ولكن كان فيه نوع من الامتياز لمن يحمل يعني مثل ما أشرت منصب شرفي أو عضوية في هذه الهيئات. وعن طريق ذلك الحقيقة تمت على مستوى الحماية لبراءة الاختراع، لأنه أنت تعرف أنه تسجيل باراءة اختراع دوليا باهظة جدا، ولكن الحمد لله عن طريق ذلك هذا يعني سهل لي ومكنني أنه تكون حماية أكثر، يعني حماية واسعة للاختراعات اللي أنا قمت بها، وخاصة أنه المجالات أو الاختراعات أو الأبحاث اللي أنا قمت بها تقريبا هي تمس ليس فقط تونس، ولكن تمس مجالات اللي هي تهم الشأن الدولي، سواء في مجال الفلاحة أو في مجال الفوسفات. وأنت تعرف يعني على مستوى الصناعة الفوسفاتية والآثار البيئية الكبيرة يعني لذلك، وأيضا حتى آثار على مستوى صحة الإنسان، لأنه الغذاء الإنسان هو متأتي يعني من القطاع الفلاحي. وفي الفلاحة لما نحكي القطاع الفلاحي نستعمل الأسمدة الكيميائية، وما تحمله هذه الأسمدة الكيميائية فيه يعني مثل ما أشرت بالتراكمات نوع من الآثار السلبية على صحة الإنسان. وهذاك علاش يعني الآن كما نقول احنا كان فيها التوجه في هذا المجال طبعا نحو كل ما هو بيولوجي.
Excuse me, Dana. Now the next session will be. شكرا دكتورة حياة. Thank you so much, Dr. Hayat, for your contributions and reflecting your perspective about the inventors. And thank you, Dana, for your participation and contributions. Now we need to start the next session. Dr. Inas will be chairing the next sessions. The next sessions is the practitioner session 8 is the last session. And also its most important track, it is effective tool and strategies for innovation, creativity, entrepreneurship program and center. Because without implementing the strategy of innovations in the institutions or in the organization, I think the last end, we cannot get the outcomes. Then the most important thing to use the strategies and using the tools inside the organization. Go ahead, Dr. Inas, and we will honoring to have you in this conference. Dr. Inas, it's helping us in doing a lot of evaluations for the inventors, because as you know, there are an international prize at the end of the conference selecting the best inventors, presenting and the best presentations and the best company participate, and also the social media influencers during the 3 days of the conference. Go ahead, Dr. Inas, and we are honored to have you today.
Thank you, Dr. Hanadi. So first of all, it's a pleasure and an honor being in this international conference. Thank you, Dr. Hanadi and Mubaraki, for the invitation. I would like to welcome everybody and thank all our valuable speakers for agreeing to be part of this big conference. My name is Ines Zidi, and I am a senior professor and researcher, and also a consultant in innovation and technology transfer in Tunisia. So today our session is about effective tools and strategies for innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship programs and centers. We will go over different topics with our participants. So we will have tonight, for the first presentation, Mr. Owen Flavin from Ireland. Hi. The next speaker will be me. Okay. So after we will have Mr. Mohammed Al-Jafiri from Qatar, and we will finish by the presentation of Katarina Hedbeck from Sweden. Unfortunately, Mr. Kazik Anhalt from Poland has sent his apologies. He cannot be with us because he is sick. So we have enough times. Each participant will have 10-12 minutes each. And after that, we are going to have round table session at the end of the presentation, and we will ask some questions to our speakers. So we will, without further, so let me introduce our first speaker. So our first speaker is Mr. Owen Flavin from Ireland. Hello. Mr. Owen is a lifelong innovator and a trusted business advisor and an expert of management system and international. Mr. Owen is a lifelong innovator and standards. He's a builder of successful new businesses and teams and also systems. He has a great experience as an author, editor, national expert in ISO standards. So he is also the co-founder and the head of innovation practice in Stepstone company. So the floor is yours, Mr. Owen. You have 12 minutes or more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inez and Dr. Hanadi. It is fantastic to be here. It's great to see you all this evening. Hopefully you can now see my slides. That will make the 10 minutes easier. It is a short talk. It is a simple talk. What we're talking about is, what do you do if you need to innovate? And you need to innovate successfully. You need impact. And then you want to do it systematically. Sounds easy? Sounds simple? Let's see. I've been doing this for 30 years. Systems, as Inez said in the introduction, and me go hand in hand. It's easy to put me in a box. I'm a systems thinker. What I'd like to do, of course, is to talk about some of my friends here on the slide, our myths and legends, some of my heroes, how I approach this, and some red herrings. You might see a couple of those on this slide. Okay, if we talk about myths first, I'll come back to that for the next slide and move quickly along to heroes. My personal innovation hero is Charles Darwin, because his theory of evolution is very similar to innovation. And if you wish to learn innovation, you could do worse than simply learning innovation or learning evolution, what it is, how it works, why it works, how to learn it, how to be better at it, how to find things that survive and thrive. And if you simplify further, innovation is just another field, another area, another domain where we can use the scientific method. And if we don't use the scientific method, we're not going to innovate successfully, and we certainly can't be systematic. Another point that Inez raised in her introduction is that I do have a background in standards, which you might choose to forgive me for. In particular, I've helped to write the ISO 56000 family of standards. 56000, 56002, the main ones that are out already. And I'm working as one of the 3 leaders on the 56007 project. And I'm also working on the new 56001 project. A lot of numbers, we don't need to know those today, but they're useful to know to find those things, to find those standards, because they're easy to find. And believe it or not, they're a whole lot easier to use than a lot of management theory textbooks. Okay, the myths I mentioned. Well, the first myth that I'd really like to focus on is when people talk about innovation being chaotic. It's anything but. And you have to be very humble to innovate, because you know that you're working on things and a lot of them might not get through, they might not succeed. But you can't treat it as chaotic. You actually have to be really disciplined. And so the premise for this evening is, for an organization of any scale to succeed, you have to marry your senses to some common sense, even when it comes to the picture we're looking at here. The horses aren't stampeding, they're not panicking, they're having fun, they're being playful, they're learning, which I bet came up as a theme many times today in terms of best practice and current knowledge for innovation. We have to be playful. Why? That's how we learn. We have to be playful. Why? Because we can't be too scared about failure. We have to acknowledge that we try 10 things to find one that'll work. And what do we mean by succeeding? Well, we need outcomes. We need innovations that are done, that are deployed, that are scaled up, that only then start to aggregate to produce really useful outcomes and impacts. And that impact can be your mission if you're a public servant, growth if you're an SME or a startup, performance if you're an established organization with a lot of metrics, and of course, what your stakeholders need, whatever that might be. So the challenge for us then is, for innovators, if we're working in an organization, how do we do this? How do we put in a system Isn't a system scary? Well, I would tell you very simply, no. Systems don't bite. What bites is a lack of leadership. What bites is not knowing the context you're working in. What bites is not having a good alignment between the ideas that you're working on and what your leaders really want to happen, or what your stakeholders really need for you to focus on. So how do you do this? Where do you start? Helps to have a clear challenge, of course. And you definitely need to integrate what cultural aspects within the organization you need to develop, what cultural aspects around you in the ecosystem you need to develop. What are the capabilities you need to marry with your culture and your chosen priorities, your strategic goals and objectives? How do you plan your innovations, your sprints, your campaigns, your experiments, your ideations? Okay. Well, a cliche, but something I think is useful for us this evening is crawl, walk, run. First, let's get really simple, at least something that looks simple. Tea is very important. Making tea is simple. But how simple is it really? Us Irish, if you didn't know, are very serious about our tea. We drink more of it per head than almost anybody in the world. I'm not sure if there are any Turkish people here today, but allegedly, according to Wikipedia, Turkey is #1. But Ireland is #2 and proud of it. If you're making tea for me, I should be so lucky, it has to be very strong. I would be looking for mice to trot across the top of the cup before I would say, that's my cup of tea. So then we come to the question, well, how do you do that? How do you make it right? That's simple. You need good, really hot water. How hot? 100 degrees. You need a nice cup. You need the right tea leaves. You need a nice place to have your cup of tea, ambiance. So if you're going to do that more than once, you need to be in control of that. You need to have a process. You need to have a recipe. You need to have your resources. You need to have your plan. In other words, you need a system. And I think we can look at abusing the often quoted Einstein here in that he is quoted as saying, make everything as simple as possible, but no simpler, because then it doesn't work. Okay. Now, tea is simple, even for me, fussy Irishman, but innovation is not. Playing with innovation is easy. Starting is easy. Almost anybody can innovate, but can you do it well? Can your organization do it well? And can you do it repeatedly? That is a whole lot tougher. And that's where the issues that'll bite you, the blockers come in, the lack of leadership or lack of involvement of the leadership. Strategy mismatch. We'd like to do this, but our ideas are like that. Staff want to do this, our customers want to do that, our management wants to do this, our citizens want us to do something else. We need that very clearly aligned. Then if we think, what would a good system look like? If we need a system to make a cup of tea, we need a better system to make sure we can innovate successfully, consistently, reliably. What would that look like? Okay, well, if I say to you, it needs to be capable of and proven to perform. That's after the fact, things you can measure once you've done it. But if we look at one of those ISOs that we referenced earlier, and here's my tea and coffee stained copy that's always out on my desk. By the way, the standard is only 24 pages long. It is really a simple thing to use. There should be no barrier to that. So the 8 principles, you should be designing your management system, your innovation management system to realize value. It needs future-focused leaders. The management system has to have clear strategic direction. These are the 8 principles from the very start of the management system standard, ISO 56002. You need to have a culture that matches your strategy. You need to be constantly looking and then exploiting insights under the skin of the data. What does that mean? How might we work with that? We always need to be managing uncertainty, not risk. And one of the myths that I mentioned earlier is that innovating adds risk. It does not. It should not. And if it does, you're doing it wrong. But you do need to acknowledge uncertainty and manage that very carefully. Your system needs to be adaptable. And of course, it needs to have a systematic approach. If you're doing all those things, you can manage innovation successfully for an organization. If you're doing those things, you have started to build a system. If we look at it from a different perspective, think about the things we need to do in this system. Think about the processes that we need to execute. We need to identify challenges and opportunities. We need to create the concepts that could end up being a workable innovation. We need to test and select, or umbrella term, validate, which initiatives, which campaigns, which ideas, which concepts, which solution version or versions might work. Then we need to develop the ideas or the concepts, and then we need to deploy them. Of course, we don't have an innovation until we've already deployed them. It's another one of the myths, is that people talk about the creativity and think that's fantastic, and it's priceless. But you don't have an innovation when you're being creative. You have an innovation when the creativity has led to a concept that has been validated, developed, and brought into use so that it's achieving outcomes, achieving impacts for us, the people who do it, and for our stakeholders, our customers, our users, our citizens, our bosses, whoever else counts in our little world. One other thing with the processes, absolutely crucial, is experimenting. Back to that scientific method I mentioned earlier. If you're not experimenting, you have very little hope of achieving success or producing a useful, productive, successful system. This next slide is an extract from, not the final document, but the work we're doing at committee level to develop the new standard ISO 56007. Probably will be published in the middle of next year. It's at the final draft stage now. So we talked earlier about 5 processes. Well, these bubbles, each one is one of those processes. And the bullet points are the activities you need to be doing in your innovation management system. And they need to build and they need to aggregate, and they cannot be linear. It's not that you're identifying things now and a year later you'll be doing concept creation. These things constantly interrelate. It's the way they should work. This is a nonlinear, circular, and iterative approach. We need learning cycles. Now, this slide came from an organization in Sweden, Amplify, and the leader of that organization works with the Swedish Innovation Institute. And he produced the image on the left. And the Irish innovation agencies, the Enterprise Ireland and IDA, adopted Amplify's approach, which is based on 56,000. That is the basis for their incentives for SMEs and startups and for foreign direct investment companies coming in. If they wish to get state support, they need to show that they are implementing a system. They're being systematic about their innovation. And that means they have to consider the context the organization works in. They have to develop the right leadership and involve the leadership in innovation. They have to align the innovation initiatives with the strategy set out by the leaders. And you need a plan for all of your innovation activities. And then in the middle, you have those same 5 processes, the hexagons that we had in the previous slide. But it goes from left, intent, to right, value or impact. And you've got all the supporting skills and capabilities and culture and governance that you need to make sure that keeps running, and to make sure that you're capable of learning as an organization, as an individual, so that we're always getting better at innovation. So we crawl, we walk, we run, we fail, 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 succeed. And that pattern is what sustains us. If we think about that system again from another perspective, and ask, well, how would I start doing that? Well, this is one simple way. 10 steps, if you like, left to right, top row, then bottom row, that can help you get an innovation management system up and running. But it's not linear, it's iterative. And you don't try and get everything right at the start. You play, you learn, you mess around, but you have short learning cycles and you'll get better quickly. Okay? And you can reduce that 10-stage to a 4-stage or to a 1-step process. The 1-step process is simple. Just do it find somewhere to start. But while you're doing it, have access to something like ISO 56002, because it's really simple, 24 pages, and it has the headings you need you need to use to create a good system. What's the context our organization works in? How are we managing our leadership? How are we engaging them in innovation? How do we plan? How do we resource? How do we operate our 5 processes? How do we evaluate whether it's working, and how do we improve? At that level, it shouldn't be scary. At that level, almost any organization can do this with 0 resources or huge resources. Funnily enough, the organizations that have huge resources have huge trouble focusing on doing innovating well. Organizations that are constrained because they have no money have no choice but to focus well on innovation. And as we hear from a lot of the tales of disruption out there, it's the no choice, no reason organization that often wins out when there is big change, when there's big disruption. So this should not scare people who work in countries that are seen as not having resources, organizations that are not seen as having resources. The tools are out there to help us. Final perspective. Where do we look? Well, simple. Look for easy to use guidance, easy to use tools. We use the common or garden stuff that's available on the internet, and we treat ISO as an ally, www.iso.org. And those are the documents that I refer to today: 56,000, 56,002, 56,007, 56,001. That is the end for tonight. Thank you very much. I hope you see that innovation management systems aren't scary. You now have a picture of how you might go about achieving a good IMS. You have some picture of how to start it and where to look. So I suggest you all go strut your stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ewan. Nice presentation. We need to handle innovation within a systemic approach and a holistic approach. And as you say, linear approach does not work. And we need standards. We need standards for that to decrease the risks and to succeed the innovation of management. We will jump into questions. I look to here. If you are there, no question from attendance. So I will ask a question. So do you think that the standards are suitable also for countries? Are there enough good practices to upgrade from failing innovation management systems? I know that standards are applicable for companies, but do you think that these standards could give also good practices for countries to change their habits?
Yes, I think innovations happen one at a time. I think it's easier to create an innovation system within an organization. Some organizations are so huge, they're as big as a country. So the innovation management system standard can be used by an organization at any school, any scale, and that includes countries, and includes the United Nations and OECD and countries like Ireland, which is very small, and countries like the USA. Now, I don't know if we have any American guests here today, but the USA is not leading an uptake of these standards yet. Places like Sweden and Singapore and New Zealand, they are they're leading in this field at this moment in time. So if you're asking me for where should the participants today look to your own national investment agencies, look to the investment organizations of other organizations and other countries that are like yours, and Ireland will look to Sweden and Singapore as examples, and your countries will look to others that are more similar. But some people find talking to Irish people a little bit easier than talking to some other countries. So come and talk to us all the time. And you can see from the slides that Ireland's investment agencies took 56,002 lock, stock, and barrel and used that as the platform for how they help their startups with no resources to innovate, to grow, to export, to thrive.
Okay, thank you. Maybe another question from the speaker.
Excuse me, Dr. Inas, would you mind please to let all the presenter talking, and in the round table we can discuss together?
Okay.
Because the other, there are Mr. Mohammed, it's also from nearby, from Qatar, and he wants to sleep, I think so. Okay, then let the people presenting, and we will be open floor for any discussion after that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next presentation, if you want, Mr. Mohammed, to give the presentation. Okay. السلام عليكم. بس راح أقدمك. Okay, Mr. Mohammed Al-Jafiri, CEO from Sidra Bank. Okay, an inventor, author, and also a business trainer, entrepreneur, mashallah. So he will talk about cryptocurrency and a new vision for the Islamic banks. The floor is yours.
Yes, so thank you very much for having me here, and I would like actually to spare some of my time to Mr. Ion again. First of all, thanks for the great presentation. I want to share my screen over here. I want to show you something. So actually, these are some of my books. I've written them. I have published in my past 15 years a lot of books. So this book over here, it's called Innovation Management for Countries and Corporates. So I want to show you something. So this book, I published it on March 22nd, and it's in Arabic. So what is in this book? Actually, it contains a lot of things about innovation management, and I've focused on this book in the last chapter, how to design and how to put and how to apply the system in different organizations using the ISO 56000. And thanks a lot for your efforts in this area. I am one of your students, and I've been following a lot what you've been doing past years. This is such amazing document, because I believe that ISO has in a way, especially in our region, potentially stopped innovation by implementing a lot of standards in the organizations. So when these new standards come out, and when they are applied in such organization, they open and they unlock the potential of innovation in these organizations. So cheers for this great job. And by the way, in Qatar, first of all, let me also invite you again to Qatar, because Qatar now is hosting the FIFA. So in Qatar, last week, the government published this document for all the ministries. I'm sorry, it's upside down because it's meant to be for Twitter, and I tweeted this. So they added innovation in every ministry. So this is in Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This hierarchy model here is in Ministry of Finance, and they again added innovation. Also in Ministry of Education, they added in the hierarchy the innovation department, and they always break out the rules because they follow, they report directly to the minister. So we succeeded doing that by implementing these ISO standards in the country. So keep doing what you are doing. Good job, and I want to show you what your efforts have changed in Qatar. So yes, so maybe I will go back to my presentation, and let me go a bit about Sidra Bank. So what is Sidra Bank? Sidra Bank is a concept of creating a global bank for people who are unbanked and we have three problems actually globally. Problem number one, all Islamic banks in the world cannot give zero interest finance because the biggest issue here, central banks are controlling the interest rate. And if for example, the US Federal raised the interest rate, all the countries' central banks and governors, they will increase the interest rate. And why do they do that? Because they don't want to have their fiat money of the country to be left over, and people go buy dollar because it has a better value. And that's a big issue, because you can see now what happened to Lebanon. The currency of Lebanon went down, Turkey as well, Yemen, Libya, and all other Bangladesh as well. So these are very critical issues where even Japan couldn't pay back because of the interest rate of the federal bank. So problem number two.
Excuse me, Mr. Muhammad, could you put your presentation at full screen, please?
Oh yeah, sure. Thank you for giving me this note as well. So I think I don't want to make it bigger for a reason, because I want to just save some time, but I'm trying to maximize it. Yeah. So here, the second problem, blockchain has proposed a very good solution where there's no one is controlling the supply and the demand, but it is done by algorithmic way, and decentralization has enabled people to have a specific limited supply, where this is a very good solution. But again, there is another problem came out because of the limited supply. The limited supply of the coins have given us an incompatible with Sharia compliance in Islamic region, because people fall under something called the gharar. And I'll explain gharar in a very fast way, where you have a limited supply of Bitcoin. There is only 21 million Bitcoins in the global world. And these Bitcoins, if you have a Bitcoin and it's valued, for example, $10,000, and you have $10,000 in cash, and you have a car that you want to buy, you would rather pay by cash, not by Bitcoin. And the reason why that's happening because of the rarity and the scarcity of Bitcoin, where people will always mentally think that this is a very rare thing, and it will go up, so people will not circulate the supply. So the problem number three, actually, and again, in the problem number two, there is a huge number of people who want to obtain this kind of currency, for example, in Lebanon today, because the lira, Lebanese lira went down, but they can't because of two main reasons. Reason number one, the mining devices are very expensive. I will show you here one example. What do I mean by mining devices? These devices are very expensive. Yes, so this is Google, and this is mining Bitcoin. So these mining devices, they call them rigs or farms, and they put them in a pools. So they are not easy to obtain and to gain. So the unbanked, the poor people, will never have access to these. So this is problem number one. Problem number two, even though the unbanked want to get the fiat and to have an account, they actually cannot buy it from the stock market, because each Bitcoin, even now, it's the lowest price within last 3 years, but it's about $20,000. And even if I want to buy fractions of it, like $10 or $20, I need to pay a lot more, around 20% more to get it, because actually people aren't banked, so they don't have access to the system. And the other part, it's not easy to have it. So what is our solution? What are we proposing here? We are proposing a new innovation system. Sorry, I lost my PowerPoint. Yeah. So we are proposing a new innovation system to have those unbanked having these concepts and coins by Sidra chain. So what is Sidra chain? Sidra chain uses an Islamic tokenomics. So there is unlimited supply, and anyone can mine it using his mobile in just a few clicks. We are looking within this innovation, the security level of the coin. Actually, Bitcoin uses something called there is something called difficulty level. So if we write Bitcoin difficulty level, and this difficulty level is the level where it increases day by day to solve these equations to support the network. So they are using not million, not billion, not a trillion, but 36 zillion difficulty level of equations, which needs a lot of power to verify a transaction that is done in the blockchain. And it takes around 1 hour to complete a block, a transaction. So if I send you money right now, after an hour, you will receive it. So our innovation, what does it do? Our difficulty level is not by billion, it's not by a trillion, it's not by zillion, and it's not even by thousands. It's only, you can see it here, it's at level 2. So we invented a new algorithm where we are using the same proof of work mechanism to create blocks in a very fast speed. And our security, Bitcoin is using 265 SHA-265. So we use double of that, which is SHA-512. So it means that our encryption level is multiplied by 2 comparing to a Bitcoin. So with this equation, we believe that we can create a very fairness entry level for people around the world to have and mine Sidra. So our vision to be the first Islamic decentralized choice for digital banking around the world before 2027. And our objectives and our missions are to serve the people with Islamic DeFi solutions. And what DeFi means, it means decentralized finance. So what that means, actually, it's not only Islamic, because it's any one of the 3 religions financial systems, which means even it is the same exact financial system that is by the Bible and in Jew, for Jews or for Christians. If you read the Bible, it follows the same concept. There is zero interest in that. So the second objective is to provide, to bank the unbanked globally. The third objective is to empower the nation with Islamic stable finance, to have a halal financing options, to provide Muslims with innovative tools like waqf, zakah, sadaqat, kafarat, tabarru'at, all of these different kind of innovative tools for Muslims globally around the world. So thousands of questions in your mind right now, how you're going to achieve it, how you're going to get the unbanked, how this is not going to work, a lot of things that I've heard previously when I present this paper. So basically, you can read more about this paper by going to www.sidrabank.com, and I want to present it over here. So sorry, this is the sidrabank.com, and you can go and read everything about this project. This is my doctorate research. So when you go to the white paper here under Sidra Bank, you can download this huge detailed document. It's about 20 pages. It's full with the concept and how we are going to do it. So basically, I heard that this idea cannot be happening more than 1,000 times during my past 6 years of research. Every time I present it, I hear that this is not going to happen. Guess what? Today, we are celebrating more than 1 million users globally. I want to show you something. This is our statistics. We reached 1.38 million users from everywhere in the world, and most of our customers are from the countries are unbanked. Nigeria, United States. So from Nigeria, we have 348,000, United States 160,000, Vietnam 134,000. Indonesia, China, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan.
البنك يمكن أن يتعامل مع دول مثل الولايات المتحدة.
Sorry, can you ممكن تعيد سؤالك؟
وإندونيسيا والصين، ومن قبل سنين طويلة هذه الدول تتعامل بهذه العملات.
نعم. نعم احنا
نعتذر منك محمد، هذا ما قناة الترجمة دخل علينا عرب قاعد يترجم بالعربي. اعتذر منك سوينا على ميوتد.
Yeah, it's okay. Thanks. And thank you for translating. Actually, I really admire your efforts, and this is something I would like to give you a hand on. So let's go back and continuing what you're doing. So I'm going to show you here a third-party traffic recognition system, which is called Cloudflare. They confirm our numbers, and this is actually, I'm going to increase the screen size over here. So this is only the last 24 hours. So this is a report from third party. It's called Cloudflare. We use it for supporting our network from denial of death services and different attacks from boots and other stuff. So only yesterday, only within 24 hours, we have 11 million requests. We have 240,000 different users, and the numbers confirm exactly our database numbers. So we have from Nigeria, Vietnam, India, Indonesia, United States, China, Bangladesh, Benin, and Pakistan, and the list goes on. If you go to YouTube and you just write Sidra Bank, so you will find thousands of videos, people globally talking about this idea, and everyone is promoting it. And you have here, you can see the views like 13,000 views, 5,000 views, 3,000 views, 2.5 views, 8,000 views, and the list goes on. I'm going to scroll very fast. You can do this yourself, and you will find a lot of videos. People are talking about this coin and this system everywhere in the world, and what we are going to do with these coins. So this
Mr. Muhammad, 2 minutes, please.
I'm finalizing my project. So what we are going to do with these coins, if I have the coins, what does it mean? It means that I have something that equals 0. So there is no any financial reward out of it, because actually this is not backed by anything, but it's backed by global efforts. So you swap these coins with different projects coins. So for example, this is where ISO 56000 is applied in a real way for the globe. So we're creating a platform called Continku, which means contribute and company. So for example, somebody from Nigeria, he have a great idea. He can post his idea and he writes, I want a designer, I want a developer, I want somebody in accounting and finance. The 1.3 million users globally, they will join and they will take specific tasks. And people who don't want to participate with their own efforts, they can swap their Sidra coin to this new project coin. And then guess what? It will be shared equally between the users based on their participation and risk acceptance on the project. So we are creating the new digital era of Silicon Valley online for people who have never been able to get access to funds in their entire life. We have a plan to fund 500 projects with different kind of support and level and legal support, financial support, crowdfunding, marketing for those who have never been accessing the financial period at all. Thank you everyone for listening to this presentation about Sidra Bank. I would like to invite you to start also participating in this project by going to minesidra.com and registering and start mining today. It's free, it doesn't cost anything. We don't take any data, we don't take any anything from your computer. You can sign in, just click one time every 24 hours and you will get your 2 Sidra coins. Then you can use them in supporting other people projects. I hope that I explained it very well for you guys.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad. Very interesting topic. So Now let's move on the next speaker. I will ask Mrs. Katrina Hedbeck from Sweden to present her work. But I will present before that Mrs. Katrina. So she is the CEO of and co-founder of the company Kaida Medical. She was nominated 2 times in 2 big events, female founder in Sweden and Nordic Women in Tech Awards, category Entrepreneur of the Year. And she wins 2 prizes in 20 and 22. She is the winner of the World Innovation Summit for Healthcare. And she is also in the category of clinical innovation. So go ahead, Katrina. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's not only me, it's basically the entire team. So I will present here. Thank you very much for having me and allowing me to speak how we have done our innovation journey. Okay. So we have joined it pretty structured and used a system from Stanford Biodesign model, which I will describe shortly. And then we have gotten loads of help, not the entire team and the startup ecosystem in Stockholm where we live. I will very shortly show you this source from Stanford Biodesign process. It's basically a structured approach on how to find the need, where we spent, me and my co-founders spent 8 months at the Children's Oncology Clinic to identify their unmet needs. And we started by observing how they're doing, what they're doing, etc. And all of those observations we wrote down. And then we were structuring these into needs, if there were a need for something specific, or if it was just specific to that clinic. After that, several years after we did this, 2015 and 16, after that, me and my co-founder, Dr. Rebecca Bayhead, have been mentoring for other such programs, being in Cairo at the Children's Cancer Hospital, Egypt, 57357. And it's quite fascinating how many of these problems are the same, regardless of where on the globe things are. But there are, of course, specific things to certain countries that are more in the DNA of the country, sort of thing. So it's very, very interesting, actually, to compare different clinics when it's sort of the same. But out of those needs that we found, we screened them and made them into concept and checked. And it's like process to check, is it patentable? Is it large market? Can you scale? Is it a line? Is it the same person who's supposed to pay for the product who's actually having to suffer with a problem? But this entire part of actually starting with a real unmet need that somebody needs to have has helped us tremendously. And it's also where we found the need for what we have solved at Tata Medical. But we have also used the entire path with end users and used workshops, and the entire part with alignment, market, and patents have been core all through. And then on top of that,
Please go ahead, Katrina. It's the interpreter.
Yeah, okay. There is a huge need for collaboration. And when we look on how, and I will go to that at the end, that it's, if you're good at something, it's very good to collaborate, because you will save time as well as money. And then I always have a huge thank you to Shada for the help we've gotten, not only in Stockholm, but also through EIT Health and the European Innovation Council. So we have managed to do all of those things together. And we've gotten a lot of help from mentors and people who have want to give back because they've gotten help. And I would show you where we found the need. This is sort of interesting. So this is one of the co-founders, Christopher, who's a medical doctor specializing in anesthesiology. And the children at different hospitals, most of them will need some IV, and kids being kids, no matter what you do, there is always a risk for an accident where the tube gets ripped out. And if it's chemo in the bag, it's really, really bad. If it's, well, that's toxic, but it could also be that it's expensive. And this is where we basically decided this is the need we're going to work with, because we went inside the hospitals to different wards and realized it's not just kids, it's elderly, it's people. If people are operated and get some morphine, some people even pull their own tubes. We also, the more we dug, we realized that it's not just that it gets fully dislodged, it's also that there are harmful forces, and eventually the vessel is not going to take it. And out of the 1.5 billion catheters that are used and 16 billion tubes, there is a 40% failure rate. And this is a huge thing because it's the most common invasive procedure at healthcare. And if you want to have home care or all of those things, if it's 40% failure rate at the hospitals, it's not really going to work that well at hospital. So with what we have done is that, basically you understood that patient injury takes a lot of time for the already busy nurse, and all of these accidents cost 72 billion euros in unnecessary healthcare consumption. So what we have done with our solution to this that we find disruptive in the entire IV landscape is Relink, that is advancing the standard of care in IV therapy. So when there are pulls on the tubes that would harm the vessel, it disconnects and you can then clean the parts and pull it together. So it's a breakaway connector, self-sealable balls. And to the left is state of the market today, that devices and procedures that are just securing the device stronger and stronger to the patient. And then the disruptive part, the innovation that we have developed to the right, is reducing the consequences of the dislodgement. And it's not by accident. We've started off from a need, observing it, and then pulled the solution to it. And I think one of the greatest thing with this is that it can have such a huge impact, save time for nurses as well as save patients from pain. And it's of course important that you have a patent if you want, otherwise you wouldn't get any money for the investment. And it's all about having funding to keep on doing your innovation. Some companies have revenue and they can build on that, but if you start with an idea, and especially in medtech, obviously it's important with all the regulatory work, the ISO and the CE, but you can do none of it if you don't have funding. We managed, thanks to the European Innovation Council, to get several grants that has helped us, and we are very grateful for the investors that have come on board. We are closing around now, so if anybody are interested in adding money, we are having an investment round open. You can always reach out to me for that. Also, team is super important. And when we started from the beginning, from the Clinical Innovation Fellowship, you get matched for being coming from a multidisciplinary team, not only from different disciplines such as medicine, design, engineering, and management, but also from a personality point of view. And we have continued with that and tried to hire people from with different backgrounds, so complementing each other. And it's very interesting if we are talking in different meetings with external people or negotiations with other parties, sometimes we come out with different views on what was actually happening in the meeting. And when we then prepare for the follow-up, we have a very huge background moving forward. So it has actually proven very, very successful to us. So obviously having a good need that with a scalable market and having a product that solves it, but team and funding is amazing, and having it, to be able to create an impact. We've gotten, as I said before, huge help from a lot of clinics around Sweden and innovation centers, as well as help with commercial and legal and business partners and hospitals. We are set up for several clinical trials with key opinion leaders. And I know there are some really amazing hospital chains in the Middle East that we would love to have clinical trials or collaboration, because we do believe that the collaboration is actually the foundation to be able to make an impact in innovation. Our product is designed as a platform technology. I'm jumping here for the numbers, but some of those are the applications are growing with 20% CAGR. This is, I will talk more about this one tomorrow, about how you can have, it was based from the Berkeley Open Innovation. I'm jumping a little bit because I want to save time. I realize that we are running out. So our strength is the innovative process where we can identify the clinical needs and we can draw a solution to it. So we have the need, drawing a solution to it, and then we have a structured approach where we implement the business as such. But then eventually we don't necessarily want to do production and sale. We would like to collaborate with that, because our core is the innovative and prove the market, whereas obviously with the first product you need to go further. But why we want to innovate and collaborate with other partners is because of here, which I find quite interesting. So there is a value gap from when you have the innovation and you have the R&D and the thinking, because I mean, if you come up with one idea, it's easier to come up with the second, and the brain is a muscle, and the more you work and you have your structure and system and you want to, copy it and do it again and again, if we then build up a production and then build up a huge sales force, eventually, you will be away from that. And we really love what we're doing. So we would like to find partners who can do the manufacturing and sales and distribution. And the value for them is that this is just a DuPont, whereas they can have a higher price realization and increase in market share and add into new markets. So if they would say 100% or 100 million euro from the beginning, if you then add, then you have one of those industries that have a CAGR of 20%, you have a momentum growth. But if you then can have a delta price and a market share increase and slightly more with the market, you're up like 500 to 600 in a few years. So I think, well, it was basically my point to prove that collaboration is smarter. And while somebody else is doing that and we get part of that, we could build on new revenue streams with new products and make even more impact. So it's a high potential with a high margin, and lowering the risk by those things, and then have a professional execution. That's what we think is a very good tools. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Katarina. Very interesting presentation and very interesting innovation product. So, now we will move to my topic. Okay, I will present you the growing up talented persons. So I will share my screen. Do you see the screen? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I present myself. So Dr. Ines Zidi from University of Tunis Al Manal. I'm specialized in clinical applied cellular and molecular immunology.
Dr. Ines, Would you mind to enlarge the screen?
هذا الماكسيموم.
Maximize it?
هذا الماكسيموم full screen.
No, in the corner you can maximize it because now it's not maximum. Okay. Yes, now. Yes.
Now it's okay?
Yes.
It's okay.
Yes.
So I has got 2 international awards for my exceptional scientific career at the Francophone University Agency Prize in Science and Technology, and also another prize from Canada in Excellence in Health Applied Research. So now I'm a consultant in innovation management, and I'm also a member of the Regional Commission of the Economic and Scientific Experts of the Maghreb, which means the north of Africa. So my topic will be not on biology, but will be focused on the talents. So growing up talented, so the future of innovation is more than important than ever. So incremental innovation are replaced by disruptive innovation, based on the uncertainty of the economy, crises, circumstances associated to this world. Finding talented persons with new mindsets to conduct these new innovations is needed. So the excellence is searched to build smart cities and competitive countries. The knowledge in this decade, the economy was built based on knowledge and evolved to creative economy, popular from 2000s, because creativity is the best proxy for knowledge, as said by Florida. In 2012, Lubart introduced a new term, the Homo creativus. That is the natural evolution of Homo sapiens, who is wise and knowledgeable. But Homo creativus has the ability to think in original and adaptive ways. Yes, the creative economy will need dynamic capability and also other innovative assets. Actually, reshaping the future of innovation and detecting new solutions, new opportunities with new added values, we need talented innovators. So the talent is a fuzzy term with a complex definition. Indeed, the concept of human capital, which was introduced in 1961 by Schultz, fostering the economic growth based on knowledge and having specific aim, evolved to give place to talent capital. And actually, the society needs such sparks of talent innovators to face the complexity and the global changes. As said by Van Pater, the simplistic days of brainstorming as innovation are long gone. So the changing world is ready for a new era of talent-centered world that will socialize, okay, but will also solve problems, offering new outputs based on their distinguished capabilities. To face complexity, there is rising awareness that building talents will be the fuel of transformative thinking and the creation of new plans and new solution scenarios. So I think that the creation of talents is based on a dynamic talent achievement model a holistic approach based on 5 pillars. So the individual, the microsystem, mesosystem, exosystem, and the macro system. So the first pillar is evidently, you hear me? The first pillar is evidently the individuals themselves. They are smart, okay, with a high level of knowledge and high know-how potential built by different thinking processes based on widening, connecting, and also reversing. These people are intrinsically motivated. They have a great potential of creative thinking and a great potential of metacognition with self-regulation and other skills in self-evaluation. These individuals are highly impacted by the microsystem. Indeed, the home parenting style will modulate and shape the talent development by stimulating the creativity and opening the way for autonomy, self-confidence. Additionally, schooling style and high-quality education will impact talent development. So we have here first the creative learning with the extensive practice, and also the creative teaching that have to be active, experiential, and immersive. This will bring enjoyment and also motivation and auto reflection needed to captivate the learner and feed the its curiosity and intelligence. In the model of building talents, interacting with peers is very important through high networking and high exchange process. The ecosystem is evidently important for talent creation. Before in the era of Marshall, the industries were clustered in urban agglomeration by speciality in a specific area. Now the ecosystem changed and has evolved and has been transformed to bridge different specialties and is opened to great knowledge spillover inside a quadruple here, as you see here, helix clusters associating government, academia, industry, and also civil society. Many creativity spaces were built also to feed the creative potential of talents according to talent-centered strategy. In the same way, superstar cities are created to allow talents upscaling that will maintain their satisfaction and will retain them and avoid the talented brain drain. Finally, the macro system is also needed for algorithm of building talents. It is based on social economic status, ethnicity, identity, and also shared values. So talent can be a natural gift, okay? But interestingly, we can build also talents. The equation is simple, with many chances, okay? But shaping the future will need such talents to face the continuous change of the world. So the future of innovation depends not only from technical challenges, but also non-technical challenges for brilliant to bring brilliant and sustainable solutions. Supporting this approach will be crucial, not only for competitiveness, but also to offer more symbiotic and fine, but also deep solution, improving the course of humanity and the well-being. That's all for my topic. So Now we are going to jump straight into question and answer. So we will ask some questions. Sorry, I will. Okay, so the camera are turned. Okay, so let's be more interactive. Maybe I will ask some question. I will check. No question here. I will ask some question, and after I will make some sum up. I summarize. Okay. So, Katrina, you have a question? I will ask you a question, maybe. Okay. Do you think that this patient-oriented product will be adopted all over the world?
Yeah.
Do you plan to make such scale-up plans?
Yeah, we do want. We also spent a lot of time to make sure that it's scalable at low cost. So one should be able to sell it to Bangladesh and regardless of. And I think it's really important to do so, and also to have a diverse team and ask people from different countries how they work. Because if you think home care, for instance, how is a home care seen in Saudi Arabia or in China and India? It's slightly different. And also in Sweden, where I come from, a lot of people live more alone, or you don't have huge families to take care of you. So I think when you look on a solution that you want to have provided worldwide, you have to look on how things are done.
Okay, so you talked about the openness of your experience. What is your experience outside the European Union? What are the practices you
we have hired people from. I personally am just curious how things are. So I think I'm going with curiosity as an advantage there. I have never lived outside of Europe, only traveled, but we have hired people from Pakistan and India and China, and yeah. But
I think
collaboration is good. I think, yeah, we can always grow and improve all over those things. Yeah, I really liked your presentation, by the way.
I think that your product will be adopted. So, Mr. Mohammed El-Jafiri, I suppose that you studied the market opportunities. Can you tell us about that, and can you discuss the potential adoption of your service by users?
Yes, sure. Actually, we are targeting people who haven't been accessing financial services at all. Those people are unbanked. Their average income are below $500 monthly. They can't have access to loans, to crowdfunding, to different kind of payments instruments, because it's very hard in their region to get these kind of things. So we are talking about a niche virgin market. This market haven't been exposed to any different solutions that fit them. So if we enable innovation management for them, and we give them the chance to innovate, we are giving them the chance to create their own solutions, which means by that we have opportunity to bring out from this region the next top 500 companies, potential unicorns, and these people might have a different kind of a global exposure for their services, for their products, for their efforts that they are trying to spare to the market.
Okay, so you think that your business model is low risky and it stays stable in the market?
It has risks such as any business, but we are lowering our risk at the minimum acceptable risk rate, because actually we are trying to adapt a methodology where they will not be able to get the fund and just leave, and the investors then will be worried. But we make sure that they achieve their milestones based on the agreement between them and their sponsors as well. So we are depending on the crowd, people who have invested their own coins, their own efforts in these projects will be the auditors, will be the people who will follow up with these communities, because we are enabling a crowd based model where people and teams can collaborate globally from different regions and can work together in different projects.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ewan, you raised your hand for question, maybe?
Dr. Hayat Umri also has her hand raised, so if this her first.
That's okay. I will ask you maybe a question about the standards, the concept of standards. Do you think that following standards will drive innovation in one way, and contrarily will reduce the innovation, the frugal innovation or the disruptive innovation? What do you think about that?
I think it's a very sensible question. So if we look at tonight, this session, the presentations, Mohammed knows the ISO standards, and I can see how the ISO standards helped him to produce his work. Katerina's exposition of the process that they used is an example of someone applying a systematic approach to innovation. And so the ISO standards are how to apply an innovation management system within an organization. Your example, Inez, was beyond the organizations, across the ecosystem, across the society. So you're talking about different scales. So one of the good things about the standards for innovation management is they never tell you how to solve the problem. They tell you what to do. It's like if you want to climb Mount Everest, one, you need a checklist to bring a rope and some boots and learn to climb. But it doesn't tell you how to learn to climb. So as well as a checklist, you need a guide, someone who's been there before, a Sherpa. And then you need some tools to use, like picks and ropes. Well,
to simplify the process of management, yes.
Yes, yeah. And to make it easier for people globally to access the best practice and to take the mystery out of it, so that you don't have a consultant telling you, I am very clever. I have a beard, I am very clever. You know, Mohammed, we are both very clever and we both have beards, but you don't need me to come and tell you how to do innovation. The standard can act as your guide. So that's really, really helpful.
Okay, Dr. Hanadi, do you have a question? Other questions, maybe?
No, we will give time for Dr. Hayat Umarishi raising the hand, and we needing, I think it's in the Europe, still there are a good time, but here in our timing, it's now deep sleeping time.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dr. Hayat.
Yes.
Thank you. Great thanks for Dr. Hayat. She joining the conference from the early morning, and she continue with us 12 hours as she promises. Go ahead, Dr. Hayat, and contribute.
شكرا دكتورة هنادي. أنا سؤالي للدكتورة إيناس لأنه نعم مرحبا. دكتورة إيناس قدمتي أنا نقول في شكل أطروحة حول تطوير أو رعاية الموهوبين. به أول سؤال، هل الطرح اللي أنت قدمته يعني مطبق في تونس أو لا؟
هو أنا راح أجاوب. I will reply in
إذا تحب أن نكمل لك السؤال الثاني يا
Okay.
دكتورة.
Okay.
لأنه للأسف يعني أنت تعرف أنت احنا نجم نقول انت ابناء نفس المنظومه التعليميه، وهو المشكل ليس فقط على مستوى تونس ولكن تقريبا خاصه العالم العربي، انه نظامنا التعليمي هو نظام تلقيني بامتياز في كل مستوياته تقريبا. لما نحكي على رعايه او تطوير الموهبه لدى يعني نشوفوا احنا ابتداء من الناشئه ينجم يكون موهوب بأي شيء معين. احنا للأسف يعني نتاج النظام التعليمي أو نتاج ممنوع التفكير خارج الصندوق فيه نوع من القتل أنا نعتبره للموهبة للأسف، ابتداء من مثل ما أشرت من العمر الصغير جدا، ابتداء من الناشئة. صحيح أنه فيه الكثير من العباقرة والعلماء وبما فيها تونس أو باقي الدول العربية، ولكن مثل ما أشرتي على الأقل هذوكم فيه دوتر فاكتور، أنا نقول سواء جانب اجتماعي أو الوضعية بتاع العائلة أو فيه دوتر فاكتور اللي خلات مثل الموهبة تتطور لدى الطفل. ولكن أنا نحكي عموما بصفة عامة كمنظومة تعليمية للأسف فيه أنا نقول قتل للأسف للموهبة. وأنت تعلم أنه في الكثير خاصة في العالم العربي فيه ما يسمى بالإفراط في التفكير، أنه للأسف يتم حتى يعني توصل ما نحبش نقول توصل حتى للسجن عندما تخرج خارج الصندوق في مجالات اللي خاصة في مجالات صناعية ومجالات متطورة اللي هي ربما حكر على بعض البلدان، كأنه ممنوع علينا أنه يكون فيه التفكير خارج مجالات معينة. مع الشكر.
شكرا دكتورة. والله هو سؤال معناتها في محله، ولكن هذا ما يخص تونس، هذا يخص العالم أجمع. فتطوير المواهب هذه هو معناتها لازم يكون موجود في كل البلدان، علشان احنا نقدر معناتها نواكب تطور العالم والابتكار وكذا. فاحنا فما تغيير في مستوى المغرب العربي، وايضا مستوى بلدان الخليج ايضا. فما معناتها فما منظومات قاعده تتطور وقاعده تتحط، فما بناءات مبنيه على الابتكار كما قال دكتور الجفيري، في structure في الأورجانيجرام حق المينستري الوزارات، ودخلوا الابتكار. فما هناك معناتها conscience، فما استفاقة إنه لازم يكون هناك talented people. وهذا كما فسرت لكم من منظاري أنا لازم يكون مبني معناتها على شكل منظومي كبير. معناتها ما تنجمش تحل حاجة معناتها من غير ما تعمل تبني من العمر الصغير وانت طالعة. فالبلدان قاعدة تتغير، وهذا لصالحنا صالح أبنائنا. فهذه المنظومة وهذا اللي نقترح فيه أنا، هذا هو باش يعاون ويطور من الكفاءات ويخلق الكفاءات عنا من العمر الصغير. فهمت؟ معناتها هذا هو. إن شاء الله نكون جاوبتك دكتورة حياة.
شكرا. أنا كل أمل في المستقبل إن شاء الله.
لا، لازم الأمل، ملاش
دكتورة حياة, you should be optimistic, okay? My conference is always positive. Okay, we're talking about the innovation, and innovation means we will be teaching the people about the innovation, implementing innovation, then all the time we're looking for the positive perspective, okay?
Yes. So are there any questions, more other questions?
Yes.
We will,
yes.
The last question for Dana.
Yes,
Dana.
last question for Dana, please. Dana, everybody want to wrap up and sleep?
Yes, yes.
I'm
Okay.
tired.
A
I'm from
short question, Dana, please.
Six
It's not a
12 night,
question.
and I'm
It's
answering email, and I'm answering people. I'm preparing VIP for tomorrow. They keep asking me. Okay, Dana, try to summarize and closing out. I'm more than welcome to see you tomorrow.
Sure. First of all, I really enjoyed this session. Like, we just found it like in a great harmony. First of all, we're talking about the standard, and then we found out real business models who already been implement the standards for the last two sessions, and then we finish it out with the improving the talent. So I really like the harmony that we see in this topic. So my contribution for the last topic is like the Arab community is starting to know and realize the topics and the elements of the innovation. The whole organization are like to change, but it takes slowly, because the main infrastructure and the main laws and regulation in such of our countries and the elements of the empowerment is still need a lot of improvement and work. So this is it. We need to focus and implement on all the organization and start by the infrastructure, which is the laws and regulations and the host governments, as the real success story of Qatar, that they start focusing on the innovation aspects on the ministries. So the main infrastructure for improving our Arab communities is to start by the ministries and the government role. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
fruitful
Thank you, Dana.
session.
Thank you.
I highly appreciate it. Thank you.